Everybody doing good. Everybody doing good. How's everybody doing? What's going on, Jerome? What's happening, bro? It's 1 a.m., so I don't think we're gonna do too much. Chilling, chilling, chilling. Word. I don't think we're gonna do too much, but let's see if we can get through something tonight, where we're just we're being structured, right? Let's turn it into a podcast. I was thinking about doing a podcast or something. I just don't want to be like, what's good tonight? I don't know. Like my homegirl was like, why don't you do a podcast? And I'm like, I mean, that's what the TikTok is. It's a podcast. I think the most important thing is just to give people the opportunity to be heard. You know what I mean? Because people want to be heard. JJ, I feel that. That's what I'm coming back from. And my cousin was just feeding me like really good brandy all night. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling pretty good right now, guys. I'm feeling pretty good. So let's build. Let's build off of how I'm feeling right now. Anybody have anything to say? Jerome, you picked the topic, bro. You picked the topic. I give you the floor, my friend. That's good, JJ. I'm trying to right now, man. Like once life gets a little easier, definitely gonna take that route. Who wants to pick the topic? I'm gonna let y'all pick the topic. Do you guys want to argue about court? Does somebody want to argue about their court case? It's therapeutic, so I get it. I get it. It's therapeutic. It's therapeutic. Just to be able to argue about it. Child support. Man, that's touchy, bro. I just left. I don't have no kids. I don't got no kids, but my brother's got two kids. He's got a daughter and a son, and I just left my niece and nephew today, and I just couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine. So let's get on that. Let's get on that family stuff because a lot of people are going through that. Let's get on the family stuff. There's a guy that keeps jumping on my life, and he's going through it right now, and I feel for him. And I don't know what I would do in that situation, but I told him what I would do in that situation. You know, because I don't have kids, so I can't speak on what I would do in that situation. I just told him what I would do in that situation. Go. What if the mother passes who put me on child support? So, here's the thing. Is the mother is the mother forcing child support on you? Is it the mother? Or is it the mother just files paperwork to initiate it? But who's actually bringing that child support on you? It's the state. They don't need the mother to be there. Now, they probably need the mother to be there in order to pay it, but because they need somebody to pay it to, right? But at the same time, the juxt of it is the state is dictating it all. What you do with you and your resources, your children, your property, all of that. The state is dictating that. She signed up to in a they say arrears. I don't know what that means. Everything is registered with the state. Everything. What's up, Michelle? How you doing? Mm-hmm. Everything is registered with the state. It's good to see you too, love. Hey, you, love. Jill, I'm going to. I'm going.
Hello?
So, are you guys just playing?
Huh?
You guys are just playing. You guys are teenagers. How old are you?
What? We're adults.
How old are you?
I'm 22. So
Okay.
am I.
Okay.
We're adults.
Okay. All right. So, what's
Thank
going
you
on with
for
y'all?
saying we look like teenagers, though. I really appreciate that. I don't get I do that anymore.
What do you guys got going on? What do you guys got going on?
Hannah Montana. What the hell you got going on there?
Hannah Montana. Are y'all drinking?
I don't know. Nope, absolutely not. Okay, what is your live though? Like,
Yeah,
why
what
are
do you got
live?
going on there over there?
So you don't even know my live. So why are you joining my live if you don't know my live?
I don't know. We were just
messing around.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so what do you do on your live?
What do you mean? What do I do in my live?
Well, like it's just great.
Why are you in my live? You asking me questions. I don't answer questions.
Alrighty then.
Oh well, he's Mr. Difficult. Oh.
Yeah, so you get it. There you go.
Okay.
I like you. I like y'all, man. Y'all cool. I like y'all. Y'all cool.
Yeah.
I honestly was about to be like, you're an asshole. Then I realized.
Yeah. We got it now.
I'm not an asshole. I'm just difficult.
Yeah, exactly.
We get it.
So am I. It's okay.
Right. I keep my asshole like tucked in my pants. Okay.
Good for you, as you should.
Right.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. You guys go terrorize somebody else, okay?
Okay.
Okay, how do I leave though? How do I?
We don't.
Can you kick us out? We don't know how to work this thing.
I don't know how to do it either.
Oh
man.
God,
I'm 43 years old, young ladies. I don't know how to do it either.
Okay,
Maybe
wait.
this.
No.
I think it's that
Can
one.
someone help us? Okay.
I'm trying to figure it out too.
We're fucked, guys. We're fucked. We're stuck. Okay. Can I like hold your thing down? No, it just tells me to follow you. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Bye.
All right. Fun. You gotta love the people that just join randomly, right? It's fun though. It's fun. I get it. Guys, but that's okay. If it's a slow night, it's okay. Michelle's coming in.
Hey guys,
How you doing?
good, and you guys? Hope everybody's well.
All day, every day. Are you at work?
Nah, I was just getting ready to lay down, and I looking at your feed.
Right. I mean, I was about to go to sleep, but I was like, let me go live and see what's going on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I did the whole Easter thing today, and I got to see my niece and nephew. It was beautiful, man. Today was beautiful. I loved it.
That's good.
Right. How was your day?
It's good hanging out with the family, still studying, still doing what I gotta do.
Yes. Yes. You got to stay vigilant, right?
Heck yeah. Getting
Gotta
ready
stay.
to file my Supreme Court documents for
What? You going to
the
the Supreme?
yeah, I gotta do a federal question basically regarding it, and basically have these judgments declared null and void before I can. Well, I want to get that done so that I can do my tort against all these judges and attorneys and
Hmm.
clerks and courthouses and everything.
Okay. So, what's your initial charge? Because I know we spoke, right? We spoke at length, but
Yeah, it's not a charge. It's actually an unlawful detainer, and
okay.
they were paid through a promissory note.
Ah,
And 4 or 5 months down the line, they weren't charging me anymore, and all of a sudden they decided to file a claim, but the claim is actually vexatious. So basically, I was railroaded in court, despite my documentation, despite putting my affidavit of facts with the jurat notary,
okay.
despite all of that. um, they did a judgment, but the judgment is not in accordance with the law. So it's actually a fake judgment.
So you mean to tell me, Michelle? You mean to tell me after everything that you did, these people ignored what you submitted, right? Overlooked all the work that you did, right?
Yep.
And just made you feel like you don't have a place.
Yeah, they railroad you. That's what the courts do, because as long as you know that the courts don't have jurisdiction, right?
Hmm.
They wanna act like um they basically give you the third degree, right? They don't want to admit to it because they know their whole job is to move cases along, right? And as long as they're commissioners and presiding judges, they really have no authority. Especially the way they're signing puts them in a conspiratorial and usurping the name of a judge. So they're also treason. They're committing treason against you as well. So it's just a lot of stuff. And for some people, this process may be a bit too much for them, or because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of documents, paperwork that you got to file. It's living through the injustice, right? Knowing that everything is fraud, and having them railroad you is ridiculous. So this is how we hold them accountable as
Right? Like,
God's.
here's the thing though, like until you actually go into that court case, like, and go through it, you're not gonna really get it.
Well, a lot of people don't really talk about the entire processes. They don't talk about where they can get information, the right information. You got people putting out information that's not really accurate, and it can get people in trouble. You know what I mean? And until, uh, you
What
know,
trouble? What trouble?
people can end up in jail. They can go to prison. They
For
can,
what?
for putting in the wrong documents.
Who are you hurting?
Um,
Who are you hurting? What reason does that cause for you to go to jail? And I'm not attacking you, Michelle. I'm just saying because I'm hearing this from a lot of people. Oh, if you take the wrong process and you do this, you're gonna end up in jail. For what?
well, you can, because basically the government is perpetrating fraud, right?
I don't
So,
like who did I hurt though? Why am I in
well,
jail
you're hurting you're
for
hurting their
filing a paper?
well, you're hurting their pockets is what you're hurting.
Right?
So
But it, like
so So, in order to really do paperwork movement, you have to really understand what you're doing. And obviously, you have to come with clean hands and you have to do things in good faith, right? We can't operate in the same capacity that they operate because we already know they operate in fraud. They operate with deceptions. They operate with usury. They operate with usurpation. They operate, I mean, so much shit they operate that it's ridiculous. And people that are truly waking up to this stuff is realizing the fraud. You know what I mean?
Sorry.
So we have to be careful basically when we file stuff. I'm hearing a lot of information about executors. When you're in court, you want to file an executor. But the problem is if you go under the US codes for executorship, the executor is the one that actually pays for the bill, right? And we already know coming into court, a court is not a court of justice. A court is a bank. So you're only there to pay what is owed,
Hmm.
right? So these courts are actually funneling money illegally, right? Because what they're doing is they're charging the straw man and they're charging the estate, right? But everything is under tax fraud. It's under taxation, fraud under taxation.
Well,
Because
sorry. I'm gonna let you finish. I'm sorry.
so like, under the IRS, it's everything. That's why when we pay taxes, right? If you go under the style manual book, that's the book that's their grammar book that they like to use to construct contracts and stuff. But if you actually go into that manual, the reason why people believe they should be paying taxes is because they think they are that corporation, right? So as long as people continue to do that or think that way, right? Because it's a form of enslavement, financial enslavement. People can't grow if you're constantly paying double, triple, quadruple taxes, right? That you
What?
think your taxes are going to, but they're really
Roads
not.
and bridges and shit like that, right?
Which is false.
Right? Right?
The post office is also they like to use post office like, oh well, we your taxes fund the post office, but it's not true. You know what I mean? Once you start digging and you start informing yourself how this truly operates, it's just all a facade.
Can be. Can be because like who knows what's really going on. And like my thing is this: the more and more I get deeper and deeper into this stuff, the more I'm just figuring out that it's just a bunch of people writing some shit down and having us follow it, right?
Yeah.
Period. 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 It's a bunch of people writing stuff down and now we following it. Now, when you came out the womb and your mother gave birth to you, right?
Yep.
Where in that life doctrine did it say, "Oh, you got to go get your SPC or your estate or any of that"? You came out
Well,
of a natural womb
right, but remember,
and
they
laid on natural land.
right, but here's the
And it's a
thing.
bunch of men and women writing stuff down on paper, telling you what you need to do, all these processes that you need to do. Even the executor, even the SPC, all of that. I'm just saying, I'm speaking from the heart right now. And I came out of a womb. I didn't come out of a printing press. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I didn't come out of a printing press. I came out of a womb. I came out of an actual uterus, just like all of us did. And I came out of the uterus and onto the land, but most of us came out into a hospital, right? And
Mhm.
then they said, okay, well, you're in the hospital. Well, sign this birth certificate, sign this form, sign that form. That's where it all came from.
But everything that they do is under commercial. So as long as you don't know how to operate commercially, because this is the land, this is not the land, but this is the system they created, right? If you go into the Sesti KV Trust Act of 1666. If you go into the Unum Sanctum, I mean, there's so many literature out there that can basically tell you. I mean, if you even there's a book out there from the Pope that comes from the Vatican, right? All we're doing with the whole SPC is mirroring the same structure that these people created, right? Because at the end of the day, we cannot claim creatorship over something we did not create. That's why we create our own trust, our own estate. We also become a private banker, right? So that we can then turn around and collect our collateral, right? Which comes from contracts that we sign, right? Because remember,
Correct.
we have to operate in duality. So we don't always operate as a private banker. We don't always operate as the straw man or the in leaguist, how you want to call it. We also don't operate only as our spirited self, right? So it just depends on the hat that you're wearing and where you're conducting your commerce, right? Your business. So,
Right. Like here's the
yeah,
thing, like Michelle, right? So it all depends on the hat that you're wearing.
right.
Like, so where did you get the hat? Where
The
did you get
hat,
the hat?
the hat comes from the system that
Right.
these
But did you stitch
foreign
the hat yourself?
governments
My
create.
love, my love, did you stitch the hat yourself? No, you did not. The hat comes from them. They give
Right.
you the hat to wear.
Right. They're all actors. At the end of the day, everybody's an actor and a performer, right? So that's why when you hear the news, they say, "Oh, the actors, this and this happened, and we saw the actors do this or whatever." But
Correct.
it's all again, it's all a part of the matrix, right?
Correct.
And so basically, what we need to do is because they have decades of deceit with our generational, parents, grandparents, great grandparents, whatever it is, they've deceived us, right? So our job is to uncover it, free people from the financial slavery that's actually happening. You know what I mean? Because they went and they twisted God's law, right? They twisted it. Everything is inverted. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so it makes it harder, right? Because again, at the end of the day, it's a spiritual warfare. And if we're not prayed up and if we don't ask for discernment and protection and putting on our spiritual armor, I mean, it's clear in the Bible, the devil or enemies form things against us, but God doesn't make them prosper. It doesn't mean we're not going to get attacked. We just have to stay vigilant, and we have to know what we're doing, right? And again, like, in the Bible, attorneys, Jesus never had nothing good to say about attorneys. Why? Because they hold the key to freedom and they don't free people. They take advantage of their, whether it's their financial struggles or they're in poverty, or you know what I mean? And they hold people down and they take advantage. That's taking advantage. Even taxation is against the Bible. Taxation comes, it's a form of bondage. So, that's why I
But
do
where
what
does
I
the
do,
tax come?
because,
Where did
I
the
want people to free themselves from the matrix, from, like
where
you
did the
said, right?
taxes come from, though, my love? Where does the taxes come
The
from?
tax system comes from the Babylonians, from the Romans, from the ancient times, from government being greedy. That's where it comes from. And as long as you don't know how to identify yourself, right? We're screwed, because if you can't claim your proper status, if you can't claim your proper sovereignty, right? Because we are the sovereignty under God, we're more powerful than the government. But people don't realize this. Some people are too afraid to do things against the government or to do the right thing, right? Because you're claiming your rights. A
Correct.
lot of the governments, people, it's even embedded in our indoctrination. You can't go against the government. You can't do this. You can't. That's how we're indoctrinated. You feel me? So as long as people don't wake up to the truth and see the fraud, the deception, the usury, the usurpation, the everything that's happening, things aren't going to change. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't matter what happens, it's already been prophesized. You know what I mean? We just got to learn to read the signs and free ourselves, and not just ourselves, but the people that we love, the people around us. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I just left my family today. It's Easter Sunday, right?
Yep.
Right? And it's so funny because my cousin's a notary, and I had a whole bunch of forms, excuse me, not forms, but documents I needed notarized. And she goes, "I'm a notary." I'm like, "Oh shit." Not only do I have a notary, but I have got two witnesses, so I can fill out the rest of the forms too.
Yeah. I mean, I think everything is an illusion. Everything is how we perceive it.
There you
Everything
go.
is how we move, right? At
Yeah.
the end of the day, people can say, "Well, you're not the straw man. You're not this. You're not that." But as long as you believe it, they got you. As long as you oblige to commands and you don't speak up, you acquiesce. And as long as you acquiesce, you're you're screwed basically, right? So,
Absolutely.
because I'm reading some of the comments in here,
Right?
and I mean, some of the comments I do agree, and then some of the comments I don't really agree, but I get where they're coming from, But a lot of it is too, is like I said, you got a lot of information coming out right now, where you got to really learn how to discern what information is right and what information is not
And
correct,
that's
or
my
where
biggest
you're
beef.
at in the process.
Michelle, that's my biggest beef, right?
Yeah.
Now, now my biggest beef is this. Now, I go back to I came out of a womb, you came out of a womb, right? We both came out of a womb. We both came out of a uterus. Our mothers gave birth to us on the land, right?
Yeah.
And that's a fact. Unless you came out of a lab, you came out of a womb, right?
Yeah.
With a soul.
Right.
Period. Now, you come out the womb. Now, some guy gets into Congress and starts writing shit down on paper, and now you've got to follow what he says you got to do. You got to file this SPC. You got to file this executor office. You got to file this. You got to file that. Man, I just came out the womb on the land, and all I need to do is live off the land. And I don't care what you are talking about. Period.
Right. But I get it. I 100% agree. Here's the thing. If you're a spiritual person, right? Whatever you believe in. I'm not here to judge people, but for me, in my personal belief, is we were created by God, right? And
Most
the
high.
devil was basically sent down to earth along with the other angels that were following him, right? So basically the way I see it is like this. Satan, for me, the devil is Satan, right? Lucifer, the morning star, whatever you want to call him. For me, he's here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to deceive as many souls, people that he can, right? So his deception is he's gonna always try
Have you met
to
him?
impersonate the creator, the
Have you met
creation.
him?
You know what I mean?
Michelle. Michelle, my love, have you met him?
He's all over. He is all over. He is in this world. He is the king of the world currently. That's
He's
why we have so many injustices. That's why people that are they're God's warriors, they get attacked a lot because he knows that his time is short, and the people that are doing God's deed, whether it's healing, whether it's spirituality, whether it's teaching, whether it's court, whether it's whatever. God has his implants where he needs to put them, because at the end of the day, it's the body of the church. You feel me? And as long as people allow government to indoctrinate their mind of, oh, this is Christian, this is Hinduism, this, you know what I mean? If you allow that,
No, you're right.
at the end of the day, everybody wants the same commonality, which is peace, which is justice, being just, right? And loving, caring, and no
Love
hurting.
thy neighbor, do no harm.
Right. You know what I mean? And as long as people allow the government, because remember, when you separate people, you conquer and divide, right? So as long as people don't stand united despite their political beliefs, I don't even believe in politics, because to me, they're all on the same side. The Republics, the Democrats, the third party, the Green Party, whatever, they're all in the same bullshit because they're all corrupt. You know what I mean? So
But like, let me throw this curveball at you, and I'm gonna throw this curveball at all of y'all. I keep going back to the fact that we all came out of a uterus, and we was all born on the land. Okay, all of us came out of a uterus and was born out of a land, unless you came out of a lab, and you're soulless individual. Okay, so I don't even know if that's real or not. But all I'm saying though, if you are like me or Michelle or anybody else who was on this live who came out of a uterus and you was born on the land, I don't care HGR 192. I don't care about none of this stuff anymore. It's some dude who wrote it down on a piece of paper. And now we've got to like go back and read what this dude wrote in order to live our lives. And that to me is injustice. That to me is injustice. I don't care if you're going through SPC, if you're going through the executor office. I don't care if you're going through authenticating your birth certificate. Bro, we all came out of a uterus and was born on the land. You understand?
yeah.
And why do we have to go through all this stuff in order to be free?
Yeah.
Now, are we free? Are we free? Somebody wants to come on. Are we free, or are we learning to be free? Did we not come out the womb free? Did we not come out of that womb free? No, because most of us was born in the hospital. In the hospital, they cut that cord way too quick and drain your placenta and all this stuff they do.
Yeah. I mean,
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
hey.
I was talking my little smack in the comments about like ain't enough paperwork. It ain't never gonna be enough paperwork. It ain't never gonna be enough studying. Once you get your mind wrapped around like there's no big bad to this whole paperwork claiming your whatever and stuff like that. When you think about it as people were slave mongrels, like people were legit like trafficking humans. They don't care about people in the same way. They only care about profits and stuff like that and what they can get to secure their own interests. And it can go from like a whole syndicate, like a whole group, to just one individual. So it's real.
And Jason, and they'll write anything down on a piece of paper and have us following that process all day long and trying to figure it out until we figure out that part, what you just said. You feel me?
Right, we came here illiterate, and we try to act like it's civics and stuff like that. Oh yeah, this is just law and order. You get what I'm saying? This is how we stop people from being bad and stuff like that. People weren't inherently bad. People weren't inherently desperate, if that makes sense. We weren't desperate. We weren't stealing. We weren't killing each other and all this stuff. If the world was as plentiful and as
we all knew how to live off the land. and they robbed us of that knowledge. None of us know how to live off the land. Now,
Nah.
if you knew how to build your own house and live off the land, why in the world would you need the fucking government?
That's the
I don't
thing.
know about a birth certificate or none of that. Why would you need any of that if you knew how to live by yourself?
They say it's civics. They say it's always to help you claim your lost monies or identity and whoop de whoop de whoop.
You see what I'm saying?
It's
But
a game.
they got us up here selling processes all day.
For the
All
money though that they saying is irrelevant. Ain't that funny?
right. But say like I had sweet potatoes and all kind of stuff grown in my backyard. I got all
Can
that
I
stuff.
can
No,
I
but
give you some sweet potatoes for this freedom information, for these freedom papers?
you wouldn't need it. You wouldn't need it
But
unless
then
they
they say
unless
nah,
they
they say they're gonna come take your land. They're gonna come take your land with eminent domain or something like that. They threaten you with violence. And you
that's the
could be
only
violent
thing.
too.
If they show up on your doorstep with guns, what are you gonna show up with? And that's what the
Right.
Second Amendment is all about.
Yeah, man. It's still a republic, but it's an open market. That's the only thing people don't understand. It's a republic, but it's an open market.
Well, it
You
was
can
built as a republic, but is it still a republic? We got to ask
yeah,
ourselves.
it's still a republic.
Well, I mean, because every time these politicians come up on these platforms, on these TVs, these televisions, right? They're always talking about democracy. You ain't never heard republic out of any of these people.
My livelihood is not up for discussion, debate, or up to somebody else's vote. What I do and
You
stuff
better
like that, you
speak on
can't.
it. You better speak
Yeah,
on it, brother. Say that shit again.
my life is not up for debate or discussion or vote. Like I don't get that stuff. People be like judged by six. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by six. It's, it's,
Well,
it's,
I mean,
it's,
I'm
it's,
not
it's
even
what
gonna
they put in. They ingrained this into the society, the culture.
tell you. They
They
telling you how
taught
to
us
think.
this.
They
Yeah,
telling you
they
how to think.
socially engineered us.
And all of us are on these lives trying to find a process to get out of a situation that we in
Cause we
when
in poverty. We desperate. What? What? People spend 6 to 7, 8, 10 hours online doing these NPCs and stuff, busting their butt at work for paper mills or welding, getting these trades, being productive, whatever, whatever. But you get what
tear
I'm
it up,
saying? There's no big bad to all of this. There's no this is the last time until you reach 60 something or
tear it up.
70 something, or you be still doing it because you only know how to be a workhorse, so you a greeter at Walmart at 70 and 80 years old.
Jason, tear it up.
It's
Tear it up.
hard.
You remember that shit in
I,
Glory? You
it's
remember that shit
hard.
in Glory where they, in Glory he was like, oh, the white soldiers get this and the black soldiers get that and Denzel Washington was like, tear it up. If there's
Okay.
injustice, if there is injustice, you do not accept it. Period.
Yeah,
Tear it up.
man. So you get what I'm saying,
What?
man. I've been thinking on this stuff for a while, but hey, here I am. I'm on the third shift gig because I feel like I gotta work in order to make money, but they give me stamps. They give me stamps. They give me subsidized housing. So I don't have to work. You get what I'm saying? But I choose
Sound
to.
like a bunch of
Why?
benefits, brother. Sounds like a bunch of
Yeah.
benefits. Like you
So
gave
you
up
get what
your.
I'm saying?
It sounds like you gave up your rights for a bunch of benefits.
They still was there. Whether I had the right to work and I got the right not to work. Ain't that crazy?
Absolutely. But what are you working for?
I don't know. To be comfortable in my old age, which
Well, like no,
is
like
not even promised.
let's get
It's
it
not
down
even a
to business.
guarantee.
My brother, let's get it down to business. Let's get down to business. What are you working for? You are trading your time and labor for what? Wages? Um, 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 what else another one? I can't think of another one. So there's wages, right? So what are
Mm-hmm.
wages? So are you working for wages
Coupons, food
or
coupons,
well,
food coupons, or
no, but like hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Are you working for wages? Because that's what it usually they talk about. What is your
So
wages? What
actually,
is your
wages.
salary?
So just so we're all clear on this, in case you guys don't know, your wages are actually paid for by your Sister KV trust, which
See?
is which is
Wow.
actually taken from your Social Security.
See,
Now, if we're talking taxes, IRS, right? Again, it goes back to how do you claim yourself? Do you claim yourself to be a corporation, which is the all cap name, or are you a free person?
no, like
Now, for me
Michelle,
personally,
can I let me interject? And I'm so sorry, my love. I'm so sorry. But this is like the third time I've heard this. And if this is true, it should start a revolution overnight. And this is for only entertainment purposes only. I'm just talking. Please do not take what I say with a grain of salt. But if that is true, every time you give this employer your social security number, and this is for entertainment purposes only, okay? If you give this person, right, this corporation, your social security number, and they're not paying you out of their profits and all of that, that you think that you're getting paid out of, but you're getting paid out of your own credit, out of showing up and working there. Now, if that is true, how does that make you feel, people? I just want to know. I
that
just want to know.
actually that is true, and I can tell you where you can find it. You can find it actually in the Social Security manual. According to their own rules, you're not supposed to give your Social Security number, period.
To
And
anyone.
that's in the book. Now,
Yes,
if you're
ma'am.
talking about IRS, there's actually a form that you can fill out where you actually are where you basically resend your W-2s, right? So there's a couple of forms you can do, which is the W-8 Ben, right? You can do that, or you can do the W-8 Ben. I believe it's the W-8 Ben T,
So,
which
like,
exempts you from
point of
everything.
order, relevancy. What's the relevance of it? If it's nothing, there's always going to be another paperwork. There's always going to be another
see,
form.
The
come on with it,
relevancy,
Shane.
the
Come on with it,
relevancy
Sean.
of it is that you don't. The whole point is having financial freedom, right?
So, like, we
Starting
talking
your
about
mom,
the.
Why was I ever in crisis? Why was I ever in financial crisis?
See,
I was just
like,
born.
yes, come on.
because this is the system that we're living in. This is
It's
the
not
system.
civil though. It's not civility. It's just a system, like you just said. So you can create another system.
Right. I
Right.
mean, as long as someone can
Do away with
create
the system
one,
in
we
place.
can do
And
it. But the problem is there's no unity, right? Because if we had unity, we wouldn't have this government. Period.
wait,
We
wait,
wouldn't be.
Michelle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But
She right though. Like we got to
no,
give
but
her a
like
prop.
no,
She is
no,
right.
no.
She's right.
Son. Let me interject. Right. What you just said. Right. If here's the thing. Right. If we just pop out of a uterus, like all of us did with souls, anyone who popped out of a uterus, we all have souls. I don't care black, white. I don't care who you are. If you popped out of a uterus, you got a soul. Okay. That's the only way a soul can make it onto this plane, okay? As far as I'm concerned, that's just all I know. If you popped out of a uterus onto this plane, you have a soul. And now you are bound to everything that everyone teaches you from when you was this little baby because your memory's wiped out. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing as a little baby. I'm looking at my little nephew and my little niece tonight. They don't know nothing. So we got to guide these young ones not to like, oh, Don't even worry about the government. Don't even worry about none of them. Because you just popped out and you are walking around on this earth, on this plane, and you are supreme over everything else, especially the government. Especially the government. Why do we pop out and want to answer to them and do all these processes? I'm tired, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm getting a little passionate now. I'm getting a little passionate. But why do we have to pop out and start doing all these processes in order to live? Bro, I just popped out. My cat lives better than me. My
You were
cat,
enslaved, brother.
my
You
cat,
were
my
enslaved.
cat lives better than me, bro.
You were enslaved. Your parents were slaves. It's hard to believe it. You weren't a citizen. You weren't a part of a national society of people. You were a part of a
Bro, my
whole
cat lives better than me.
commune. He was
My
in a
cat.
commune,
Think about your
concentration
dog.
camp.
Do you have a dog? Anybody there got a dog? In the
They
comments.
can't live better than me. They can't live better than me.
I'm telling you, bro, your dog lives better than you. Does your dog pick up your droppings? Nope.
No, but I mean, I get the whole concept of what you're saying, but here it is. As long as as long as we don't change our mindset, right? And learn to grow and and forget about the indoctrination, right? This is why the indoctrination for the government is so important, right? Because this is the way they can control people. This is the way. Remember, fear, when people fear things, it makes people do crazy, stupid things, right? So
Right.
this is why God tells us, you have no fear. Do not fear the unknown, because God always got us. No matter what we do, no matter where we go, no matter how we travel, he always got us, right? But the thing is as long as us humans, right? Because a lot of us too are deciphering the information, and a lot of us are profiting off of it. You feel me? So to me, this is how I see it, and I can only speak for myself. If I have knowledge, it is my duty and my job to educate people who aren't educated or who don't have the understanding, and showing them, right? This is a part of growing up. It's like having a parent, right? When we're raised by proper parents, they raise us, they teach us, they groom us accordingly, right? So
Come on.
the problem is people are taking advantage, and they're not teaching people how to do things the correct way, so that we can grow and we can stop being
You're
slaves.
not a part of the fold. You're
You
in the
see what I'm saying?
slavery class. You're not in the
Exactly.
same. You're not in the fold. You don't share our beliefs. You're not a part of our people. So just think about it. You're at war.
No
It's
Right.
a
bullying.
difference.
No
Exactly.
bullying. No
So
bullying.
that's the problem, though, is no race is superior than others, right? I think, to me, the human being,
Nationalities are different.
the
We talking
right,
about people of different classes, statuses, and
but all that was
agencies.
invented
See,
by
like,
government.
let me stop both of
No,
you.
not just by a government. It was
Let me stop both of y'all.
it's my people versus yours,
Let
and
me
we were
stop.
desperate. I'm
Let me
sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Difficult. I'm sorry.
my brother, my sister. I love you both, but let me stop both of y'all. We both popped out of a uterus. We both got souls. I can't tell you what to do with your soul. You can't tell. I don't care what body you wrapped in, okay? I don't care what body you wrapped in. I can't tell you what to do with your soul. I cannot tell you what to do with your soul. You popped out just like I did, bro. Sis, I'm telling you, you cannot tell me what to do with my soul. I popped out just like you. Now, if you are a soulless individual, like I would say some of these police officers, the judges, I'm not, entertainment purposes only, okay? I'm not trying to spread hate, but like it seemed like some of these people are soulless. Now, have you ever met somebody who doesn't have a soul? Is that real? Is that something we need to talk about? Some of these people are soul. They have no soul. Where's your spirit, bro? Where's your compassion? You gonna put me in jail for what? For what? You gonna put me in jail for what? Get out of here. I don't care about these processes, bro. You gonna put me in jail for what? Get out of here.
It's for threats of fear of violence. You better go with them or they're gonna hurt you. Nobody's above the ride. Unless you gonna protect yourself with insurrection. I don't recommend it unless you want to be a martyr. Death to the revolutionaries.
I mean, I agree, but here's the
Look at the crucifix. Look at the crucifix. The crucifix is showing a revolutionary being slaughtered. They don't want no more revolutionaries. No more martyrs. Nobody else has to perish.
here's a big question. Here's the thing. We're all stuck in this world right now, right? The only way we're gonna change things, right? Yeah, you can sit here and say, I don't want to be put in prison. I don't, but that's what's happening. That's the current situation, right? And as long as we don't master what documents to file, how to hold these people accountable, how to get ourselves out of jail when we get thrown in jail for crimes that aren't even crimes, right? As long as we don't have that proper understanding and claiming our proper status and basically doing the right thing under the law, right? As long as we don't do this, we're always going to have issues and we're always going to be enslaved and we're always going to be in servitude. You know what I mean? And it's not about race. And if you think it's about race, then that's the wrong mentality. Why? Because at the end of the day, it's like you said, Mr. Difficult. At the end of the day, we're a soul. We're supposed to care for each other. I don't care if you're Chinese, Indian, Arab,
That's just your meat sack.
whatever you are, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's about how we care for each other, because the only way we're going to survive this is through helping each other out, meaning proper paperwork, proper information, reading, educating yourself, getting yourself out of the matrix. Once you become a private citizen and you truly know what that means, you will no longer be in the system, but you'll have everything that you need in order to live in this world. And that is the actual outcome of this, is exiting the matrix of the corrupt, satanic, occultic world that we're currently living in. People
Can
know
I say something?
there's something wrong with this world.
Nah, but like I feel you, Michelle. Like
Can I say something real quick?
hats off. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. When it comes down to it, I hear everything you saying, Shell. But my question is, people don't acknowledge what they don't want to. Like I can work down at your local county clerk's office. I can work at the OMB. I can work at the Secretary of State. And if somebody higher up than me in this chain of bureaucracy says, going to throw that one away, throw that page away, oh, this is nonsense, throw that stuff away, shred
Who's
it.
higher up than you, though?
Huh?
Who's higher
No,
up?
I say I just work there. I just work there. I'm just a subordinate.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just a subordinate. They say throw that shit away, it's meaningless and all that stuff. What happens then? You just got records that you did send it, and then you got other people in places where you try to get your due process, because these are all civics, right? Due process, all that lies in civility and civics. People don't acknowledge that if they don't want to, if they don't have to. Especially if I want to keep a class of people in a certain type of way. Yeah, I see somebody put post office and stuff like that. I get what you're saying, but it takes a lot more. I would say I don't see any judges being arrested by the postmaster general or stuff like that, or the county mortician. I'm not seeing that sort of stuff happening in today's time.
Wait, say that again, bro.
Like
Like y'all ain't listening. Say that again.
about the county mortician being able to arrest. I think it's either the sheriff or the judge or something like that.
Here's the thing. You mentioned the postmaster general, and like
Yeah, the
that's a
postmaster. Because I
position.
see post office. Yeah, it's a post. There's a postmaster general.
Well, people don't understand that position is like higher than the president, bro.
So you get what I'm saying? It's all this. It's make believe as far as
Hold
I'm
on, man.
concerned.
Let's not gloss over that now. Let's not gloss over that now. They can ban me if they want to, but is the postmaster general higher than the president?
Yes.
Now let's talk about it, people. They can ban me if they want to, but is the postmaster general higher than the president? And like,
Yes.
how in the fuck is that possible? Excuse my language.
Because it's a
Now,
private organization. We're
and
talking about
nobody's
two.
talking about that. Nobody's talking about that. How you can get a Pony Express credit card in your pocket, and next thing you know, all of your problems are gone.
It
Nobody's
sounds
talking.
too. It
Nobody's
sounds
talking
too
about it.
good to be true, though. It sounds
Nobody's
too good to be
right,
true.
but nobody's talking about it. If we all talked about it, it would be good enough to be true. It would manifest itself if we're all talking about it.
Nobody talks about it because not many people know about it. You
It's
know,
out there. The information. I'm
Oh
just a
well,
regular
that's cool.
dude from a no-name town. Like
is
That's
is
cool
going
it's
though.
through the
it's
is
out
going through
there.
the proper channels, doing your proper processes, knowing
Well,
how to
let's
hold
talk
these
about
people
it, Shell.
accountable.
Shell,
You know
let's
what I
talk
mean?
about it. How did we get that Pony Express card in our pocket? Because you know there's a white card too. Everybody talk about the black card, but do y'all know there's a white card? Ban me if you want to.
I'll be right back. I gotta go do my rounds, so I'll be right back. I'm working this job,
I
y'all.
know it's
I'm
too much heat
listening,
in
but
the
I'll be
kitchen,
back.
bro. I know it's too
No,
much
no,
heat.
no, no, no. I gotta go. I'm gonna literally lose service. I'm on the Wi-Fi and all that.
All right, bro. Take you.
So I'll be back. I'll be back. Don't get. I'm listening, but I'll be back.
Love, love, love.
I think a lot of people don't really understand. Like people get stuck with certain processes once they've commenced them, and they don't know which way to go. Okay, again, since we were talking about court, a lot of these state of courts, which are superior courts, which are inferior courts, right,
DBAs.
are giving false judgments for one, right? So people
Right,
are
so
like,
you getting into the law, like my channel, we all about business, baby. Like here's the thing, and I don't want to be disrespectful to you because I love you. You know what I'm saying? I love you to death. Okay, but this is business. But that court that you're stepping into, as far as I'm concerned, they are a DBA, and who you doing business with. Like, let's not get to the law, because we can fight the law all day. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. We see that every day we can get on live and we can debate the law all day, every day. If you got a radio channel, please record it. If you got a radio channel, please record it because you're going to get content and you're going to get views because everybody trying to figure out how to navigate their way through court when it's all business. It's all business. If that police officer pull you over, ask him for his business card and then give him yours along with your fee schedule.
right, but in order to do that, you have to have the proper processes in intact, right?
I agree. I agree.
CA, right? We all know we can pull up their Duns and Bradstreet number and get them that way, right? We can pull up their EIN numbers and we can get them that way as well, right? But the problem is
Under
people
construction.
aren't people aren't
Under
talking about,
construction. Under
right, but
construction. If they pull me over and I don't got nothing done, I'll say, well, here's the thing. I'll be happy to do business with you, but we're currently under construction, right? What do when they're under construction? They put a notice up. They put a notice up, right? You ever go to the mall and you see like a new shop coming up? They put a notice up, under construction. Wait till I'm done getting my business affairs in order, and then we can do business. Until then, do not talk to me. Period. Let's
Yeah, I
do.
mean, I totally get where I totally get where you're going through. Everything is business. Everything is commercial, right? The thing is, I mean, we can talk about law all day, but there's so many aspects into law that people aren't talking about certain aspects of the law, right? Because there are certain things when you specifically invoke only the law, not invoking precedented cases, not invoking stare decisis, not invoking other things, right? You limit the discretion of the so-called judge, right? There's so many, but the thing is, nobody's talking about this. So people go in there, oh, I'm going to do this, and then that doesn't work, or I'm going to do, because it doesn't matter what you do in court, you're always going to get railroaded. Why? Because that's what these lower courts are trained to do. They're trained to railroad you. They're trained to ignore you. They're trained to do all these things because why? Because they want to know if you're going to go through the correct process, right? Many people give up. Many people just say, you know what? Hell with that. I ain't going to deal with that because I ain't got time and I ain't got the money, right? That's what they bet on. But everything is business. Everything is commercial. It doesn't matter where you go. Everything is, but it's invoking the equity in order for you to get your remedies. It's invoking only the Constitution and nothing more. But people aren't doing that. People are running under case law and this and that. So you're giving the judge a choice to make a presumed, like you're giving the judge the ability to go under what he wants to do, because all of these judges are signing on in vacation, and as long as they sign in vacation not invoking the court, they have no power. These judgments are null and void. Bottom line, people aren't showing how do you acquire bonds, how do you acquire the oath of office. If they don't have it, what form can I use to go after them in a private matter? Because let me remind you, you can go after them in both their public and private capacity. When they act in their private capacity, they carry no immunity. Even when they're in court, they carry no immunity. Why? Because they're operating in commercial capacity. That's the bottom line. And people don't talk about that. People don't talk about why are people going into jail for crimes that aren't even crimes. Why? Because they have not bonded their case. Why? Because your body becomes the surety. But see, people don't talk enough about this. People don't really know how it really works. You feel me?
Well, you gotta go deeper though, Michelle. Like, why are they bonding you in the first place? Why are they bonding
Because
you
you're
in the first?
chattel.
Because
Because
it's
it
chattel.
all
But why are
starts
we
with your
chattel?
registration.
But why are we chattel?
Because our parents become informants because they are deceived, and so they register us to a state. We become a vessel. That's
It's
why when they talk about us, they talk about us as a vessel. They talk about us not as a person. I can't even say person because even person is
I
wrong.
hate the
But
word. I
we
hate the
can't.
word.
I mean, do you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's a lot of it has to be with the understanding and overstanding of what's really happening in our faces, and coming to the realization, fuck, I have to protect myself. I have to protect my loved ones. I mean, look at the stuff they're doing with kids too. When you take a kid to a public school, they become property of the school, and no
You
one
better
is
talk about
not
it.
many people talks
You
about it.
better talk about it.
Again, as much as we hate not to do the paperwork, we have to do it in order to claim our rights, in order to come out of that status of their admiralty maritime jurisdiction. It goes back to the same thing, learning to apply the proper forms, creating your own forms to hold these people accountable. People aren't talking about it very much. I talk about it in my channel. I even show you the law. I take you exactly where the law stipulates whatever it is. You know what I mean? And as long as we have people to show the proper way, I mean, even if 1 million people did this, it could shut the government down. If 1 million people stop paying taxes, right?
Yeah.
It can hurt. And the
Yeah.
government will be forced to change how they're operating, which is all corrupt. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
They're gonna have to hire a lot more than 87,000 more employees, like they put on Facebook and all that. Remember that little
Right.
ad? They're gonna have to hire a lot more people than that. But like, here's the thing, Michelle. Can I let me get in here and interject, right? And I'm coming from I'm coming from the dirt. You know how motherfuckers say we coming from the mud? Because we come from the mud, right? We are the dust of the earth, right?
Yep.
We are the only people that can leave our mark on the earth. We are living. We have souls. Unless you are soulless. If you're soulless, get off my live, please. But my thing is this, we keep going through a bunch of stuff that a bunch of dudes got together and wrote down on a piece of paper. But they came out, or did they? Did they come out? Did they come out of a uterus, or was they made in a lab? You know what I mean? Like I came out of a uterus, bro. Like I came from the dirt. We came from the mud. We are the dust of the earth
Right.
in the likeness of God. Like
Agree.
hold on, Michelle. Hold on, Michelle. You keep wanting you keep wanting to like arguing all of these all of these concepts that men wrote down on paper. But what comes from the most high, people? What comes from the most high? It's not something that some dude wrote down on a piece of paper. I don't care if it's a 1966 or Cessna QV Trust or none of that stuff, bro. Like I came out of a uterus, man. I'm of the likeness of God. Do you know who you are? Like I'm not reading these statutes no more, bro. Like I'm not wasting my time with your statutes. Leave me the fuck alone. And let's figure out how to do that. Because at the end of the day, we know they ain't doing nothing but conducting business. People, we could get on this here and start selling processes all we want to. But we know that we popped out of a uterus. We got souls, people. We have souls. We are not fact. We are not fictions. We are fact. We are of fact. We are self-evident. When we walk into that courtroom, if you so decide to choose to do so, if you decide to choose to do so, you are self-evident. You do not need to represent yourself. You are there and they can see you, but they acting like they don't. Man, bunch of liars, bro. Let them. I don't want to be hateful. You know what I mean? Because I don't want. But it makes you angry. It makes you angry. And these people up here acting. And I seen the prosecutor. Informational purposes only, entertainment. Like I love you guys. Let's call this a podcast, okay? Right? I saw the prosecutor on my case because I told her, look, man, I'm gonna just have to get a lawyer because I don't know what I'm doing, and I bluffed her, and she came into the court case the next day, damn near tap dancing, cause she was like, oh, I got him. Now we got a lawyer on him. Now we can do whatever we want to do. But when she found out that I filed an affidavit that same day, changed her position right then and there. But you can go in there, you can do all this stuff. Oh, I'm gonna serve an affidavit. My court case, that was a month ago, over a month and a half ago. February 13th was my court date. Do the math. I don't know. That's like a month and a half ago. I haven't heard from them since. Now, but if they pick me up on some new charges, now what happens? Now I got to answer to the old charges too, because they're still open. They're still charged to my name.
Yeah, regarding court, they keep cases open past the 5th year because then they're able to collect the bonds. If you
That law. Who made that law, Michelle? Who made that law? Who made that law, and why should I follow it? Let's just go to that.
well,
And why should I follow it?
well,
Who's this guy?
here's the
Who's this
thing.
guy? Am I related to him? I don't think so.
No, I mean, I totally agree with the way you're thinking, right? Unfortunately, this system is not like that. They will throw you in jail.
Of course.
They will kidnap you and put you in jail and forget the keys. Do you see what I'm saying?
Of course.
Does it make it just? Of course not. It
Nope.
does not. There's so many people in this world that are being locked up for things that aren't even considered crimes. You know what I mean? And I get it. I totally get where you're coming from. I get,
It's a bunch of dudes sitting around writing some stuff down to dictate your life. Now, who are you? And did I give you the authority to write something down to dictate my life? No, I never did. Ever.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I agree with the stuff that you're saying. Unfortunately, we live in a world where we have to know how to defend ourselves, where we have to put in the correct paperwork, where we have to be knowledgeable. We're not studying these laws because we're applying the laws. You see what I'm saying? We're studying the laws so we can know how to hold these people accountable. Like, again, the Constitution wasn't written for us. It was written for the government to be held accountable when they injure the public. The public is the public. See, the problem is the public is here to hold people accountable, and we don't know how to do it because we're infants in their eyes. We're incompetent, we're drunks, we're minors, whatever you want to call us. That's why they talk to us the way they talk to us. That's why they address us the way they talk to us. But the reality is they are our servants when they wear the badge, when they wear the robe.
Go into the courtroom. Michelle, I'm sorry, baby. Go into the courtroom and ask the judge, did you give birth to me? Are you my mama?
I've done that actually. I've actually been into a courtroom where I've just strictly asked for jurisdiction and the judge walked off.
Jurisdiction,
So
not jurisdiction, not jurisdiction. Let's forget about jurisdiction. Let's forget about all of that jurisdiction crap, if you will. Ask the judge, are you my guy? Are you my mama? Are you my daddy? Did you give birth to me? Why are you telling me what to do? Because my dad died in 2021, okay? And not a man on that goddamn panel could tell me what to do. Period.
yeah. No, I get it. But at the end of the day, right, you cross the wrong judge, he's going to throw you in jail, whether it's right or wrong.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
You know what I mean?
I'm sorry.
That's how they are. That's how corrupt they are. So again, it's like, why would you put yourself in a situation like that?
But you ask him because he's always going to give you a chance to ask. He or she. My judge is a she, guys. My judge is a she. So like that's why I always say she. Okay? My judge is a she. They're always going to ask. Do you understand? They're always going to ask the binding questions. They always going to ask the binding questions. And if you don't bind to their questions, they got nothing. And I think that's why my court case went cold. I wasn't binding to nothing she said.
That can happen. I'm not gonna disagree, but at the same time, I think it just all depends who you get, and it all depends on what they're willing to tolerate. And at the end of the day, again, if you are
Tolerate.
brown, if you are
I will not be
Hispanic,
tolerated, my
you know
love.
what I mean? They
I will
will
not be tolerated.
verbally, you
I will
know.
not be tolerated by a bunch of people who are supposed to have an oath to protect my rights. Am I supposed to be tolerated by these people? Like, let's get to the foundation. Like, we always fight and going through these processes and all of that, and we forget who we are. Like, we, the people, created the government, and we're going into these places under the guise that these people are government, but they're not. They're not. They are not. So stop thinking they're government, because they are not. They can ban me if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I understand where you're coming from. I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand everything. But again, we're dealing with corrupt people, and we're dealing with people who don't have morals, who don't have ethics, who don't have
Let's not say that. Let's not say that. Let's not say that. These regular folks, these are regular folks. They grew up just like you and I.
You better
They
get it on.
just,
You better
Yeah,
get it
but
on.
at the end of the
they
day,
regular
they go
Hold on,
folks.
along
let
and
us
then
speak.
They regular folks. Like, you can go be a notary tomorrow. That's just a regular person. And you can go be a clerk of court tomorrow, just with doing an Indeed application. You just want to feed your family. You want to make some money. You might
I
build
just
some
want to live
knowledge
on
here
the
and
land,
there.
bro. I just want to live on the land, and now you coming up with all these rules and regulations and statutes and all this stuff that some man wrote down on a piece of paper, and now all of a sudden you got to follow it. Man,
First
let
in
me
line is first in time, brother. You know that.
let me start writing my own rules down and see if
First
they
in
follow.
line is first in time.
I'm gonna start writing my own rules down. God damn it.
Because the first person who gets that gets the Jordans. The first person in line gets the movie tickets. You stuck in the nosebleeds. Most of us is late to the is we slow to anger. That's how it is. We slow to anger. If you was really fed up with this or tired of it, yeah, you would do all the processes. You would read all the books, buy the webinars and the different what they call them not sitcoms but
Episodes.
the forums. You know go to the seminars. That's what I'm trying to say. Seminars. Yeah, I know Winston Strout. I know who else? Who else be talking all this? We got a lot of people, and it's been on you. It started on YouTube, and it might have started before that, back when VHSs was still going on. But we already know, like, they not gonna give it to you. They not gonna listen to your paperwork. They gonna call you crazy. You might can get away with a couple bills here and there, but they keeping track. They got your number. They know where to find you. They know where to pick you up.
My
If they
question to them. My question to them. Did you pop out like I popped out, bro? Did you pop out like I popped out?
yeah, but you
You
gonna
got a
they
soul?
gonna
Do you got a soul, my brother? I bet
they
these
gonna
people
put you
have no soul, bro. I bet these
they
people
gonna
have
put you
no
in a
soul.
chair. They got a chair down in the county building, a special chair
I'm
that
telling
they
you,
strap you up with. They gonna strap you up,
bro.
or they gonna put you in isolation.
I'm telling you, these people have no soul, bro. No soul.
We these regular folks, man. Their parents just wanted the best for them, like your parents wanted the best for you. It's just how the cards are dealt. They so far gone, they don't know the history of this. Half of them, they just going to work.
Yeah, but they're still accountable for their actions, especially if you're trying to educate them and show them, hey, this is what it
You know
stipulates.
what that sounds like? That sounds like them
That's
Christians who would say people will go to hell for not knowing God.
no,
You get what I'm saying? That's the
I
same thing.
disagree. I disagree
That's the
because
same thing. Ignorance
no,
of the law is no excuse, right? Same shit, right? It's
Wow.
the same shit.
Wow. What's your name, bro? Jason?
Jay Sean. Yeah, Jay Sean Hannon.
Yeah. Nah, but I feel that though because
It's
that's
the
real
same
shit
shit.
though. Ignorance of the law, right? I mean, is God
You
going
go to hell because you don't believe in God. Ain't that what they say? Like,
exactly? So like,
it's the
if I
same
do
shit.
something that I ain't knowing I was doing wrong, but God said I couldn't do it, I'm still going to hell, right?
Yeah, yeah. So
Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
yeah, man. It ain't nothing personal. It's just business. You might get trafficked one time or another. You
Mm,
might get your property stolen one time or another. You might not be securing your papers one time or another. You might be told that you can't say that on a public platform one time or another. They might take your guns one time or another. Your dollar might not be worth a dollar.
your dollar,
It's an
your
open
dollar
market.
is not worth a dollar. Let's just say that.
It's an open market. You have to agree. If you don't agree, you must give agency or credence or show some sort of knowledge to what your claim is. You got to prove claims. If you can't
Hmm.
prove the claim, then you get what I'm saying. You're talking nonsense.
And I'm not trying to hate on nobody right now. Like Shell, I ain't trying to hate on you. Like I love
Shell
you.
is awesome. I like Shell.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to hate on you. Like I'm just coming from a different perspective of late. Of late, I'm coming from a different perspective, and I was from that perspective, where it's like, oh well, let's do this process, and let's do this, and let's do that,
You
and
get caught up in the Moors too. You ever hit a Moors? You get caught up in the Moors?
it don't matter who it is, bro. Like it's a
Yeah.
cauldron. It's a cauldron. Throw this process in the pot, stir it. Throw that process in the pot and stir it. Throw this and do it in it and stir it. And they got us process seeking. You know what I mean? And it's like, what is to the crux of it, bro? And to me, I start from the foundation, bro. We, everybody who's on this live, who popped out of a uterus, we all have souls, okay? And if you got a soul, you gotta feel what I'm saying right now. If you're soulless, then get out of my life immediately. You
That's some
understand?
real positive affirmation right there. You probably don't know who finna leave out your life.
I'm just saying, if you
That's a
don't
real
have a
positive
soul, get out of
affirmation.
my life right now. If you popped out of a uterus like I did, because we all popped out of a uterus, right? I'm just saying. Now, here's the thing. If you don't know anything else, I mean, start throwing them processes in the cauldron. See what magic you can come up with. Because like that's all they doing. They conducting magic. They magistrates. They're administrating your they're administrating your estate through magic. They are magistrates. Okay? It's sleight of hand. They're taking your name and they're just doing all kind of shit with it, and you ain't even know it.
It's called identity fraud.
This is what I'm saying. And they call them magistrates. It's right in front of you. It's right in front of you.
But hey, man, you
They're
speaking over
not
people's
judges.
heads.
I'm just saying, bro. They ain't judges.
Speaking over people's heads. They at the place where they saying they judges. All that. They putting on
Wait,
a
hold
good
on.
show. It's a great show.
Oh, okay. What is the process for being in a counterclaim in the criminal court? Like I would say, E. Like I don't know how to pronounce that. Cheek Caracas. Um, Here's the thing. A counterclaim would probably be one of the good things you can do. a counterclaim is one of the good things you could do. But you don't counterclaim on your rights or anything like that. You counterclaim on business.
On the injury.
Exactly. Right?
Oh, for entertainment purposes only. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a regular dude from a no-name town.
There you go. And I ain't trying to give nobody no, yeah. Counterclaim, bro. Ask them the right question.
Your time is precious. Just remember that. Your time is precious. We all got a finite amount of it. It ain't in abundance. They can take up your time in processes alone that can keep you out of work, keep you away from your family. Those are injuries, sort of things.
His kids, though. They trying to take his kids. So, like, to me, that's the ultimate, man. Like, I'm ready to come down there and fight for him.
Emotional distress.
Kids away from him, you know what I mean? And I don't know him from a grain of salt, bro. And how many grains of salt is out there? I don't know him from a grain of salt, but this man came on my live and poured his heart on the live, so I feel for him. You feel me? And they trying to take his kids away. And that's not cool. To me, that's not cool. But I'm like, I keep telling them, who are these people that take your kids away? Who are these people that proclaim to have the authority to tell you what popped out of this woman that you helped put in there? Right? Like, let's think about it. Like, let's go right back to the foundation. Who are you? And why can you tell me what to do with my children? Who are you? Now, if you thought like that, now if you think like that, now you starting to pick up all the rocks that have all the uncoverings that you need to figure out. Now you're going down the right path to try to figure out what you need to do. It's not, well, I did this and I did this and she did this and the he say and the hearsay that goes on in court where nobody's on the oath, right? Nobody's on the oath. But if you stick to what you know, and you know it's like these people behind this bench had no part in creating this child. Now, don't get me wrong. Some people need a child taken away from them, though. And we need to talk about that, too. Some people need a child taken away from them. But I ain't talking about E. Like, E put his heart out on the live, man. Several times, to the point where people was trying to kick him out of my life. They was trying to kick him out of my life because he was like, okay, this guy again? And I'm just like, wait, let the man talk. But I let everybody talk. So everybody else is like, well, get him out of here because he ain't real. He ain't doing this. And I ain't shitting on it, what anybody's saying. I'm just saying. I seek first to understand and then I be understood. I'm going to let you speak. I'm going to let you put your heart out there because that's what I want. You know what I mean? That's what I want. God damn it. Like, listen to me, please. Will you shut up and listen to me? How many times you ever said in your life, will you shut and listen to me? And nobody's listening. They just waiting for their time to speak.
You sound like you've been watching a lot of Naruto. That's what he was like. I'm sick of being in this village with people disrespecting me.
Bro, I ain't watching nothing. I'm soul searching, bro. I'm looking inside. I'm looking within, bro. I ain't watching nobody else but me. You feel me? And no disrespect to what you just said, but I ain't watching nobody else but me. And here comes
That's what I was saying earlier, though. That's what I was touching on earlier. Like, when it come down to the paperwork and stuff, they don't have to acknowledge it. They don't have to. If they're subordinate and they superior say, put that in the trash, what you gonna do? Put it in the trash. And it ain't like they got nothing against you. They don't know you.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. That what Mr. Difficult was saying. It comes down to what now, like, you know, Also, there's a lot of things that come into play besides what the
That's a
social worker
felony
lied
to
about
talk
on the petition.
paperwork or whatever.
Also, that the what was that?
You can't. Go ahead, bro. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna just yield. Go ahead, bro.
I heard you. You said it's a felony. Yeah.
No,
who
no,
gonna
it's a
what's the
misdemeanor.
name? Who?
You gotta,
But
bro. You
who's
gotta.
gonna enforce it? Who gonna enforce it besides you? You
Right.
need acknowledgments.
Right.
No, but they're saying I brandished the
I don't
weapon. I
even.
gotta go to
I don't even.
to
I don't
arraignment
even.
on in
Well,
criminal court.
you made a few statements that I want to dissect, but the first one is I always say courts is a fiduciary relationship anyway. So I'm gonna just start there, and everything about court is about bonds, and that's it. So I don't really do none of that stuff. I just go there to offset, settle, with close. I don't do anything else. So that's pretty much it's
It
based
sound
on
like
Well,
you talking business, Julius. It sound
because
like
He
you
talking
talking
because
business.
I
It
court
thought
ain't
you said
nothing.
set
that
off
was law.
settlement and closed administrative remedy process.
Hold
right.
on.
Yeah, that I actually produced paperwork that I actually had gun charges and court cases before that I actually beat that I showed.
Hold on. Hold on.
On
I'm muting everybody. I'm gonna just keep muting people until y'all stop talking. And I don't usually do this, but you guys are talking business, right?
court is a
So
business. What are you talking about?
I'm going to
What
mute
do you,
you. I'm going to mute you. I'm not done. We are talking business, right? Right. So like we keep coming on these lives and doing all these processes. Are you coming from a place of business? Are you coming from a place of business? Are you talking rights and all that stuff? Are you coming from a place of business? Cause this man, like I'm not I don't want to focus on what I'm talking about or anything, because this man is faced with losing his kids. So how do we help E? How do we help E? Without selling him, like you can sell him something. But how do we help E?
Mr. Difficult.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's the thing, because I know who, like, if it's my neighbor, the one with the allegations, I think I know how to be it, but I want to bring a counterclaim for a fictitious litigant, because I've been to civil court 8 or 9 times. Every time I go, they make up lies to get a restraining order temporarily granted until the hearing, and then the hearing, when we go, it gets dismissed because the judge be like, damn, it's some bullshit, and they don't grant it, and they dismiss the temporary one. Now I'm gonna take all those papers from the civil court when I've been in the past to civil court, that I don't think 8 other judges have been wrong every time when they don't grant it. And besides that, she had me arrested back in 2017, and I
First of
took it to
all,
trial,
bro,
and beat all 7 charges.
first of all, you calling them judges? They're administrators. They're not
This is
judges.
criminal court.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Oh,
They're not judges. They are administrators. They are administrating. They
all right.
are
So what's the
not.
process?
Listen, E. They are not judges. Call them administrators. Because I bet nan one of them got an oath on office on record. They are administrators.
You did say that to ask him to read his oath onto the record.
They're not judges, bro. They're administrators, right? But you're giving them the title. Like, even when I went into my court case, bro, I never called the judge. I always called her ma'am. I'm not giving you the title because I know you're not a judge.
Well, she looks like a judge when she up there.
Oh yeah. That's what you call Halloween, bro. That's what you call Halloween.
I'm not even trying to go against them. I'm just trying to beat the person that's accusing me. Why go at it with that's picking a big fight that I can't win. I don't have the time or the I don't have. I don't want to be going like in bad terms
So
with the judge.
let me tell y'all what's going on with E, because he's going through a case where they're trying to take his kids away, and then out of the blue, people, out of the blue, He's charged with brandishing a weapon. Now, I'm like, E, that charge is only to defame you in order to take your kids away. That charge came out of left field, didn't it, E?
Yeah, because look, that charge, the allegations of me having done that, they had the neighbors when the police went and all that, nothing happened, right? And then after that, she had pepper sprayed me out of the nowhere, and then it was only until I called the prosecutor, the DEA, and I sent something out in the mail to the attorney general regarding a complaint that I made to internal affairs regarding the thing with my kids because the police officer said I refused a temporary restraining order, and that also that I consented to two of the kids leaving with grandma. So I put in the internal affairs complaint, and they said you have to wait a year till you get a response. A year passed, and I got the response from internal affairs, and it said that what I said was demonstratively false. So I asked,
Wait, E. Let's not get into the details of the case, bro.
no, but so they can get, like know the whole story, and because if not, it sounds like
All we
I'm
know,
lying
all
to
we
you.
know is that you're faced with losing your children, right? You're faced with losing your children, and now all of a sudden, out of the blue, you got
Yeah,
a
that's
charge coming against you,
yup,
right?
yeah,
And you know the charge is bullshit because
yup, because
he
it didn't
sent.
happen.
Wait, hold on, people. He sent me the charge. He sent me.
That should
He
sound
sent.
fake as fuck.
No. Right. He sent me the charge. He sent me the charge. Right. It's not even a charge, and it says someone has claimed. Now it said someone. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. It
Anyone.
says
That could be anyone.
It could be anyone off the street.
So why not a affidavit of specific negative avertment?
Man,
There you go. That's what I'm asking.
so
I don't know.
that's good. That's good. And that's good because right now that's what he has to do. Because it's not like he's gonna SPC his way out of it, right? It's not like he's gonna executive office his way out of it. He's just got to know the foundation, right? There's no process that's going to get him through this. Period. He's got to know what he's faced with, what's actually going on, because he's trying to get this done tomorrow. Like the other guy, some guy put $3,000 up. Man, I'll pay anybody $3,000 if they could get my case dismissed. And I was like, man, I talked with him 2 hours, man, and I gave it to him, and he still ain't listening to me. So, like, I mean, he's looking for that. Well, let me just file this document and get this done tomorrow.
It don't work like that.
No, I'm trying to respond to it to where I don't have to show up on the 14th. And if I do, I want to respond to it to where I'm bringing a counterclaim against the person making the allegations of supposedly me brandishing a weapon.
See, like, stop right there, E.
Wasting my time.
Stop right there, E. You said against the person who's bringing the allegation. Who is the person that's bringing allegations, bro?
It's a neighbor.
How? If they not named in a complaint or the summons or anything like that.
See, like, you see what E's doing? E, you're giving this person a name. Don't give him a person a name. You just stay. E. You just stay completely.
I know it's my neighbor.
Bamboozled about it. I don't know. No, fuck that. No, listen to me, bro. Listen to me, bro. Listen to me. You do not try to presume anything, because that's what the courts do.
Yeah.
Do not presume anything. They said somebody brought a claim against you. Well, if somebody, you know what you have a right to? Discovery. Who bring the claim against me?
That's what the paper you sent me was for, right? The one we were gonna.
Absolutely. But you was too focused on arguing, and you didn't want to get through the form.
No,
and
I
that's
didn't
the
say
thing.
We were.
You argue too much though. E. You got a lot of questions, but you ain't got time to hear answers.
No, he's trying to prove his facts that he took all this time.
The facts are on Mars. The facts are on Mars.
What does that mean?
The facts are on Mars. It don't matter what the facts are.
It don't, because it's all business.
So I don't know, E. From what I heard, brother, if you for the first charge, right? The first charge was
There's only one. Well, oh, they said there might be more, but they don't disclose them. That's crazy to me.
Of course, because they could keep coming up with shit as long as you don't ask the right questions. They're gonna keep coming up with shit, and you're gonna keep getting more and more nervous.
I'm
I would be laughing at that charge, E. I'm laughing at that charge, especially if you knew you didn't do nothing wrong. Laugh
Exactly.
at him. Laugh at him.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't want to
reading.
be laughing at them and sitting in the county though.
No, 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 no. You're not gonna sit in the county. You're not gonna sit in the county.
That's what I'm
okay.
saying. I
So
would.
if I'm getting this right, Mr. Difficult, let me know if I'm wrong. So I don't know how his first thing started, but then it come out to be a charge about brandishing a weapon. That's the only thing
Allegedly.
I got so far. What was the initial like point of
Well, let's not even
convergence?
focus on that, bro. Like I'm telling you right now, it said
Okay, hold on. Let me explain it,
someone.
Mr. Typical.
No,
Let
no,
me
no, no,
explain
no,
it.
no. E.
What?
It said someone. It said someone
Exactly.
claimed that you brandished a weapon. Produce the someone, and then we can move forward. Period.
Okay, so yeah,
Period.
but
Oh,
so
okay. I
so
get what
homeboy
you're
just said.
saying.
Period. Period. It's an
Okay.
open-ended hearsay claim, and I'm not going to answer to hearsay. Period. I'm not
So
Yeah,
answering
you
basically,
hearsay.
don't
don't
have
budge
to.
from there. Don't
I
budge from
am
there
not
because they
answering the
produced the
hearsay.
version.
And I was in my
Uh,
I was in my
Mr.
court.
Difficult,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
would you recommend he get a somebody that he pays to represent him in this? Because I would, me personally, I would recommend him get somebody who gonna do at least answer that, like not answer that question, but pose that question to the
Like show
I
up
could
on the
never.
day.
I could never recommend
because
somebody.
as I'm saying it, I
I
think
can
I think he got a good heart, but I don't think he equipped to take on this
I
endeavor by
understand that.
himself.
I understand that. I understand that. But I could never, in good heart and clean hands, recommend somebody get a foreign agent who is registered, right, by an act to represent you, to represent you. I
No,
can
but I
never
was
do
thinking
that.
that's a
I
good
can never
idea,
do
Mr.
that.
Difficult. You
I
know
could
why?
never do that.
No, but listen to me. You know why I think it's a good idea? Because that way I wouldn't have to present myself on the 14th. So even if, like, regardless, I could just send the lawyer
File,
in there.
dude, file a motion.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
file
okay,
a
we can do
motion,
that.
and that will give you time.
Okay.
Listen to me. File a
Oh,
motion. File a motion that will get you a hearing, right? A preliminary hearing.
That is a preliminary hearing, isn't it?
Yes,
The
sir.
one with.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Just file a motion, and then
Discovery.
well, what I'm telling you is, it's going to give you the opportunity to go in there and start asking questions, and then you will have the revelation that these people are not conducting law. You file a motion just to get in there and get in front of the judge and start asking questions. That is your only motive of going into court, because you have to see it for yourself. Because I saw it for myself, and I can only speak on
Bullshit.
what I've seen. Okay,
So
when
you
you
honestly think it's some bullshit. Like, it's
it's
just scare
bullshit.
tactics.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to yell. I'm on my back porch right now. And they gonna call the police on me if I start yelling. Now it's bullshit. Okay. Now these people are proclaiming to have rights over your children, right? Was they in the delivery room?
Criminal right now. We're talking about the criminal stuff right now. Forget about that for right now. That I have till July.
That's
We're
true
talking
too.
about, but the
That's true
criminal right
too.
now. The
Right?
thing
That's
is
true
getting the
too.
criminal dealt with that way. I still got time for the July thing, but the criminal thing, once I need to solve that ASAP. Because what about, let's say, if I ignore it, that's what they're hoping. They're hoping that I ignore it so they can come sweep my ass up, and then I won't keep pushing about the officer and like, him lying on the police report and all that shit.
That
That's where
file that I
everything's stemming
sent you,
from.
bro, that file that I sent you, you could
Uh huh.
just wrap that up in a bow and send it to him. Because that file that I sent you
Uh
asks
huh.
all the right questions.
what you do? What you send them? Can I know?
It was a conditional acceptance.
Ah, okay.
right? And what does a conditional acceptance do?
I'm willing to do everything you ask me on the condition that you answer this.
Correct. It's a way of stalling until you can figure out how to get these people off your back, and that's
And they
all it
can
is.
default. They can default on not answering you in a timely fashion, because that
Right.
limits
They
your
default.
chance for
If
discovery.
if they default, then you got to hit them with a notice of default. If they default, you got to hit them with a notice of default.
And then
You can't just lay on your back, bro. You can't lay on your back.
you got to give them an opportunity to cure, though. And
Of
then
course,
after that, you get a
of
default
course,
judgment.
of course. You got to go through that admin process.
I think he needs to just look into that first, because you said it was a violation of a personal protection order first.
So the thing is, they're trying to take his kids away from him. Like, and that's why I keep bringing it up. You keep bringing up this other thing, but I'm telling you, this other thing with brandishing a weapon is only to defame you, to bring in as evidence to try to take your kids away, and we both know that. So let's stick to the basics and what is actually going on. Now you can make this other thing go away with a conditional acceptance. All right. You respond to that letter and you say, "Okay, I'll happily accept anything that you're telling me. But tell me who someone is." Because it says someone. Someone has claimed that you was brandished. No, you don't ever let them use non-specific wording, bro. Like, there's got to be a specific person who's coming against you. Period.
Okay.
Period. There's
Mr. Difficult, good morning.
what's happening,
How
Nancy?
you doing?
What's happening?
Okay, E, as we talked before, you need to buy your time about that case for the coming up this in the next couple days or so.
Yeah, Miss
And
Nancy's been helping me.
I have explained to you and I talked to you. I even called
yeah.
you twice today. I had somebody to
Oh, my
talk to
phone's
you.
been dead. Sorry.
Okay, but you on live, but you still haven't reached out to me. You could have reached out to me, but then being on this live, going through this whole thing.
My
I'm
bad.
going
My
to say
bad.
this to you again on live.
Okay.
The best thing for you to do is to get a continuation or a motion to set to continuate
Buy
this
me
thing
time.
out to a later date. Do
Okay.
not get jammed up because right now you do not have any kind of focus on what you're doing.
Correct. And
And I would hate for you
I'm
to
telling
get in
you
there
this
and say the
stuff.
wrong thing and then you don't get yourself locked up.
Oh, hell no.
He ain't
And
gonna
you
get locked
only
up.
have so many days to file a motion.
That's true. Very true.
Now, I need you to stop, E, and I'm saying it out of kindness and the heart that I'm trying to help you, but I need you to stop because right now you're just going around and around and around like a hamster, and it's not doing you any good.
All right.
Now, I'm going to say this to you again. If I
Motion
call
to.
to you, I don't care what time of morning it is, I gave you my word that I'm going to help you. Now,
I
I called
appreciate it.
you. And once you got your phone on, you should say, "Oh, Nancy called you." You could have texted me and said, "Can I call you?" I'd have said, "Yes." Go ahead and call me.
Well, here's the thing, Nancy. Here's the thing.
I have some information that I have for him that he's going on here again, asking you all again on his hamster again.
Nancy,
Come on now.
Nancy. It's still my live, and I invited him in, and he has the floor to speak. Period.
I understand that, but
Don't care.
again,
I
I even
don't
said it
care.
in the chat to him. I
I
said,
understand that.
before I even
I
came up here.
understand that. I understand that. But let that be between you and him. But when we on my live and I give him the floor, he can speak. Period.
I got you on that.
Period. Let the man speak because the man needs a platform to speak. And that's where the hard way comes in. We talk about it all
No,
day and day, every day.
to what she's saying though, Mr. Difficult, because she's trying to help me, like she's giving over her time out of like, I get it. I get what you're saying, Miss Nancy, but like I said, like my phone right now is like I had just turned it on. I'm somewhere and I don't have a charger, so I have to borrow the charger and I first turn it on. But I read the messages right now. I hadn't read them till right now that you said it.
And he's reading them right now. He's going to get coffee to read them. My thing is
Okay.
this. My thing is this. He needs a stalling because now they're trying to hit him with
No,
defamation charges in order to
Right.
bring
no,
it in his
That's what I'm trying to
no.
stop him because he's losing time. Today is the first already. He's losing
Yeah.
time.
When is the court case?
On the 14th, the criminal thing.
Yeah, he's losing. Today's the first. He need to have that in by the close, at least the closer tomorrow, at the latest.
We can have something filed
The
by
request
tomorrow.
for extension, right?
Yeah, you need an extension. Don't go in there and try to argue nothing because you don't know what to do until you can get some further
And
help.
this is what I'm
And
saying.
then
Some
I need you
clarification.
to contact me again this morning, so I can get you the
Tomorrow morning.
information that about what I did come up with.
Okay, tomorrow morning.
Yeah, call me in the morning, like around about 8:30, 9,
That
to 11, because at 11 o'clock I got something I got to do. You can call me after 2 o'clock, but I have something to do between 11 and 2.
okay.
I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes, but I'm just gonna say what I would do on this live, and I'm only speaking from what I would do. This is not legal advice. You know, we're just sharing our experiences here and we're talking, right?
Right.
What I would do, because first of all, they're bringing a claim against you. Now, what is happening here? They're bringing a claim against you, bro. Who is bringing a claim against you? Stop. Stop the presses right there.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know who is bringing the claim against me. That motherfucking paper you sent me, excuse my language, TikTok, I'm so sorry, said someone is bringing a claim against you. You see how open-ended and non-specific they are when they're just trying to threaten you? It says someone is bringing a claim against you. Well, who is that someone? Please produce that for the record, please, or else we cannot move forward. Case dismissed. Case dismissed. Who's bringing the claim against you, bro? Who? And you know it's only because they're trying to defame you to try to take your kids away. So it's an open-ended claim, and it's only there to threaten you.
Yeah, but she's right though. If I could just buy myself time without even either like accepting, or I mean, what do you call it? Like not denying or
A
like not taking it.
conditional acceptance.
No, she's
And
right
you
though. If I could just put in an extension, like without answering it or nothing, like for a later date, that's
that's
my
what
best.
a conditional acceptance is, bro.
I thought you said that was to get the thing.
No, I don't think so on that one. Not on that. Not on that. And that way he's not to answer it like that, baby. Not with those words.
What you mean?
That's
Not to
why
say you acceptance or nothing like that. That is not the
no,
wording for that.
I'm just gonna
Conditional
ask for a
acceptance.
continuance.
Mm-mm.
No,
You gotta
continuance.
like how much do you guys know about contract law now? And I'm not trying to check anybody's pockets now, but I'm just gonna give you my understanding. Please let me finish, and then I'll let Chris interject. Okay? If you're gonna do, if somebody sends you a presentment, right? It's a presentment, a summons. What you got in the mail, E, was a presentment. Someone is bringing a claim against you. Okay? And then you read it and you go, okay, well, that sounds good and fine, but I've got some questions before I answer to any of this. I've got some questions. That's what a conditional acceptance is. Now, if I came up to you off the street, you ain't never seen me in your life, and I say, bro, yo, I'm gonna take your kids away. And you was brandishing a weapon and you was doing all, I keep coming up with all these claims, but you've never seen me in my life. You got to get to like the foundation of what's happening, bro. You ain't never seen me in your life. The first question you're gonna say is, who are you? I'm sorry, who are you? Do I know you? Do you know my kids? Do you know that I carry my Swiss Army knife as a tool so I can work? Do you have any firsthand knowledge? You don't. Who are you? Who are you? These people are strangers bringing charges against you, and they don't even know you from a grain of salt, bro. And there's like 10 million trillion grains of salt out there. But they know to bring charges against you. They have no firsthand knowledge, bro. Period. And you just take that foundation and you put that in a fucking motion, and you serve that to the court. Then you serve that to the court. And you just stand on it. And then when you show up to the hearing, because if you do it the right way, they'll serve you a hearing, okay? Now you show up to the hearing and you don't stick on nothing, because now if you serve something, now it's your case, not theirs, okay? Now you stick to your case, and they're going to try to get you off of your case and put you on theirs. And this is what you got to do in these courts when you're moving from the wrong position.
Yeah, but that's what she's saying. Just like get more time so I could respond in the way that you're saying after though. But if I get an extension, that means I haven't plead like
Did you hear
not
anything I
guilty.
said, bro? Did you hear anything I said? Who's bringing a claim against you?
They're obvious. That's what they're gonna disclose that day in court, right?
Man, I ain't showing up to court until I know who's bringing a claim against me.
That's what
You
she's saying.
understand
Just
who
send
you
out a
are, bro?
letter for extension, right?
No,
She's saying?
you do not agree to their terms. Silence is active. You do not agree to their terms to show up in their court, because it's their court, mind you, right? You ever been in a fight with somebody and they told you to meet you where they wanted to fight you at? Are you going to meet them there, or are you going to meet on neutral grounds? You're going to meet on neutral grounds, right?
Where I feel comfortable.
Exactly. But what are the courts doing? They're telling you exactly where they want you to show up, where all their goons are, with billy clubs, mace, pistols, and and tasers. Okay, but you still show up there. It's the same premise, bro. Like, do not think like these people are government,
That's
because
what I would answer in a
they're
letter,
not.
no?
They're gangsters, bro. So why would you go to their court? These dudes are
Jason, what do you think?
gangsters, huh?
I don't think you're listening to what Nancy's saying. That's what she's saying. She's saying don't engage with them yet till I have
Of
a
course
better
not.
answer or
You
response.
serve them the right document to give you. But here's the thing, though. I'm not trying to stop Nancy what she's saying, but I think what he needs is to go in there with the right mindset and see that this is all a dog and pony show. It's not real.
Mr. Difficult, he's not ready for that. That's why I'm trying to stop him from doing that. Because right now you can see he's still coming on here begging for help. He's not ready for that. He's stepping in and don't even know what to really say. And then he jammed himself. If he stay
That's what
out
I'm
of there and
asking.
just send the paperwork and say that if he have to go to a doctor and say that I got a doctor's note and send it in and say that he's now, he's not feeling good to come into court, whatever he got to do to stop going in there.
Well, I agree.
But if he's stepping there, he's going in there. He ain't got nobody to represent him right.
I agree.
And he say the wrong thing, it's done.
No, but how can he say the wrong thing if he stick to business though?
Because he doesn't. You hear what he's saying now. He
Right,
does
but
not know.
let's not even let him speak. Let's let the paperwork speak. Let's just fix up a conditional acceptance so that you stay in honor, right? You want to stay in honor, because if you start arguing,
Ask questions.
if you start arguing, that's how you get held in contempt. Now you get 30 days in court and all this other, 30 days in jail, in county, or whatever. You do not argue. You send them a conditional acceptance. That someone has charged you with brandishing someone. Oh, who is someone?
Yeah, okay.
Who is someone?
You do what you think is right. What you think you can handle that right now, because all it takes is that they're gonna
No,
ask you
no,
something
yes,
else and
I
trick
know
you
that.
up on a question, and that's then you got a whole different problem.
Yeah, become if like
You just
I
need a
get what
little
you're
more
saying.
time to like go back and forth on what your other options are, in case they bring you a trick question, because that's what's gonna happen.
Well, the
If
trick
Yeah.
they didn't send
question,
some kind of
the
trick
trick
letter like
question.
they have, they're gonna send you some. They're gonna do some
Well,
tricking.
let's get back to basics now. Like, what is the trick question? Someone is bringing a charge against you. Someone. They never stated who is bringing a charge against you. They never stated that. So you
Right.
stick on that fact. You stick on that fact. That's discovery. That's how you win in discovery.
I
Okay?
understand, but I understand that it's possibly my neighbor, because that also the neighbor.
It doesn't matter who it is. Let them bring an affidavit. And if they
Yeah, that's what
do,
I want, because that way they
if they
could
do,
themselves.
which they won't, if they do, which they won't, because it's an open-ended claim and they're trying to
But then they
threaten
can't
you.
state they have no claim then, because they don't have a written affidavit
See
from the
not
injured party.
see now you're still focusing on arguing. I'm
No,
telling you.
I'm not arguing. I'm saying I'm
No,
trying to
listen
figure
to
out.
me,
That's why I'm
please.
talking to
E,
you guys.
please listen to me, and I'm not trying to jostle you or anything. Okay, I'm telling you to focus on the facts. Who is the someone? You should laugh at that claim that they sent to you because
I
who is the someone?
I don't think he knows who to send these questions to. Do you send it to the judge? Do you send it to
to
the
the
Send it right back
prosecutor?
to the person who sent it to him, and it's
exactly.
clearly stated. It's clearly stated in that letter who sent it to him. You send it right back to them. I conditionally accept your contract to offer the contract upon proof of claim that you can tell me who the someone is who is telling me I'm brandishing a weapon. Period. Tell
Oh,
me tell me who's
hey,
brandishing the weapon and can they support it by way of affidavit? Because
yeah,
let's think about it, people. They're trying to threaten him with an open-ended claim based on hearsay.
yeah. But
Someone.
he getting caught up on specifics
And that's
beyond
that's that's where people thrive. Where, oh,
beyond
well, you need to do this and you need to do that. No, you need to focus on what's actually happening. Someone brought a claim against me. Who is the someone? Until I figure that out, I cannot move forward. Period.
right, because they can just put the people of the city of wherever you at. They
Right.
do
And
that
I
a
don't care
lot.
if it's a state. If it's a state, please bring the CFO of the state. Because it's all business, people. Who did I
Yeah.
sign? Who did I sign the contract with? Who did
Well,
I
who's the
sign?
injured party? Who's the injured party?
They
Because
can't produce it. I
yeah,
asked the judge that. Jay, I asked the judge that. Who is the injured party? And they said the state. And I said, well, can we bring the state? And she goes, well, the state's here represented by the prosecution. And well, I'm like, well,
that's
is it?
hearsay.
There's all kind of ways you can go off of that, but they'll just put the state on the
I thought it
prosecutor.
couldn't be a governmental agency that it cannot be it has to be a like
A
that
living
argument was
person. A
yeah
living person.
they
If it ain't a living person, then you stand for a mistrial.
You better come on with it. If there's no
But
living person, there's no controversy because there's no way on earth
but that's
that
what
you
Nancy's saying that I
there's no
cannot
way on earth
articulate myself
E
properly.
my brother, there's no way on earth that you can injure a piece of paper.
Yeah, but you see, until I can articulate myself properly, that's what Nancy's saying, right, Miss Nancy?
Right? But
yeah,
this is why I'm trying to dude, I sent you the conditional acceptance. Read it. Read
I
it.
think so. Is you nervous, brother? That's just what it got to
Hell
be.
yeah,
He nervous,
I
so he
got so much
panicking.
shit like
Yep.
I got so
Right.
much shit on the line, like I got because if let's say like she said, if I say the wrong thing and then they jam me up for that, they're gonna use it. I think that's what really it's all gonna like that's
If I
fuming.
say
But
the wrong thing,
it'll
if
affect
I
my
say
children's
the wrong thing,
kids.
that's what you just said, E. If I say the wrong thing, why are you going in there and saying anything? You're going in there and asking questions. You're not making any statements, bro.
No, I'm
Because
gonna send the
you're
request
going
for
in there
time,
like
like you
listen to me.
said.
Listen to me. Listen to me. In order to get these people off your back, especially this branding a weapon thing, which is we all know is bullshit. Unless you
I
did and
know,
you're lying to us, unless you did and you're lying to us, it's
bro.
bullshit.
Why would I lie?
I'm just saying,
I
unless
sent you
you're,
the papers so you can see.
I'm
You've
not
seen it
saying you
yourself.
are. E. Listen to
Oh,
me. Listen to me. I'm not saying you are. But if it's bullshit, you stand on your motherfucking square, man. Period. And say, like, okay, if someone is saying I brandish a weapon, please produce the someone, or else we can't move forward on this matter. Period. And it's gonna go away. And it's going to go away.
And
And you,
in your statement or on your paperwork, you say you don't understand who that someone is, and that someone has to be a person that can claim that you caused them harm or injury.
okay.
all that's relevant as well. But you stick on the facts. Who is the someone?
But
Like
she said I should
I
send it
like
by
E.
tomorrow.
I
I'm gonna
don't want
call
to.
her tomorrow. She's got something for me. You heard? She said she got something that. What is it that you're gonna give me tomorrow, Miss Nancy?
I got a person who's actually has been through this type of stuff, not just somebody just telling you about something. This is a person who's actually had gun charges and other things in the courts. Have done this stuff in the courts. That's who I had on the phone today, and he said he would call me again tomorrow morning at around 9:30, 10 o'clock.
What
That's
is
why I
he
told you need
suggesting?
to call me.
What is he suggesting? And I'm not trying to challenge you, like, but like we building here, we cooking, right? Now I might not like your meal, you might not like my meal, but shit, let me taste it. God damn it!
Chase what?
What is this guy telling him to do?
Now this guy's got more time and he's been to prison and everything else. So he knows what is going on out here, what this kind of case is like that. That's why I talk to different people and he knows what to tell him and what he should do. So that's why I got him on the phone. That's why I kept on calling him because I had him on the phone. So that's why I'm going to have him to talk to the guy tomorrow morning, which will be this morning, rather not tomorrow. It'll be this morning.
Right, because it's like 4 o'clock right now.
Yeah, it's 2:14.
Oh,
It's
well.
2:14 and where I'm at.
Oh,
Word.
So let him talk to him, and that's why
That's cool. Like, hey, E, talk to
what's
him,
up?
talk to
Yeah,
him. But
I am.
I'm not gonna lead you astray. Like
I'm not
his
going to leave him astray either. I'm not saying
no,
that you're
you're
telling
not.
him
No, I'm not
anything
saying you are,
wrong.
Nancy.
No,
I'm not
I'm
saying
not
you
saying
are.
that you tell him anything wrong, but I'm trying to work with him on both two things there about the
Look,
weapon charge
we
and
fighting over how to help you, bro.
I
right.
You know
know.
what I'm
I
saying?
appreciate you
No,
guys,
but it's
but
not. We trying to put it together. We both of us is trying to put it together. But the thing is, we don't need to be on the live. Keep on putting together. That's why
I
came
don't
up here
mind it.
again and
Like
say,
Nancy, I don't
no, yeah,
mind
but
it.
she right.
I
She
don't
right.
mind it.
We should.
I don't mind
Yeah,
it.
I
If
got the
anybody else
telegram.
want to come up, let them
right.
come up. But E
But
keeps coming up. If anybody else want to come up, let them come up. But
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
E
yeah, yeah.
keeps
No, yeah,
coming up.
yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. Because I already got help from you guys. Somebody else might be needing this, like, to be on the live, and she's right.
Yeah, but if
We've
there's
already
somebody
talked
else that
about how
knew
many of your
something, they
lives.
would have spoke up on it by now. But that's why I said it down in the thing in the chat. I said stop. Ain't nobody trying to help you because if they was gonna help you, they're gonna speak up. If a person knows something and they want to help them and they're gonna speak up. There's people on this live right now know what to do. They're not saying nothing.
What?
They
So,
know.
but like, what is there to do? What is
She'll tell
there
me
to
in
do?
private, fool. Seriously, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna listen to
No,
your
no,
live
no,
because
E, no, E, E, E. I'm
uh,
gonna close. I'm gonna close out with this. Okay, you got something, an open-ended letter from somebody. I think it was the attorney general or like the
yeah,
district
no,
attorney or
district
something.
attorney.
The
Yeah, district
district
attorney.
attorney, right? The district
Yeah.
attorney sent you a letter stating, now, this is the district attorney now, okay? You don't think this guy knows the law? This is the district attorney sending you a letter saying that someone is claiming you brandished a weapon. And now the district attorney is bringing you charges on some hearsay? Let's just stick to that, people. Because here's the thing. I don't care who anybody refers you to. They're going to want an affidavit. They're going to want a warrant. They're going to want all the due process, right? Now, and this is what I'm sticking to with your case. Because I'll just be like, yo, set up your office and send them an executive letter and be done with it. Because I'm sending mine out next week, and I'll keep you guys updated, okay? But you don't have time for that. But what you have time for is who is bringing the claim against you. And if the district attorney is going to send you a claim based on hearsay, that means that dude's a criminal.
What happened? He dropped.
Am I lying, people?
Nah, if it ain't a summons, a subpoena, or indictment, them all come from the Department of State. It
That's
don't come
another
from.
point. It
It
wasn't
don't come
even a
from
summons. It wasn't even a summons. It was a letter.
Yeah, if it's just a letter, you can write back. Shoot, but that's what I'm saying. I think he thinking about what proper form, or should he have the acknowledgments and the jurat and all that other crap. You a regular person. You a regular person. Just write a letter, put a stamp on it, and send it back to him. And you get what I'm saying. Keep a copy. Make two of them.
I didn't see because he had the letter folded, so I didn't see like the letterhead or anything because it could have been a summons, but it looked like a letter to me. You feel me? Now, if it's a letter and it's not even a summons, thank you. That's even more cause to laugh at this letter.
You ain't got to do nothing if it's just that. You actually ignore it. Put it in the garbage. Somebody knock on your door and say they got a warrant or something. You handle it after that.
Because if you respond to it, now you're giving it life too, right?
Yeah.
But if you respond to it because, you don't never want to not respond, you always want to respond to anything anyone sends you, you respond to them in honor, right? Always in honor. Well, I'll accept the fact that somebody is charging me with a claim that I brandished a weapon upon proof of fact that you can show the person who's bringing the claim against me. Who is it?
He's been to an arraignment already.
No, not for this. This came out of the blue.
Oh shit!
You say something?
Because you get what I'm saying. I don't know how it worked in his county or whatever, but the way I know how it works, it's supposed to be like they send a summons with either the complaint itself or you receive it at the arraignment.
Exactly.
If it's a criminal charge. But if it's just somebody throwing out some random piece of information and you pick it up like it's an actual fact, you kind of making it a fact.
Exactly. Come on with it, bro. I love that. If you pick that up and you read it and you think it's a fact, even though you know it's fiction, they got you.
I don't know, like, because it's basically low key harassment if you just throwing out some random bull crap, and me and you ain't never had no like prior communications or nothing like that. I think you're writing me in error type stuff. I would respond. I think you're writing me with error. Please cease and desist. Any further will be construed as harassment, and you charge this much according to the law or whatever.
See, now you cooking. See, like, to me, this is being creative because You know what they sent you is bullshit. Now, how do you respond? You know what I mean?
'Cause, like, you can give them fair warning. You don't necessarily have to. You can go ahead and be like, "This is malpractice." Yeah, you can go any route you want.
Like I think the end all catch all is just to send him a conditional acceptance.
Okay, Mr. Difficult, you do real. I don't know why I thought he was gonna come back up. Maybe his phone died, but you do know realize he got another thing that's going on too. The attorney, he's trying to get rid of the attorney. So when he's do send that in, the attorney is still gonna try to step in and tell him something else. He's got
Mm,
that going on too. You know,
mm. Damn, the
he
plot thickens, Nancy. Shit.
come on now.
Damn, he got an attorney. So
But
it
the
don't matter
attorney,
what
he
he
wants to get
filed
rid
doing.
of the attorney because the attorney is not doing what he want him to do. So he's fighting attorney. Plus he's got this. Plus he got the child thing. So it's not. That's why I'm telling him not to just go walking up in there.
Well,
There
so,
he down there.
well,
Why?
so here's the thing.
Why you drop?
I think the remedy in that is that here's the thing. If you hire an attorney, now is it public defender?
I don't know. Why
Probably,
you drop? Come
probably.
on back
Hey,
up.
hey, come on back up, bro. Don't leave, bro.
I don't. Maybe his phone. I don't know. Maybe his phone died. I don't know.
No, he's on. He's coming back. There you go.
Okay.
Hey,
Hello? Is it
hey.
You
me?
got a public defender, E.
No, no. The one that I have is for the children's court. The lawyer that I have represent me that's not doing nothing for me, Miss Nancy. That's for the children's court thing. This thing, I have never been in court before for this other thing for the alleged brandishing a weapon. I just
Correct.
received
Correct.
the
Okay.
letter and that's
Correct.
it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay then. My mistake. My mistake.
So that's that they. I thought that was gonna be the arraignment that 14 days, the 14.
You got a family court attorney?
No, 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 no.
No, no, no. So like his original court date was about now. This ain't legal advice. We just talking, right? We're just
Yeah.
conversating. Now his original court case was they're trying to go after his kids. Out of the blue, he gets this random letter in the mail. Now, was it a summons? E? Because
Is the letter I
I
sent
didn't
you?
see the word summons in there anywhere.
Okay, the top part all it says is the my name and my address, I think, and the case number.
So it's not a notice to appear.
Nope.
Yeah, it says that if not they could put a warrant out for my arrest if I don't show on the 14th.
So what does it say? Can you read it again?
I don't I'm
Because here's the thing.
Jesus.
I
It's I
Grandpa,
remember
I'm not
reading it.
home.
All right.
You
I
have the
remember.
card. Read it, read it. Mr. Difficult.
Nah, he looking right now. That mean
Oh,
he away from the app, so he probably pulling it up.
okay.
Um, what I'm not lost. I'm thinking I'm keeping up pretty well, but you say you have an attorney for the children's court that's
Yeah.
helping you with that legal process, how to keep
No,
your kids, or like is your kids with you and you're like your
no, they're with the
custody?
grandmother. They're with the
They with
grandmother.
your mama or
No,
your
my baby
your
mama's mom.
okay, and she's their custodial guardian for the time being until
Yeah.
this whole thing clears up.
Yeah, no. Well, they were supposed to return them once we did our case plan and everything, but they terminated the mom's reunification and they granted me 6 more months. I go back in July, and they're supposed to either find a permanency plan or return to parents, right? But since the mother already got hers terminated, it's like only me now. It's me and the like me trying to get the kids and the grandmother's temporary
Hmm.
placement, like a
And what are they trying to do now?
resource.
They're trying to get rid of you with this brandishing of a weapons
That's
charge.
what I'm thinking. Cause you see, like, the day that the mother was arrested, first of all, one of the kids was living with me for 3 years, and then the other two would come on and on with the mother, right? So the thing that happened was, and I think had like that's what caused them to try to push the brandishing a weapon thing on me was for me give continuously trying to clear up that I never consented to two of the kids leaving with the grandmother on the arrest day of the mother. So I did the internal
Kidnapping.
affairs. What was that?
Kidnapping. Keep going.
No, yeah, but I'm trying to like clarify to him so he could have a understanding of how it happened. So in order, it was like this: the mother's arrested, and then the children, my son was removed from school with no exigent circumstances, no non-accidental harm, up to date with all his vaccines and everything. So whatever, like he got removed from school, we go to court, and then we go to court again, and basically I didn't know till like after December, like sometime in January, when once I was aware that the officer said that I refused a temporary restraining order and that I consented to two of the children leaving with the grandmother on the arrest date, which was October 21st, 2022, prior to my son being removed from school. So once I knew that, I went and I filed I went and I went to the police station. I got a copy of the police report, and then I filed the internal affairs complaint, and then I received the response a year later for the internal affairs,
Brother,
and then what?
brother, sorry. I don't want to cut you off. Like, I don't want
I'm
to be.
just trying to clarify for
I
Jashawn.
understand, but you're going through all facts that don't matter. These are facts
No, I
that
know
could
it's just for
probably
him to
wait. These are facts that could probably help if you needed someone down the line in an appeal or something like that. I don't know, but these are all facts that don't matter. The fact of the matter is these people are claiming, like, let's get back to basics. They are claiming that they have the right to tell you what to do with your children. You question that.
Right. Cause I'm trying to figure out, did the grandma got, you got, it sounds like I'm hearing 3 kids, right? Grandma got 2 of them and one is either in some type of
No,
foster system or
nah, she got
what?
all three of them.
Grandma ain't make nan one of them kids. He made them kids. Those are his kids. Who can tell him what to do with his kids? Now, you ask
Okay.
yourself that.
No, yeah, but he's just trying to understand what's going on. That's what I'm just trying to clarify for him. But
So let
grandma
me
has
ask you
all three
this.
of them.
Is you and the mama cohabitating? Was y'all cohabitating at the time of her arrest and stuff like that?
Yeah, yeah, she had been there for like a week, and she was trying to leave with two of the kids, but I didn't want the oldest one to leave with her because she hadn't been going to school, and I was in the process of enrolling her in school, just as she was supposed to be going to second grade, and they don't have second grade because where my son was going, the one that was living with me for the 3 years, it's a primary school, so they only have pre-K, kinder, and first grade. So I had to
Okay.
enroll her in another school.
Okay.
But she hadn't been
So
going to school.
so they had to take all the kids away when she got arrested, and the grandma was took all the kids' possession because
No,
y'all
she
was
took
living
two.
together,
She took two of them.
and you kept one.
Yeah.
Okay, she kept 2, you kept 1, and the mama basically couldn't come back to the house, or what?
No, she got released like 3 days later for DA reject. And but the thing is she got released 3 days later. So then she goes home to her mom's house. She's there with the two kids like nothing happened, right? And then on November 3rd, a social worker came to my home. And then I told her like that I wasn't gonna wake up my kid because I didn't want him to like just fresh wake up and start getting questioned and made relive what happened on October 21st. So I told her I don't have a problem with you coming back. If you want to come back an hour once he brushed his teeth, ate something, and I don't have a problem with you speaking to him. But I didn't allow her to go in my house. I told her I'm not gonna wake him up. And when she told me she was there to investigate what happened on October 21st, she told me she was there to talk to me about my 3 kids. So I kind of figured she don't know nothing because she would have known that the 2 kids were with the mother, right? She's like, oh, I know you don't have all 3 kids, but you have Jaden, right? I'm like, yes, he's asleep. The point being, I told her she could come back, right? She didn't. She put a paper on my door. I called her supervisor because she was hollering at me, telling me, no, you have to bring him out right now, or if not, you're gonna have to take him down to the office, right? I said, look, first of all, on the arresting, I said I didn't have nothing to say. I wasn't the one arrested. You got to go investigate mom. Go talk to mom about that. I have nothing to do with that. And I told her, I don't have a problem with you speaking to my kid. Just come back once he's woken up, maybe like an hour. I told her, I know the office isn't around the corner, so I'm not going to take him anywhere because I don't have a car. No,
You shouldn't talk to the people and give them consent. Like you basically,
Wait, Jay.
That's what we
yeah,
be saying.
Jay,
That's
I'm
what
like, you
Physical be
talking to
saying.
these people way too much, bro.
yeah, you giving them consent where they don't have any. Like, if you want to come in my house, where your warrant at? You work for the state. it should be easy for you to get a warrant from another state official.
Yeah, but there was it was for that she has to have probable cause.
And that, you get what I'm saying, but you said you can come back at another time. So then that's damn near like, yeah, my door's open in like 2 hours.
No. I told her if you want to, I don't, because if not, then it gives them a reason for them to doubt the child's safe. Or why wouldn't I let her speak to my son? You know,
They
but
have no basis. They tell you this in order to build doubt in your resolve. Your resolve is you can't see my kid whenever I don't want you to see my kid. If my kid is at school, like how they grabbed your kid at school, because
yeah,
yeah, that's how it works. You basically turn your parenthood over to the school, so then
yeah,
the
I heard
school can
something like
let
that.
your
Parents Patre, right? Let's get
I
down
heard
to the
something
crux
like
of
that.
it.
That once you put them in the school system, they become the other parent, basically,
Parents
besides the
Patre,
parents.
right?
But it's so messed up, Deshaun. Like, what's messed up is that on the petition that she turned into the courts, she claims that the child was not attending school and that I wouldn't allow him to go to
Excuse me.
school.
What did you
What
just say? What did you just say?
on the
You
petition?
just you just said she claims that the this and that and whatever.
And I have the paperwork to prove that he was
No,
enrolled, that
but
she
like here's the
removed him.
thing.
That's nonsense, brother. You don't
It's
have to argue that. She has to prove it. You don't have to argue none of that shit.
exactly.
If they got attendance, school takes attendance.
No, but she's making a claim, so she has to back up her claim. Now,
Right.
I accept your claim, ma'am, upon proof of claim. Do you have any proof? You can't just let these people keep making these open-ended claims on hearsay, bro.
And it got you riled up and it gets you excited and you kind of don't have you regulating pretty well for being in this situation, but you get what I'm saying. It kind of they throw a lot of curveball distractions at you that is kind of a waste of your time, and you kind of need to reclaim your time and like hold those people responsible for wasting it.
What's parents' patry?
Uh,
That's
it,
school taking over for you in your stead while you got your
it,
kids
it
enrolled.
basically means the state is the parent. The state is the parent. So when you enroll your kids in school, you're agreeing for the state to be the parent, and then you're like the co-renter of your children,
That's crazy.
right? So if you put your kids in school, if you I
But
don't
if you
want to
don't
say the
put them,
wrong
then you're
words, bro.
guilty of.
If you do this, if you sign anything that has anything to do with your kid, you're signing
Um,
them over to the state.
hey, E,
Yeah.
can you look at your text message I said to you? I just say don't say what I said to you, but just give me a yes or no on that.
Yeah.
Yes? Great. Great. Okay.
I would even say like I would host on my Telegram like a live, and let's come up with a cold ass document to send on these people who's trying to tell you that someone is charging you. Someone is charging you with brandishing a weapon. They might as well put over the PSA system.
Oh yeah, no, I will give you $200 if you become this someone.
Right.
If you become this someone for me, I'll give you $200.
And I pulled it up. I pulled it up too because I went through my Telegram and I found it. Now, if I go to it, let me know if y'all can hear me speaking, okay?
Yeah, Miss Nancy, I was told that too, but that's like till they're 18.
Okay, so y'all can't hear me speaking.
What was that?
It's like you left the app.
Right. I left that. I'm gonna.
Oh, there it goes again.
Yeah, it's like you leaving the app.
I'm going to see. I'm going to see if I can copy it and put it into the comments. What they said.
What?
Someone claims that Brandon's a weapon. It's amazing.
And then it says, and possibly, like it says, like that there might be other possible things, but it doesn't say anything specific or nothing. Like that's crazy to me. Like they need more time to make some shit up. Is that what they're saying?
No, they trying to keep you distracted.
Sir. So like I'm lying, people. There's no someone in here, but you got it like I can't copy the words, so I'm going to read it a couple of times so I can recite it to you because it's cleverly worded.
We've been led to believe that you were brandishing a
Exactly.
weapon around or about this day and time. So please come appear before magistrate blah 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 at some certain date and
Correct. It
time.
basically says there has been a claim filed against you, a complaint filed against you. That's the verbiage they use. It's not someone.
And
They
it shouldn't have you shouldn't have to go somewhere to see it. It should already be sent to you along with that notice.
exactly. It should be attached by way of affidavit. That's how it's real. That's how you know it's
Under
real,
penalty of
E.
perjury, right?
That's how you
Cause
know it's real.
that's being able to see your accuser. Other than that,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
just
that's what's known as a verified complaint. It's
yeah.
not somebody off the street coming at you. It's somebody under the penalty of perjury saying that this man did this to me and I need remedy. I need relief. That's what it is. Unless there's a verified complaint against somebody saying, "Look, this guy did this to me and I need relief right now."
But you heard what Miss Nancy said. Like I gotta. There's only a time limit for me to respond. So she said I should respond by tomorrow. Like or send something at least to get more time. That way then I can respond properly. You get what I'm saying?
I
Or so I
get
can
you, bro.
understand better.
Man, we was what was it like Monday? Like I was doing a live with you and I was trying to like, come up with the hard
Hey
hitting
Miss.
cold ass, you know what I mean?
Hey,
We
You can come up.
Mesmerize. The
You
goddess
can
wants to
come
go
up.
up.
she can't,
Okay,
she's at work.
go
Man,
ahead.
mesmerized at
Oh,
work right now.
oh.
Oh.
If I'm wrong, let me know. I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak for you.
Ooh, my happiness is all of y'all memory. I put good liquor all in my kidneys. Jesus.
All right, let me see if I can do this. I'll pull up my computer right now and I'll show you what I was drafting for this young man. All right?
Yeah, that's what I want to see because
Yeah, that
I've
one
been
sounded
waiting
interesting.
for a prompt or something.
I'm gonna show you what I was drafting for this. I'm gonna hold it up in front of the computer because it's crazy because I got this from urlaw.com and it works for any court case you have, especially if it's a court like a traffic ticket or something.
But this isn't traffic,
It,
it's criminal.
I know, but it asks all the right questions, bro. It doesn't matter. Let's get back to
Yeah,
business. Let's
it's
get back
called
to
setting
business.
up an affirmative defense.
Right? Or you're just asking the right questions. You're just asking the right questions. You're not, oh, like, what's the nature and cause, or is it admiralty and all that stuff? Because
That goes into subject matter, jurisdiction, and stuff.
well, that goes into actual courts defined in the Constitution. But is the Constitution anywhere in that courtroom? No. That contract is, though. And it's sitting back in the judge's chambers, and you can't see it, and they'll never produce it.
That's a tort claim.
I ain't even
I
coming.
don't know.
I ain't even coming from torts nowadays, bro. Because I'm not even saying like. Here's the thing. I'm taking it as you guys. This is a misunderstanding, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you
That's cool.
no, but like here's the thing though. But when you coming from the executive position, bro, you can't start suing people, right? Like because you're looking at like, say for instance, your niece or your nephew who's like 1 or 2 years old, they spilled the apple juice. Are you gonna sue them for it? That's the way they looking at you, bro. They looking at you like you a child. You're a minor. You gonna sue a baby, bro? They're fictions. Look, here's the thing. Whatever y'all did, I'm gonna send you an invoice for my time because you guys did spend my time. So that's due to me. You only get back what's due to you. You don't go looking for stuff outside of that. You look what's due to you. And then anything that you use with my name or my likeness, I want returned to me. All profits and proceeds, please. And this is how I'm going to be approaching everything from now on.
Yeah, but I don't
Everything.
want to complicate things for me either. You know, I just want that. That's not even really what's important to me. What's important to me is getting the kids. You know, like, and not
Absolutely.
allowing this to fuck it up for me.
Nah, bro.
'Cause that's-
I'm here, man. Like I always give you the floor because I'm here. And I want to show you what I'm cooking up right here. Hold on. Let me take all this off right now so y'all can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, because I only see like gray, like a green screen is up.
Okay. Here we go. I got my iPad in my hand, right? So I got the hard way.
Can you put us on the side, Mr. Difficult? Can you change the layout?
Hold on. Yeah. I got you. That's better.
Yeah.
Right? So look. I want to show you how much love I got for you, bro. I'm gonna go to my document. I got cases, right? And then who's that? What does that say? What does that say? I didn't put that up here right now.
X, ES, East case.
I got a case in there already for you. But where is it? Damn, I didn't save it. Fuck. I got the folder.
I have it. The one you sent me, I have the template thing you sent me for the where it has the
I'll
red
find it in my
highlighted and
recents.
yellow.
I'll find it in my recents. Hold on.
It's probably in your Telegram.
Yeah.
Can you can you change the layout one more time, like to make us like where it's like full screen for you, but we all just like little boxes?
I don't understand why it's not
Mr.
so.
Difficult, so you have more room. Drop me.
No. You
I'm gonna
good?
call you in the morning, Miss Nancy.
Yeah, didn't drop me. I'm good. Yeah, call me around 9:30. Call me.
Yeah, I am.
All right.
All right,
I'll stay in the chat. Just go ahead and
Oh,
drop me.
okay.
Thank you.
Oh, if you want to drop me too, so it'll be the smaller people, but I'm gonna be right there listening. I'm right here
Nah,
listening.
it ain't gonna get no bigger like this. It can go full screen, but it gotta look like us in the corner, like close to this share button and stuff, and we'll be stacked up in that way.
I think the only
Yeah, I've
way
never
to do
gone
it.
live.
I don't know. I don't know how to do it, man.
Me neither.
I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know how to do it. hold on.
These kids internet, huh?
Right. No. Where is it? Because we just worked on it.
You send it to me through Telegram, so it might be there easier for you to pull it up that way.
Yeah, that's true.
Or in your Gmail? Did you
I
send
got.
it to me through Gmail?
Nah, it had to been through Telegram.
Telegram.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, there's people that put stuff on the live, like they'll share something so everybody can see it, no? You don't know how to do that either?
Say what?
Difficult?
Due diligence drag that stuff, all that reclaim your name and status and stuff. You can do it if you want to. It's like viewer discretion
No,
is
because it's
advised.
not gonna work for me. It's not. It won't work for me. We talked about that the other day,
What?
yesterday.
Huh?
Correcting my status.
Oh, well, yeah. Nah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about that. I don't get into that kind of
Oh,
talk.
Here
I
we
thought
go.
that's what you were saying.
No, I was talking to somebody in the comments
Oh,
named Due Diligence Drag. They like, do you have to reclaim your name or status, or can we operate this way as citizens? Uh, the United States is a corporation. Corporations do not have citizens.
Yeah, I mean,
I
like
said,
my thing is this,
I'm
like,
for it.
Yeah, see, that's at the top. That's an acknowledgement.
what do you mean?
I mean, the heading, all that, case number, and all that stuff. The way you did it.
That would be accepting, huh? The like performance, like
That
performing.
sort of stuff. I don't necessarily tell people to do that. I say write a letter because all that make it look like you know some law or some legal knowledge, and I'm a layperson. I'm a regular dude.
I agree. I agree, but like my only rebuttal to that is like say the word understanding, right? So here's the thing. If if ever you form a letter to them, I don't care how you draft it, you put your information at the top and everything goes underneath that.
No, yeah, but the way they send it to me would be better because theirs looks more like a letter. This shit looks more like something that was drafted for court proceedings.
Right.
That's what
So
he's
like
trying to say, right,
let's not
Johnson?
let's not focus
Deuteronomy?
let's not focus on how it's drafted because here's the thing. If you know the law, right? A man can conduct business any way he sees fit,
True.
man or a woman, right? But you make sure you put your name up there first, and everything else, whatever court, anywhere street, that goes underneath you because who stands underneath you? Them.
Yeah, it's a
If you ever
fiction.
if you ever see anything they have, what's at the top? What's at the top? It's their name. Whatever they're doing business as is at the top. So always put your I don't care what's underneath here, right? But always put your fucking name at the top. And that's what I've gathered. And I'm not putting out anything else unless my name is at the top. But this is a demand for discovery, conditional acceptance, and the motion is to dismiss. So it goes in a 1, 2, 3. Now I got this from urlaw.com, and I think I have a video on it on my TikTok. But we demand because we have the right to discovery. So you demand it, you don't motion. It is a demand. And based on that discovery, I will conditionally accept. And if I cannot get my acceptance based on my terms, because a conditional acceptance is you're recontracting with them. So it don't matter what you send them. Now you're with the conditional acceptance. You are redefining the terms of the contract with your own conditions. That's why it's a conditional acceptance.
But that's what Nancy was saying. Like, I'm not like really like, uh, I can't articulate myself properly. And what about if I mess up or say something that's gonna put me
Well, what
on
don't you
bad
know, brother?
standing?
Let me answer you right now because I'm telling you right now. Do you understand the concept of a conditional acceptance?
Yes, based upon their reply, I will accept to go into the court or proceed with what's going on in the courtroom, right? Based on them providing who the injured party is or the person accusing me, right? No?
Exactly.
Okay.
So what don't you understand?
No, I'm just saying, like she that's I understand what she's trying to tell me, like, cause, like like then I get nervous, then I don't want. She's just worried about me putting myself in a worse position, then that'll affect me with the kid thing, which is really what where I think everything's coming from, cause of me, my continuous pushback and trying to get the like clarify what about
So
the
now you sound like you arguing, bro.
yeah
He's
that's
saying
fine.
when will they acknowledge his motion or his affidavit? He's saying when will they acknowledge it? Because they won't do it at an arraignment, I don't imagine.
Oh, I
So
see what
when
you're
will they
saying.
make
So
space
like,
to
so
answer
you
this?
saying like even if you file it, they ain't gonna acknowledge it anyway.
Hi, Miss Salty.
Hey, how are you?
Is that what you're
I'm
saying,
good.
E? Are you
No,
saying that like
what I was saying is that no, I was talking about how Miss Nancy was saying to just ask for a continuance to buy me more time till I could like have my
You can do
like
that
a
too.
seal.
You can
Cause
do
like right
that
now I'm
too.
like kind of pressured, it's like everything's so short notice to the 14, and then I just found out about it.
What
So
up, though?
what's up with it, Moonchild?
I got a question.
Go
Go
ahead.
for it.
So, how'd you guys like that live yesterday? Honey Drunk was dropping some gems.
She was every time.
And
I
then it got
recorded.
even better. And then
I fell
Ampu started
asleep though,
dropping
man. Like
some
I
gems.
must have fell asleep.
I noticed that. And then the Ampu started dropping some gems. And then I think your phone died.
Yeah, I fell asleep, man, because like I be laying in the bed while they talking, right? And you get comfortable, and like I turned on the radiator, it got nice and warm, and I fell asleep, man.
I kind of figured your phone
That
died.
was a
It cut
lullaby.
off.
Yeah, that was a lullaby. That's the second time that's happened because like you just gotta let her go.
Yeah, that shit was nice. I'm actually considering looking into that name decree. I just need to remember what she said to use for the verbiage when they ask you, so you can recite it and then you can stand on it when they ask you in the court.
I'm gonna download all of them because the first one I did got blocked, and it was the most meaty one too, right?
I think
I,
that what she said about having the I would like to get a legal separation from the Ensley's corporate creature of law. I think that one would be hella meaty, but there's also some other verbiage she was putting in there that I want to write down so I can recite or
oh
memorize
yes,
it.
You gonna put it on YouTube, Mr. Difficult?
yes,
Cause I
sir,
already
man.
recorded some of it.
Like I haven't like pulled my laptop out my book bag, so like I got it up now, so I'll start downloading and I'll put it up, and all three of them should be up tomorrow. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like going live too much because it's like I gotta like upload it up to the internet because like I know like I want to watch it again, and I don't want to have to pull out my phone to watch it again. If I could just sit in front of the TV and watch it on YouTube, come on.
Jeff Salty was gonna say
Now I'm eating
something.
popcorn, B.
Yeah, but you also gotta watch it though, because the more you put private profits in the public, the faster they're gonna start changing stuff.
But you got to watch it with your notepad and take notes, or you mean watch it like 6 times until it sink in, right? But hey, this is what I would give to those people, right? But read through this, take out what's not applicable, and we can go through this, right? And apply what is applicable to this Brandenson charge. Now that let me see if I can.
What up, though, folks?
Another day, same old bullshit, different day.
Nice, nice, nice.
The letter they sent him says, "Please be advised that a criminal complaint has been filed against you." Right? They didn't even use someone. They didn't even use anyone. They said, "Please be advised that a criminal complaint has been filed against you." Even still, your first question is by who? Who has filed me a criminal complaint?
What's the other part that it says? It says something else. Though remember, it said there might be possible something, or like it's saying that maybe there's something else along with the alleged brandishing. Like read it word for word.
Well, I got to go back to Telegram to do it because I'm on. Actually, let me get my phone. Hold on. Let me get my phone. I read the whole thing. How you like that? Hold on.
Keep in mind that remedy means right.
What was that?
A
Means
remedy is a right or a request. A remedy doesn't mean that like what you think it means. You gotta look
I
at
thought
all
remedy
these
was like
words up in the Black's Law Dictionary.
oh I should I got that I downloaded all of them.
So
From that
make
day
sure
that you
you
were
always
helping me?
look up these words. This is also what Honey Drop was saying yesterday. When you read something that's law based, always make sure that you grab your law book or your law dictionary and you read some of the words that you might not understand. Because if you don't have that shit with you, you're going to be confused when you first read it.
Yeah. Judge Salty, he's gonna read it right now. The complaint. I guess he couldn't put it up there. It won't look right. He's gonna read it right now. The complete thing. He's looking on his phone. He said.
But I don't think that's a complaint. I think that's just the notification there's been a complaint filed.
Oh, I haven't received no complaint or
Correct.
nothing. I just received that in
Right.
the
So
letter.
the first thing you're going to do is ask, where's the complaint? So you
Exactly.
can see that.
Exactly. Thank you.
Produce a claim. I mean, what is this? It's not the body of the crime. What is it? Produce a claim where relief can be granted, because y'all basically throwing stuff out there where I can't even do nothing to help.
How can you respond if you don't see the complaint?
You
You
guys
can't.
ready?
Go
All
for it.
right. So I got it on my phone. Dear E, please be advised that a criminal complaint has been filed against you, has been filed charging you with violation of section PC 417 A1, commonly known as brandishing a weapon. There may be other charges included in this complaint, excuse me, which are not listed. Wow. Here, if you are on probation or any other case, a probation violation may also be filed. Wow. Wow. How many threats is that in one paragraph, bro?
That's like 3 or 4.
Yeah, at least 3.
How many threats are that? Like, how scared are you now?
Well, that's the
And
Well, you
point.
I
can't
don't have anything.
proceed.
I have a clean tail. I don't have probation or nothing like that. I have
But that's
when
the
I went
point,
to.
though. The point is to create fair, so that way you can go to court and say that you are the name.
And give life to this bogus claim.
Exactly.
And you cannot proceed without the formal charge.
Just think of it like that. It is a bogus claim.
But keep reading it. Look, it says if I don't show up, they could grant a arrest warrant or something.
Okay. All right. Let me keep reading it. You were notified to appear for arraignment in Department 40 of Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, located in 210 West Temple, all caps. All caps. All of a sudden, it goes to all caps. All of a sudden, the address goes to all caps. Let me iterate that, okay? 210 West Temple, Los Angeles, West Temple Street, Los Angeles, blah, 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 on 8:30. Failure to appear at the date and time indicated may result in issuance of a warrant for your arrest. Isn't it funny? Like, me reading that is funny now. But when
Yeah,
I
'cause that was
my
like 6 threats.
right, but when I got my first summons, I was shaking in my boots, bro.
Usually everybody
Absolutely.
is.
I was shaking in my boots.
Nobody wants the big bad government to come after him, you know what I'm saying?
But honestly, if he goes in truth, he shows up, I'm here in truth and honor, and says, I cannot proceed without the formal charge. I don't know how to respond. I don't understand. Can we reset this?
But like I'm
Go, well, ma'am,
wait a minute.
I'm trying to
If we
give you
gonna try
legal
to say this
advice.
at
We're
the
ready to
arraignment,
give you a lawyer, and they're gonna send you through the rails.
Yeah, they're just gonna
You are
railroad
on a
you.
railroad.
They're just gonna railroad you and tell you, well, you can't do anything. Do you have a lawyer? You don't have a lawyer. You don't have a lawyer that practices law. Do you have a license to practice law? They're gonna go through all them questions, and most of the time, people are gonna be like, no, and
I
so
just
you're
don't
gonna get
understand. I
railroaded.
need time. I need time.
Also, you gotta understand that with these sovereign citizen videos they've been putting up, if you go in there saying you don't understand, they're just gonna go through you too because they found a way to go around that.
Oh, see, I haven't experienced that yet.
If you go onto YouTube and look up sovereign citizen failures or fails, it'll show you how they railroad people because some of these people were unknowledgeable about some of this information, as most of us are, and then they just railroad them. You start saying, "Oh, I don't understand. I don't understand." Then they say, "Oh, well, okay, you don't understand, bet. We need you to get a lawyer who's got a license to practice law." And since
Okay, give
nobody
me
knows, you
time.
can. So
As I'm
then
entitled. Give me time as I'm entitled, please.
Go
I'm
talk
going
to
to
the
reset the
DA.
hearing.
Go talk to the DA. Go down to the DA office and talk to the person who sent you the letter. You can get more answers from talking to a human directly, because then you ain't got to worry about it. You
Bro, this is
can do
from the
both.
DA. The
Yeah,
DA
you can
sent
do
him this
both.
letter. The DA sent him this letter. This
I'll go
open-ended
respond to
claim,
the
this
lady in
hearsay
person. How about
claim,
that?
is from the DA. All right, E.
Cause I got a lot of when I was. This is a long time ago. This was back in like 2013, right? I had a case because I put a habeas corpus in for my cousin, and I was talking to her from. She was in like the well for the inmates. You know, they bring them into the court and let them sit there before court proceedings start. And I'm talking to her, and then the bailiff come out and say I can't talk to her. Blah blah blah. Me and him do a back and forth. He arrests me. I get an R&O. I'm arrested for no reason, but I get an R&O, right? I go through. I talk to the DA. The DA tells me that there is no initial arrest. You get what I'm saying? So you get what I'm saying? You get a lot of information off of what they say out their mouth.
yeah, but you also
So
have to
that
be
might
careful
help
about
you
what you
gain a
say.
better perspective on what you're doing and what to do. Because you want to build an affirmative defense. First, they gonna present everything at the arraignment if you decide to go. But if you don't, then you get what I'm saying. You could be subject to a bench warrant, like in my county. That's what they will do.
Yeah, but also a DA doesn't have to tell you the truth.
No, that's true too. But you can let them know that that sounds like a tort claim and
But
malicious prosecution if they're picking up something that is, you
there
get
you
what I'm
go.
saying, inaccurate.
Malicious prosecution.
Huh?
What you just said, malicious prosecution? That sounds
Yes.
like good right there.
Yeah, but he would have to be able to substantiate it. If he can't substantiate it, then
That's the
Hey,
part. That's
man.
like maybe I should get a lawyer, like at least to for the first hearing. Yeah, and then
Every
like,
single case.
You don't need one. You don't
Every
need
single
one.
case is
Not
malicious
yet.
here's my thing.
prosecution.
Here's my thing. I'm not
Every
going to tell you
single
what you
case.
should or shouldn't do because you are your own man. You are your own person. You can make your own choices. And if this information is a little too deep for you to think that you can do it on your own, then do what you got to do. But I'm telling you right now, through my experience, all a lawyer does is play the game on their rules.
Correct. Correct. What's
So
a
you're
lawyer?
basically
What's a
subjecting
lawyer's
yourself to
role?
become the ward of the court.
What's a lawyer's role? Lawyer's role is to keep up the controversy. Period.
just turning to yourself with like the person that she said before, like faced with other stuff. Like I see what they talking about, but yeah, Mr. Difficult, the thing that you fill the paper you sent me, that would be good so I could do it. All of Dominus is the here. What's up, Dom? What's that? So peeps.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you on Telegram.
Send me one.
The conditional acceptance.
You
Now,
send it to me. I have it.
so here's the
What?
thing, right? Here's the
Uh,
thing, right? Like I was on live with Ampu the other day, and he told a story. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it. Okay. He told me a story about a conditional acceptance, right? And this is what I'm telling you why this was what I would do because it will stall you in order for you to get the mindset in order to go in there and actually do what you need to do. Because the conditional acceptance, as far as I'm concerned, is only a way to stall.
I can see that.
But it's cold. It's so cold in the fact that, wow, you're going to be like, wow, this is what's going on in the courtroom. Holy shit. Oh my God, you're going to have a revelation. This is why I recommend the conditional acceptance. I recommend it. This is not advice. You know what the doctors say? Well, I recommend this, but they don't give you advice either, do they?
No, they recommend a prescription.
You see what I'm saying? If I were you, this is what I would do. It's a recommendation, okay? If I were you, this is what I would do. Because it's going to stall them because they cannot answer the question. And it's funny to sit back and watch how they try to proceed after you ask them the right question.
Truth.
It's funny. It's funny.
Truth.
But it's not funny because they trying to take your kids away, though. You see what I'm saying? But these people that's saying that that you brandish the weapon, first of all, can you produce the person who made such a claim? And then they piled on this and then that, and if you don't show up, we're gonna do this. That, to me, that sounds like harassment. That sounds like threats.
For real.
You see what I'm saying? Based on a hearsay claim that somebody fabricated in order to take you off your square, bro.
Yeah. Just like that old saying, you'll either stand for something or you'll fall for anything. So you need to stand on your square. If you think that there's truth in this type of information, then you need to stand on your square.
Exactly. But you just stand on what you know. Like, don't worry about the codes and the Constitution. You just stand and, like, read the letter.
Yeah.
Read the letter. It says, let me read it again. Like, say, for instance, this letter didn't come from the government. It came from Tay-Tay down the street. Please be advised that a criminal complaint has been filed charging you with a violation of Section PC417A1, commonly known as brandishing a weapon. There may be other charges included in this complaint, which are not listed here. If you are on probation or any other, look how they keep coming. There may be other charges. That means they're gonna.
That's foul too.
But you know what that means? May means must. May means must. So they must charge you with additional charges because they're gonna wrap all kind of shits in that bond before they float it on the stock exchange. Okay. There may be other charges included in the complaint, which are not listed here. If you're on probation, we're gonna charge you with some more stuff and make even more money off of it.
Yeah, because violation of probation means you go back to jail.
Bro, they say charge. Now, when you go to Costco or Walmart or Kroger, they have
it's
a
like
cost.
your credit card, you charge it.
Right?
Money.
And they have a cost. They charge you with. Okay. And when these legislative people write their acts, the acts turn into what? Bills that they charge you with. This is all business.
Truth.
Okay, so there has to be 5 points to an affidavit, right? Someone submitted that.
No, so like here's the thing, right? I don't want to jump in, but like I have jurisdictionary, right? And jurisdictionary taught me the affidavit is something you attach to something else. And the affidavit only needs to state what it needs to state, and that's it.
Right.
You are attaching the affidavit to something else.
Okay, so did they have to file something under oath or penalty of perjury to charge him with this.
Yeah, look up writ of attachment in his state.
Okay, so that would be 5 points that they had to cover in their statement.
A writ of attachment, I don't know how it goes for every state, but a writ of attachment is what they do to charge anybody with a crime.
You guys are past the start line. Like, what's at the start? What is at the start line? At the starting line has to be someone standing next to you in that race. Now, who is that someone?
The person accusing you, whatever.
Right?
The charging party.
The charging, right.
Right, but
your accuser, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they
So
try
it
to
says, please
obfuscate
be
that with the
advised
state.
that a criminal complaint has been filed charging you with a violation. Now, please be advised that there has been a criminal complaint. It's so open-ended.
Exactly.
But
Dominus
it
Liter
sounds
says
so official.
the state.
So you have the right to call or examine the party or witness that filed the complaint. Number
Which
one.
is the state, and they can't pull them up.
So that's one thing you get to ask. Where is the charging document? Who wrote it? I need to know.
Right. So let's not even get into rights. Let's not even talk about our rights. Let's talk about who is the other party, because this is business. It's business. Right? So let's not even talk about rights. So I'm like, so say for instance, right? Because my lady friend, she worked for State Farm, right? And just watching her work for State Farm and how things go, it's like, wow, this is the same thing going on in the courts. So if I hit your car, now what do you do with the insurance company?
File a claim.
You file a claim. And then what does the other person do if they don't agree? They
dispute
the charges, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. It's only business people. They will file a claim against you. If you don't agree, you will have a real or a personal defense against it. Okay? Either way, you are the what? The defendant. This is insurance, man. This is all tax. This is all like business, bro. There is no constitution.
That's true.
Dispute counterclaim might not work though. Somebody said that in the comments. They like to obfuscate, so if you're gonna counterclaim, you better come with facts and a way to substantiate your claim, or else it'll just get thrown out.
Great wording. Great wording. Substantiate, because they've traded substance for form.
Exactly.
That's why we all filling out forms. There's no substance anymore. Substance is like actually handwritten letters, right?
Well, yeah, because so before you finish, Chaplain View, he was telling us that the court starts on the paperwork because that is 4 corners and that's a court.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So if you have the correct paperwork and you have this correct substantiation in your paperwork to substantiate your claim, then the court doesn't even have, you don't even have to enter a courtroom if you have the right paperwork, or you can substantiate the proper facts with your paperwork.
Correct. So what is the court? The court is the record.
Exactly.
For the record, Your Honor, for the record.
If they arrest me, if they were to arrest me or like for whatever reason, I know with a trial by jury, I know that I'm gonna fight it regardless. I'm gonna take it to trial because I know I didn't do anything.
Try again, E. Like this happened to me the other night. Like this happened to me.
You're all messed up.
Like this happened to me the other night. Like I'm gonna mute because I think it's me. I'm gonna mute. Go ahead, E.
No, yeah, like I was saying, because remember what I told you about in 2017, like I with a trial by jury, I know like the evidence, it'll be like I can argue the dictatorship and then like I know I didn't do anything, so I know there's no proof of what they're saying. They're just allegations. And
If you got a second phone or something, it's creating background noise, so you're getting cut out. E.
oh shit, I don't know. I'm using my regular phone like I was earlier.
That's better. Go ahead now.
Okay, yeah. So I was saying, I know that I have enough evidence to prove, like, if about the neighbor, that it's a fictitious litigant. Because I've been to civil court where they've accused me of so many other things, and it's been dismissed. Like, they always request a temporary restraining. They get a temporary restraining order. I go to civil court, and then it gets dismissed because they see that it's all bullshit. But right now it's like I think that the DA is picking it up on like as a favor to the officers that I've been trying to for the police report where they said I consented to the children leaving, two of the children leaving with grandma, and that I refuse a temporary restraining order for me pushing and continue to like no, I want this like clarified about him lying on the police report
Okay, hold
because
up
I
though.
requested
Hold up
what?
though. Hold up though. If you have that, if you're talking about your little incident where it's been dismissed in civil court cases, do you have that on paperwork?
Yes,
Because
I
if you
have all
have
the
it,
paperwork,
so
all the
then that's
prior.
all you need to do is show the paperwork, and then that would shut the DA for that specific case trying to use that against you on that.
No, yeah, but they're all like different incidents. But what I'm saying, that would be a fictitious litigant, right?
You could word it in many ways.
Mm, No, you're not. You can't claim vexatious litigant. You can only file for that.
I was trying to like use that as a like how many more times are they gonna allow for this person to make false allegations and then it's just like we go to get it dismissed and then they wait again a while till they messing with me and then like try to take me again to court to get me arrested on whatever lies they make. But like I said, I have irrefutable evidence. I have like 7 police reports where they're the aggressors and the police put me down as the victim because when they get there. But usually, since where I live, it's 4 units to the property, and 3 of the other units are all relatives. So it's just my word usually against them. 2 people from each unit come out and collaborate each other's story. But so, like I said, there's no what they're alleging. There's no proof because I didn't do it. I have proof that they've actually hurt me. That like they pepper sprayed me before, and where they've attacked me and my baby mama when we were together prior to all of this, like from 2018, 2019. So I have actual evidence where they're the aggressors. Like I'm down on the police reports as the victim. So that's where I wanted to go. Like, how many more times are they gonna allow them to continue to make false allegations? Because making a false police report is a crime, right? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, not until it's charged by someone else. It doesn't matter.
Oh, so I get arrested for it, then it becomes a crime on
No,
their
no,
behalf.
no. Until they are charged for it.
Yeah, you'd have
Your
to do that
allegations are allegations.
just like theirs was until it was dismissed because you proved that it was wrong.
Oh, I got acquitted on all 6 charges prior to this back in 2017. I took it to trial. Like the first time when they tried doing the whole restraining order thing and making false allegations and the jury the jury found me not guilty of all 7 charges.
Yeah, but what she's saying is that in the beginning they were all allegations until you took it to trial and got it dismissed. So
No,
if
because I
you
got
were to
arrested for that.
so for you to say that in another court case, it's still considered an allegation, which you have to
I have
substantiate.
paperwork prove it.
So then you have to substantiate it on a court of
What's
record.
that mean substantiated?
Prove it.
To prove.
And the best way to do that, if they will acknowledge it, is an affidavit and an affidavit of truth. And then
Okay.
attach your evidence and hold it up. Because if
Hold.
you submit it before that, they're going to try to go right past you. Hold it up during the hearing when you get a chance to speak, instead of using all of your words, just say, I have evidence here.
Everybody understands that an affidavit is an affidavit of truth, correct?
I'm
Yes.
not
There's
sure.
different affidavits, no?
There is no such thing as an affidavit of truth because all affidavits are a sworn to statement under penalties of perjury. So it's already an affidavit of truth.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to tell you that in my experience, that I've had the difference of an affidavit of fact, an affidavit of truth, and you're right. Should it matter? Probably not. But I'm telling you, on the record, a judge will see the difference.
But that could be subjective to your
That's
particular
right.
case.
Absolutely.
Like y'all gotta understand, like an affidavit is truth because you swore under penalties of perjury. Now perjury is a fine of no more than 5 years in prison and a felony. So nobody is going to swear under penalties of perjury and be lying and get a felony. Nobody wants a felony.
So
So
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me say this, guys. Right? So we're saying affidavit of this, affidavit of that, affidavit of whatever. An affidavit is sworn testimony written down on paper. That's it.
exactly,
Yes.
that's what I
You
just
can
said.
Yes.
just put affidavit at the top and then
Yes.
write whatever you want on there. And then say, under the penalty of perjury, I swear this and that.
Yes.
There has to be there have to be no specific title for it.
Exactly what I was just saying.
Right. So, and that's the thing, and that's what they were saying, and I'm so glad y'all brought it up, is because if you want to keep arguing, right, and saying this, and I have evidence of that, because that's what you're doing, you're arguing. I'm not attacking you, I'm just saying. If you want to keep arguing and saying, well, I did this, serve an affidavit on them. And now you ain't got to say it no more.
And within your affidavit, you tell them that they have to answer back with an affidavit, so that way it can't be rebutted. Because in court, an unrebutted affidavit remains as truth and fact.
Correct. So that's the way to get around that,
And
right?
what we
So
mean by
let's talk
unrebutted
about.
is it's not disputed. They didn't come back and say no, you're wrong. That's what unrebutted means.
So let's talk about that for just a minute, because I've experienced where you submit an affidavit and they will put it on the record and it had absolutely no effect. None. It's referenced, but somehow through all the back and forth, it's almost like the more you talk, the more they can interject their statutes and word salad.
And I
You
will say
can file
this.
an affidavit into court, but that doesn't mean that it's on record. You have to
Correct.
speak it into record.
You have to. And that's why I say, if you're going to write an affidavit, you better be ready to read it.
Yes, I'd like to
That's
take notice to
great.
the honorable judge. Did you receive my affidavit I filed in the court this morning? Could the honorable judge allow me to read my affidavit into the record?
So that's perfect. That's why that happened to me then.
Correct, because you filed it into court, and the judge doesn't have to fucking put it on record.
Yeah, he referenced it, but he didn't reference what it was, and that it
No.
was unrebutted.
Now
And
you got to keep this in mind though. Even if they reference it, depending on how they reference it and what they say when they reference it,
It's all
this
hearsay.
is all hearsay, because depending on how the judge references it, if you were to take it into appellate court, no matter what, in the appellate courts or the higher courts, they're going to operate on the presumption that the lower court did its due diligence and did everything to their capacity and the way that they were supposed to do everything.
And
So
boom.
if you don't put it on the record yourself and make it
Right.
a record, then when you take it to the appellate courts, they're gonna fucking just shut you down.
Because why? Because if you didn't get it on the record, it's not going to make it to the appellate courts.
Exactly, because it's
You
not
can
going to be
file it
on the.
all day long, but it's not going to make it to the appellate courts
Yes,
unless you
because it's
speak
not
it
going to
onto
be
the
on the
record.
transcript. Because the record is the transcript.
Correct. And that's what I learned about affidavits. But at the same time, you can still back them off with an affidavit at the same time.
Truth.
Because why? Because you know they're not going to answer to it. And if you file it correctly and they can't ignore it, and you go in there with a certificate of service, right? Like, I know you received this because the last affidavit I sent, I know the prosecutor got it because she asked me about it in open court. Well, it wasn't open court. I was in the audience and she goes, "What is this affidavit you sent me?" And I said, "Well, it's to attest to the fact that you didn't answer to my bill of particulars." Well, I thought I did. And you know what I said to her? I said, "I disagree." And she turned around and she didn't say nothing to me for the rest of the day. And I
And
haven't
there's a
heard
reason
anything
for
from
that.
them since.
And
I
there's a
haven't
reason for
heard
that.
from anything from them since.
Because now they understand that you're either a little bit too smart for their own good, or they know that they gotta figure out a way to obfuscate you or push it under the rug like they tend to do.
And you know what they said, Moonchild? After that, the judge, you know what the judge said to me? She said, "I want you to watch a trial just so that you know how the procedure goes." And I was like, "Well, ma'am, I object to this trial. Who am I going to trial with?" And she said, "I understand."
Mm.
I haven't heard from them since, but the case is
Maybe
still open. I got to figure out how to close it now.
probably sending another letter asking for dismissal with prejudice since they haven't responded to
I'm
you in
not
a
sending,
specific amount of
I'm
time.
not sending anything else on this court case to keep this court case alive. You know what I'm saying? The next thing I send is going to kill it, not keep it alive. Because
Exactly.
if I send any motions, anything like that,
Nah, you don't want to do a motion because that's a request.
right? But anything I send is giving it life.
No, because a
Did he
demand
sign
can
it?
shut it
Let's
off.
let's let's collateralize it. Let's securitize it. Right? Is there a signature on that document he sent in?
But what I mean by that is by demand, because if you send a motion, that's a request.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
if you send a demand, that's demand of settlement and
I
closure.
understand. But I'm saying if I send them anything, is keeping this court case alive.
No, I agree with you. You got to be careful on what you send at all in general.
Correct.
So
And that
are you aware of how many days a entity has before it just becomes susceptible to demanding that it be dismissed or
I mean, now
thrown out?
to me, now you're getting into something some guy wrote down on a piece of paper somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
it's kind of
subject to
tricky with that.
change,
You got to
right?
follow
that's true.
procedure. That's the thing. It's tricky when you try to ask for dismissal or for things to be closed out. And you got to ask it a particular way, or else they can bring the case back up. They can be
Again,
like, yeah, sure, and then come back.
something some guy wrote down in a piece of paper somewhere. Now, my thing is this. What's actually going on in this courtroom? Right? And this is why they didn't answer to my affidavit, because they've got to keep the dog and pony show up.
Yeah, they got to
Like
keep
they're
the
actually conducting
smoke and
law.
mirrors.
That they're actually conducting law when they're not. All they're doing is conducting business. Their stocks and trade, livestock, bondage, right? We are livestock in bondage,
So,
stocks and bonds. That's
so
all
on
that's
that
going
note,
on.
on
That's
that
all
note,
that's going on.
on that note, have you read the Trading with the Enemy Act?
I mean, I haven't, because I mean that kind of verbiage is written down on a piece of paper by some dude.
Well, but they also get definitions to it though, so you should at least take notice
But
into
like to
that.
me, I know the foundation. I know how it feels. I know how it feels. Some guy wrote
Yeah,
something
but
down.
feelings doesn't constitute fact.
It doesn't matter. Fuck all that. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. But some guy wrote something down and you popped out of a uterus and now all of a sudden you got to follow it. Does that make
Well,
sense to you?
but look, check this out though. The word enemy, as used herein, shall be deemed to mean, for the purposes of such trading of this chapter, a any individual, partnership, or other body of individuals of any nationality resident within the territory,
Did God
including
write that?
the occupied by the military or naval forces of
Did,
any nation with which the United States is at war.
did God
So
write
we
that?
are at war.
Did God write that?
God didn't write that, but these men wrote it and they are running over us.
Right. So
So
like,
how do we get over that?
I mean, um, uh, uh,
Hey, I get your frustration. I don't want to read this shit either, but I think that it would
right,
be
right.
I
I don't
think
want
that
to
it
read this shit.
I don't want to read this shit either, but I think it would be disingenuous to ourselves to not at least take a look at it. And when I read that first little part about the definitions, that shit was wild, bro. Like, I was thinking about it like, damn. And then
Hey,
I started going through and just scamming it. Like, not really reading through
it's
it, but
great,
just scamming certain titles of little parts, little subsections of parts. And they even have a nationality part in there.
right?
And it's like, oh, all right,
Like
so
Diddy's.
now I'm getting it. But she was saying that if you read this, you'll find the answer to how you're supposed to use the name decree to get out. But I couldn't find that shit. Because she said that if you read it, it says that if you do a name decree within your county that you domicile in, get the state seal on it, then send it on the Fed level, then you'll get that on the Fed level, and then all your other shit while you were a minor in your minor estate will be forgiven. But I didn't find that out. I don't know if it was in another act that she was talking about or what, but I'm still kind of looking into that. But that
I
tells you
mean,
right
like it
there.
sounds like a process that somebody wrote down on a piece of paper, right? Like I popped out of a uterus, man. Okay.
But it's all
I'm gonna keep
processes
bringing
at
that
the
up,
end of the
B.
day.
I'm gonna keep bringing that up. I popped out of a uterus. Now I understand, right?
I mean, I'm a C-section baby, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You still popped out of
You
a
still came
uterus.
out
No,
of
I
a
popped out
uterus.
the stomach-ish
You
area.
still pop. I'm a C-section baby, B.
You were still in the stomach.
You still popped out that uterus. It came onto the land just like all of us. We are all floating islands walking around, bro.
But here's my problem. My problem is that there is no like. Okay, you're frustrated with the process of doing things. I'm trying to find the exact process. So where do we meet in the middle to help each other out to get out of this fucked up system? Excuse my French.
Exercise. You have to just try and see what works.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with that because if you
You
cite
do.
if you cite the wrong things or if you put in the wrong paperwork, they could
What?
fucking get you for a statute that you violated.
A statute. But what do we keep arguing against? This is what I'm saying. Like, even Honey was on there talking about, oh, if you do this, it could land you in jail. But like, I was thinking in my mind, I'm not trying to shit on her or anything, but I'm like, who did I hurt by doing this? I'm trying to figure it out because you motherfucker, excuse me, you all didn't teach me how to do it. So now, if I'm gonna have to fumble my way through it, I'm gonna fumble my way through it.
See, and that's my
Am I
thing too.
committing
It's
a
like
crime?
fumbling through this stuff. Like,
What?
No,
you
because
know how
What
these
many
am I
documents
committing
I've
attorneys,
a
read?
crime? Who am I hurting? I'm not
nobody,
hurting
these
anyone.
attorneys lie all the time.
Well, that's
So
what an
why are we
attorney
scared to
is, a
try these
licensed
things? Because
liar.
we're not hurting anyone.
No,
Why are
we're
we
not.
scared to try these things? Because we're not hurting anyone. You know who we
Because they
hurting?
can take your body. That's why we're scared to do it.
Because they
Nobody
got the
wants to go into
guns.
prison.
They got the guns.
Not really the guns. It's the fact that they can take your body and put you in prison. And nobody wants to be in prison because in prison you can get stabbed up for just walking in.
Sure. So you just said they can take your body, right?
And you can't
That
fight.
be
That's the problem. So like if it would be different if we could fight them off and be like, no, you ain't taking my body.
correct. Correct.
But we
And
can't.
that's not. Yeah, that's not. They
Because then
they
you
got
get more
drones and
charges,
shit.
and then you're stuck in prison.
Right. They can hit you from across the street. You wouldn't even know it.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't even know it.
And then if you cause more controversy or if you create too much stuff within the public, then they could just assassinate your ass.
Right. I agree. So like with like that's the thing. Like so many people come on these lives and are like, "What is the remedy? I don't know what to do." Shit, I don't know what to do, but I know what not to do, and that's going in these courtrooms and start fussing and fighting with these folks. I'm not doing that.
Well,
No.
yeah. Once you start arguing, you just create controversy. I'm learning that with my case as I have now. What
Well,
I
Right.
that's
should
the
have did is
beauty about everyone
requested for them
talking.
to settle the claim, full settlement and closure.
Can I ask a question?
Go for it.
Absolutely.
I have a CPS case and I had one 5 years ago that
Mm-hmm.
was closed. Now they came in and seems like they want to bring up the one from 5 years ago. They can't do that, can they?
They can do anything that you will allow them to do.
Yeah,
That's the only
that's
way I'm going
tough.
to answer that question.
Yeah, you'd
Okay.
have to
Forget
rebut
about
anything that they
forget
come
about
with.
what they write on a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
They will do whatever that you will allow them to.
Was it closed?
Yes, it was.
So if they
Then
bring
they
it
should
up,
not be able to bring that up.
they can bring it up. That's the problem.
Was it
So
closed
when
with
they
prejudice or
do,
without prejudice?
That part I don't remember. I have to. Oh, now I'm learning those terms too. I have to look. I don't
See,
do you
remember.
have
those
paperwork?
terms are written
Closed is
down by some
closed.
dude.
Do you have paperwork?
Yes.
So what I would do is skim through your paperwork and read it all, and then if they do bring it up, go back to what you read and make sure that you have the facts on why they closed the account or why they closed the check. Well, let's just
Okay.
call it an account because every case is considered an
Right, because
account
it's
with
the account
bonds.
number, ID number. Right.
Yes. So let's just call it an account. So you need to find out what their reason on your paperwork is written down on why they closed the account. And then when they bring it in your new case, you just say, "Objection, Your Honor. I have the paperwork here and my stuff. The case was closed due to this reason. You can look at this if you'd like to." And then that
We're not
objects what
in
they're trying to say.
we're not in court. It's just a notice that I've got about the conversation with
Can you read the
my.
notice?
I'm sorry.
Would you be able to read the notice just like I read E's notice on here and to see how ridiculous it sounds?
Yeah, when you were reading, I was like, that sounds is like you said, it's generic that they send out to everybody, basically.
Yes, a complaint has been filed against you.
Yes, that is exactly how it starts
So like
wording.
like like let's take it from there, people. Let's not try to get into any processes.
Have you thought
Let's
about
break down
freaking?
let's break down the defects in the presentment that she was offered. Okay, let's use the right words. She was presented with an offer. Now,
So right
are
across
you going to contract with that offer?
Say that again.
You were presented. Whatever letter they sent you is
Mm-hmm.
also known as a presentment. It's known
Okay.
as a presentment, and they are offering it to you. You know what the prosecutor said to me the first time I sat down with her?
Well,
She said, "Are you interested in the offer?" I said, "No." Now all of a sudden I'm the defendant. Now, if I would have said, "Well, I'll be happy to accept that offer, man, but I need this, that, and the third," now I stay in honor.
truth. That's the ultimate goal at the end, is staying in honor. And if he would have answered her that way, that would have kept him in honor, and then they wouldn't have been able to pursue him further, because then that means that they're negotiating.
God Divine has time. God Divine Herbs has time because
Well, it's
she's just
also
been presented with an offer. Now she has the opportunity to respond, right?
yeah.
and
What
you
I
have
would do,
go
or
ahead.
well, I'm not even gonna say what I would do because that could be construed as legal advice. So
Mhm.
for
I don't.
educational purposes,
There you
I
go.
I would say, uh, try doing the writing in a red pen on your presentment. I do not consent to this. I do not consent to contract with you. All rights reserved, without prejudice. Sign your name, and then get it notarized and sent back in.
Oh, I like that.
Now I agree with everything he said, but
The reason
you
why
Wait,
got
it has to
is
be in
because
red?
no, no,
yes,
no, no. Let's get back to business, people. Now, if you're getting into business, if you're gonna send it back, you have to do so within 72 hours, okay? Because that's
Oh,
the right to rescission.
yes,
Because that's what he's talking about. That's the
okay.
right to rescission.
for any
So
contract,
72 hours. Okay.
So
always
if it's after 72 hours, you can't do it. So don't even try.
Okay.
truth.
So anything else after that, within 72 hours, I could do it.
If they send you anything, it's the moment you get it, you
Within
say
the first 72
refuse for
hours.
cause, refused for cause. You write it in blue, write it in blue. I wrote mine in blue, okay? And I don't know what actually got my court cases end, but I know this. Every time I showed up in that courtroom, it
Mm-hmm.
established a new contract, okay?
Yeah,
And the moment I got up and left, I told them that I do not agree with this and I'm not going further. Every time you go into that courtroom,
Mm-hmm.
you perform because in contracting, there is performance, okay? And
Okay.
every time you go into that courtroom, you are performing for them. You are acknowledging the fact that I am proceeding with this. As long as you're there, because what? Guess what? They cannot proceed if you are not there.
yeah. But
That's
that's
why
why
they
they
send their
threaten you.
dogs to come get
Yeah,
you.
that's why they threaten you with the warrant. And keep in
That's,
mind, a warrant is a writ of attachment, which a bond is filed on your name, your all caps name, which gives authority to the sheriff or the policy officers to come from the public and enter the private and take the private person from the private and back into the public to proceed in public controversy.
Whoa.
there you go. Come on, Moon. Come on.
So
Oh, that's like a double whammy.
So you got to think about it. So what I said is that a writ of attachment is how they get a warrant for your arrest. A writ of attachment is where the prosecutor or the judge writes an affidavit and then files a bond on your all caps name. When they do that, the
Mhm.
affidavit gives the authority to the sheriff or police officers, to come from the public, because everything in court is public, and enter the private to grab the private person, bring them back into the public, and proceed in public controversy. Because that's all that a court case is controversy. When you
Mm.
start arguing, I'm that name and I have a bone to pick, that's not me, that didn't happen, like E said. E always
Mhm.
says, oh, I can prove this, I can prove they're wrong, I can prove that. All he's doing is making controversy.
There you
So
go.
he's entering into contract with them without even realizing that he's entering into contract with them.
There you go.
So this is why we're supposed to learn administrative processes or their lingo, so that way we can get our remedy. Because remember, remedy is a right,
Mm.
and that means that we have to be able to speak their lingo and say a particular way of have a particular way of saying something to where it puts them on notice and says, "Oh shit, we can't fuck with this one," or "Oh shit, we can't mess with them."
And
They know what's up.
I'm gonna go a little deeper, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna go a little deeper, right?
Okay.
And it's the fact that I'm sorry. Are you doing business under my name?
Are you administering my estate? You said it not that long ago in life.
Oh, you could ask them that question too.
You can
Okay.
ask them anything you want to, my love.
You can't get in trouble with
Mhm.
asking questions. You can get in trouble by making statements.
Exactly, because anything you say, but
Will be
are you
used against
saying anything when you're asking a question? It's chess, man. These folks are playing chess, and it's all theater. When you go in there, you got this person wearing this hat and that person wearing that hat, and they all got masks on. What's a persona? What's a person? It's a mask.
Okay, so let me get this right. Within this first 72 hours, you have to write refuse for cause.
Well, I mean, so like here's the thing, right? Like now you're getting into process. Now
Mm-hmm.
let's get into concept. You are refusing the cause of action, okay? Because any charge, anything they bring against you has to have a cause. So now you're refusing it for the cause. Now cuz you don't agree with the cause. And then you put without dishonor, all rights reserved, then you write everything else in. But what's starting it? I'm refusing this because there's no cause of action. There's no corpus delicti. There's no mens rea, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you ever seen CSI?
I haven't watched it in a while.
Well, in any of these court movies or Hollywood things, they'll put it right in front of you. Okay? They'll be like, "Well, we can't get him because we don't have
Jurisdiction or whatever,
no,
right?
they'll say we don't have the murder weapon, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have
Evidence.
we don't have evidence." And what's one thing they always say? We must prove intent. Now, in any criminal act, there must be intent. And this is something that no one's talking about. Now, did I intend to speed or did I intend to not get my right? Can you prove intent? You ever seen that in these court shows?
Yeah, basically what
Mm-hmm.
he's saying is if you got up and went and got water, can I prove that you were intending to get a soda?
Oh, no, you can't.
All right then. So you have to be able to refute that in court when they say that your intent or intentions were
Mm-hmm.
to do this violation of whatever said statute
Right.
or whatever said crime they're saying you violated. Because
Well,
no one can prove intent.
let's not bring statues because here's the
No,
thing.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that as an example of whatever said statute they said you violated.
Oh, claim
No,
whatever, right.
that's a good point though. Moon.
Subsection, such and such, right.
Right, but that's a
Yeah.
good point that he brought up though. So now how do they get around the fact that you have to prove intent, the actus reus, which is the criminal act, the corpus delicti, which is the body of the crime, who did you actually injure? How do you get around all of that? Well, the code just simply says any violation of a statute is a crime.
Exactly.
It's umbrella. It's all encompassing. So that means anything they write down that they deem as a crime is a crime. Now,
Period.
how can some dude sit down in his chambers or whoever where the hell he at or who
Office.
he is, sit down and write something down and be like, okay, everybody got to do what I say, cause I'm the head honcho.
I'm in charge.
Now, how can he do that?
Fear.
No, there's a very simple question or answer to that. There's a very simple answer to that, and it's how we're all wrapped up into it.
Mm.
Contract. There is a contract
Yeah,
somewhere.
but that's vague though because there is a contract somewhere, but there's multiple contracts somewhere. Your driver's license, your
Of course,
freaking
of course.
everything
They've
is
got
a contract that we don't know. They call it tacit consent.
they call it adhesion, right? Because there's not tacit consent when they have your signature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you tacitly consented when you went and got your driver's license. You
It's
tacitly
not
consented.
tacit. Tacit is unspoken. Tacit is like unwritten. Tacit is just a understanding.
Yeah, but when you went and got your driver's license and you signed that you're a U.S. citizen, you only did that because someone told you that's what we do. You grew
Exactly.
up hearing that's what
I'm
you
not
see.
saying that you're wrong, but I'm saying that that's their contract. Because if you look at the driver's license application, that form is an affidavit, people.
Yes.
You're right.
That form is an affidavit. That application is an affidavit. So there's your contract right there. So of course you're subject to the Georgia code if you have a Georgia license. Why in the hell do you think that the cops are so bloodthirsty over getting your ID?
Contract.
That's the proof of contract.
But
Oh
even
my
like you were
God.
saying, you were trying to sign your new ID with all rights reserved or whatever, or without recourse, and they were trying to stop you from doing that.
Exactly.
So they're getting hip to the game, is all that's telling us.
Oh yeah, but they know that we are getting hit to the game.
Yeah,
That's the curveball.
and that's
Right.
what we call
And they're scared.
obfuscation.
Obfuscation. Adhesion. Now, because like here's the thing. Let's bring this up. Like when I went to go try to get the all rights reserved, I asked the lady when you go to the DMV, you know
Mm-hmm.
they greet you at the front, and the first thing she says is, "Did you fill the application out online?" And I said to her, "No, I would like a paper application." Oh, well, we don't do that. Well, why don't you do that? Oh, we reserve that for the elderly. Well, I mean, in my mind, I didn't say this, but in my mind, that sounds like discrimination. You give it to
Mm.
LD, but you wouldn't give it to me?
Right.
You
You
know, that
could have
doesn't
just
sound
said
like equal opportunity.
you could have just said due to ADA they have to require you to or they are required to allow you to do a paper one because you have some kind of disability.
See, that's process.
But
I'm
but at
sticking
that
on
same
principle,
but see
right?
that's the beauty of it though. Saying that you have a disability is perfect because you don't have to give them a reason.
I understand, but that's process. I'm sticking on principle. Give me the application. I don't have to come up with something off the cuff,
Excuse.
right? Exactly. I don't have to come up with something off the cuff. Give me the application. And the thing is, when you go in there and you start doing these things, you will see, wow, they don't want you to do this. Oh my God.
Well, yeah,
It's
because in any place they can reject your service or reject to give you service.
they can't. They can't. Now, if I went into Popeyes, yes. Yes. If I go into Popeyes and I'm not wearing a shirt, they can reject me service.
Well,
But
think
if
about
I
it this
go
way,
into
though.
a governmental organization, people who are supposed to be working for us, not for profit, okay? Because if I go into Popeyes, they're selling a service.
So
They're
are the
not
DMV, I
providing a
think.
service,
But
right?
they're also selling it.
Exactly. They're doing
But
business.
here's my thing,
They're
though.
doing
This is how they
business and they're
reject
not
your
going to accept
service.
that contract.
This
And
is how
that's
they
what's
reject your
happening.
service. If you would have fought back and been like, nah, I think that I should be able to get one, or whatever your excuse was to have them give you one, they would have just called the cops on you, and then bam, what was that? That's their version of rejecting service.
Right? Because you know what you know what the I'm sorry, hold on, I'm fumbling over my tongue right now. Hold on. You know what the thing is? I went in and I tried to do it publicly, and that's the wrong move. You know,
Exactly.
you know how you get the DMV? You send them a motherfucking letter that they can't respond to. You do it in the private,
Yeah. Because then you get them in dishonor.
right? And then they don't have to disclose it to anybody. Now you might go on TikTok and say like, "Hey man, I did this, and if you want to do it too, send me $500." You know what I'm saying? You get a win,
Yeah.
and then now I can sell it.
I mean,
Like I'm not saying I'm not above it, man, because you know I got into the TikTok thing, but you see where all this is coming from. The
no, I get
moment
what
you
you're
get a
saying.
win, the moment you get a win, now you want to sell it.
I don't want to sell. I just want to teach.
I just want to be free, man, and I want to just talk about being free with people, and
Exactly.
I'll share my experience with you as you will with me. You feel me?
Feel you.
Now, why don't they want to take my UCC 1-308 driver's license application? Why don't even why? I mean, listen to me, y'all. Why don't even why? I mean, listen. They won't even allow you to get a driver's license paper application. And if you go on my page and you look up that video, she says, well, I'm telling you right now, even if I give you the paper, you're going to have to sign that electronic signature. Now, why would they want an electronic signature?
There's many reasons why. There's a lot of court cases, actual court cases that have came out where people were subjected to their electronic signature for like homes and tenants in rental apartments or rental housing or whatever. It's a way to get around things.
I'll tell you this right now. It's a way of reproducing your signature at will. Period.
Yeah, because they could just copy and paste.
Exactly. Now, even on I'll say another video I put up. A guy went into court and proved that his signature wasn't the signature he signed on that form. He saw his signature, put it on another form. If you give them now, why wouldn't they want to take the paper? Because I'm like, I told them when I was there, I want to know what I'm signing. If I sign this electronic signature, I don't know what I'm signing. At least I have the document. I can cross this out, write this word in, because you have the right to do that. People realize that you can cross this word out. I swear that I'm a U.S. citizen. Oh, if you're a national, cross out citizen and put national on there. Cross out citizen, put man or woman on there. That's why they didn't want you to do it. And then they take that electronic signature and just attach it to whatever form they want. Bonds, right? Maybe bonds, maybe securities, maybe all this thing that's going on in the back office that you don't know, but they taking your electronic signature and just placing it right on the form and sending it right through.
I get it. The reason why they're stopping us from doing that, though, is because once we put that down there, we reserved all our rights, and they can't come after us. In that book, Meet Your Straw Man, or it was either Meet Your Straw Man or the UCC Connection. The dude had it on his license, and when he went to court, he showed the judge, and the judge was, or he showed the police officer while the police officer was on the stand, and then the judge noticed it and was like, "Let me see that license." And then when he looked at the license, he was like, "Oh no, case dismissed. You didn't see this. You're a police officer and you didn't notice this."
Right. So, like, my answer to that is, if you tried that in 2018, it would probably work, but it's not going to work anymore.
No, because they got hip to it. They're not going to allow us to.
Exactly. They're not even going to allow it. You know what the clerk said to me? Sir, you cannot put UCC or whatever on. You got to sign it like it's presented on your birth certificate.
Yeah, but you didn't sign your birth certificate, so what the fuck?
There's no signature on the birth certificate.
Yeah, there's no birth certificate. There's no signature on your birth certificate. There is only a signature spot in your social security number, or your social security card, and most people don't even sign it until after they reach the age of 21.
Most people still don't even. Mine still ain't got no signature on it, but guess what? It still worked. Because I just got a new copy of it, and I still ain't signed it.
And when you read the back of it, it says if they want it, you got to send it back.
Right? Why?
Because it's theirs. It's not yours. It's just in your name.
Right, but say like they send you a coupon in the mail with your power bill, right? They send you the remedy in the mail, right?
It's yours. Or it's theirs.
You
No, it's theirs.
endorse it, you give it a full endorsement, you send it back, and then they say that, oh, you didn't give us a payment. And then you say, wait,
Yeah, for real though.
what? I have a certified receipt that said that you received it on such and such date. What are you talking about? I tendered a payment. And they say, well, this is not an acceptable form of payment. Okay, well then, okay, well, if you want to argue, right? Now you could be like, well, per USC 1 dash whatever code, right? Whatever the hell code it is, you have to accept this because there is no money,
Yeah.
right? So like, if you just stick on the basics, man, forget the codes. I'd say please refer to whatever code you need to, but there is no money, please. And if you're not accepting my tender of payment, please send it back. Because if I find out that that tender of payment is floating around on a security stock exchange, right? And you haven't sent it back to me, but you're telling me that I have not tendered the payment and you're still making money off of my tender of payment, then we have a problem. Send it back. If you do not accept, send back, please.
Some credit
Because I
card,
spent my postage sending it to you. Send it back.
some credit card terms and agreements, they have negotiable instruments as a tender of payment. You just gotta send it to a specific address instead of the address that you would send your normal payment to it.
Right. So like
So
I tried it with a credit card, right? The only reason I got the credit card was to see because I watched a YouTube video, right? I was
yeah,
following the process. And I filled it out the same way they did on the YouTube. I sent it in. I said, let's see if it works. Did it work? No.
well, but you gotta read the terms of service because in
Right.
the terms of service, it'll tell you uh, the payment options, and then it'll be like negotiable instruments in a specific part. I know for a fact that American Express has it, and then even with IRS, Yusuf Al showed that shit with IRS. If you send IRS a negotiable instrument, the person that gets that instrument is supposed to send it to a specific address
Right.
to a different department,
Right.
or you can just send it to that department without sending it to the IRS.
Or you can send it straight to the IRS because they are the trustees.
Well, but that's what Yusuf Al was showing is that in the IRS manual it tells you if an agent receives a negotiable instrument, send it to this department, and then it'll show you the address. So if you read that, you can just send it to that
Right. I
address.
saw that video and he was talking about the IRS manual, right?
Yeah, yeah, and you could he shows you the address, so you can just send it to that address instead of sending it to the normal IRS address that you would send it to.
Right. But like even that's like a step further because most people see, oh, return this payment to this address, and that's where they're sending it. Or some people try to find the trustee, right? And try to send it to the CFO, right? But why not just send it to the IRS?
Touch with the perfect form, and you'll be alright.
See, but like the only reason I'm holding out now, guys, from doing anything is because I'm in the middle of setting up my office. And anything that I send out ever again is going to come from that office. It's not going to come from the person because say like I just left my niece and nephew today, right? Say my nephew send me a negotiable interest. He's 4 years old. Am I going to honor that?
Well, I mean, you can. You don't have to.
You don't have to, right? But say for instance, he's filled it out perfectly. But he wouldn't know how to deal with if I don't accept it. He's 4 years old. They're looking at you like you're a minor because you don't know what you're doing. A minor, if you're moving from the minor estate, right? If you're moving from the wrong position, they're not going to listen to you.
Okay, so then here's the bigger question then. How do you stop operating like a minor?
Well, I can't speak from experience. All I can speak from is theory because I'm in the middle of it right now. Okay. But I'm going to stick on this square and then I'm going to move off this square and get on to the next square when it's my time to move again. Okay.
So what's the theory?
It is the fact that if you think about all of these people, they are all administrators. Okay. They are all administrating. What are they administrating? Your estate. Because there's no trust without estate. They are administering your estate. And they are administrators. Now, what is above administrator?
What
The
is above?
executor.
Oh yeah, the executor.
Now, if
Stupid.
you are the executor, and as far as I'm concerned, it's only in the realm of the court. Okay, so it's you and them, and it's always one or two parties, maybe three. So, like, let's not take this on a global scale or anything. It's individual circumstances. Okay, if these people are coming against your estate. Now, who are these people? They're administrators. Now, they're coming after you, and you are below an administrator. Now, what are they going to do? Now, what is your status? What is your standing? What piece are you using on that chessboard? Are you using the queen? Now, if you're using the queen, now you can move around the chessboard at your will. As long as you got a space to move, right? But you might not have to use the queen. You might want to use a pawn. You might want to use the rook. Now, who has the absolute power to move any piece on that board?
The king, or what? Who has the absolute power?
In your state, who has the absolute power in your state?
The executor.
The executor. Right? Now, who's the president of the United States? They're all executives.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Now, what are you? Are you an executive?
But it is
Or are you just a person?
It is my understanding that if you don't do a particular thing to create your status in the on public notice, then you are an executor.
Say that again?
So it is my understanding that if you don't do a particular thing to create your status as executor,
right?
Then they'll just railroad you and look at you like you're still just a minor.
That's correct. But like, to me, in a courtroom, all you have to do is express it, okay? Because everything is by expression is what you do, right? Now, you could get through it in a court case by just asking, are you administering my estate without my express written consent? Right?
True.
And that'll back them off because they can't answer that question. But will it get your court case dismissed? Probably not. Maybe not, because they figured out ways around that. But like in any situation, it'll get you that next hearing so you can, build up your Minecraft a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Does anybody have a court case going on right now? Boom, you got a court case?
Who, me?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
So you have multiple?
I have one.
Okay. What is your affliction, my friend?
We've talked about this a couple times. It's menacing.
Menacing. Menacing, I do remember that. Sorry, bro. Right? Now, menacing. You like Dennis the Menace now, right?
Essentially, in the eyes of the state, yeah.
Exactly. Menacing? What does that mean? Can you define that, Judge? I don't understand.
The
Because
problem is when you ask that question, they're just gonna spew out the statute.
right? Right, because here's the thing, right? If you even go in there asking, I don't understand the charging of menacing, but that's only if you want content to put on YouTube and TikTok. That's the only reason you go into court. That's why Yusuf L and all these people are so popular, because we all keep going into court and doing dumb shit and keep making a fool of ourselves and getting like sovereign citizen fail videos going up.
Yep.
And these people keep getting views and they keep selling one-on-ones, and because we keep going there and doing the same thing. Now, menacing sounds like a statute, right? Menacing
Yeah,
sounds like a statute.
it is.
Very much is. Now, what binds you to a statute?
Being a U.S. citizen.
And that's what they wanted. Like, so now we go in there and say, oh, well, do you have any proof of claim that, and all this stuff? Like, okay, the same thing we did with the U.S. Custom and Immigration Services. Is there any proof that I'm a U.S. citizen? Just express that in court, and don't move on until they do that. Because now we're trying to get that evidence before we go into court. But do they have that evidence before they go into court?
Well, I mean, in a general answer for your question on a general aspect, not all the time do they have that evidence. In my case, it's different because everybody's case is different. Most of these people are fighting non-victimless crimes or victimless crimes.
Correct.
Most of these people are fighting victimless crimes such as a speeding ticket or something that didn't have or constitute a victim involved. But for those other crimes like felony crimes, they usually involve the victim claiming something.
Did your case start with a road pirate dragging you into court in any kind of way?
No, my case started with my wife's baby daddy creating a claim against me.
Oh wow! Did he sign an affidavit?
No, he didn't sign an affidavit, but he filed a police report.
He filed a police report. So what that sound is, he say, she say. He say to the cop, and then the cop say this to the court, right? And until it's verified, it's not a valid claim, right? But you know that already.
Yeah.
You know that already.
Yeah.
But now you're showing up to court to fight a unverified claim. You know what I mean?
Well, in my whole situation, I didn't know a lot of this information. I was dipping in and out of this information. So when I caught the charge, I went and got a public defender like a dumbass.
Well, I mean, it's not a dumbass, you go with what you know at the time, right?
True.
I've gotten lawyers in the past. Like I had a DUI before, okay? I was going through some things. It was a rough night, right? But I wasn't driving. I had the sense not to drive. I stayed in the parking lot, okay? And they pulled up on me in the parking lot and took me to jail. I got a lawyer. The lawyer got the whole thing thrown out. Statute of limitations. They took too long to file charges against me. But it costed me like maybe $6,000, people. And
Yeah.
this time around, I didn't have the money to pay for it, okay? So I ain't trying to pay that.
For my particular case, trying to look for a lawyer, they're trying to charge $25. So
I had to pay $1,500 just to get my license back. $1,500.
I'm not even trying to spend all that. Like, and that's what I don't like about lawyers is they'll sit there and say that that we speak frivolous claims, we do all this other stuff, but then they want to go simultaneously and charge us 25,000 just because they know the procedure.
Exactly. The procedure only known to them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Because why? How is it only known to them? They got to go to a private institution to learn it.
Yeah, and they're foreign agents. So, but
No, but
nobody
like,
knows
think
how to
about that,
stand on
Moon.
it.
Think about that, Moon. They've got to go to a private university, Harvard, Yale, or wherever they're going to learn this law. They've got to go to a private, privileged institution to learn this in order to be an attorney to represent us.
Exactly.
Doesn't that
And
sound
then and
twisted?
then and then what's sad too is let's say you have a law background, right? And
Mm-hmm.
let's say they didn't know you had a law background, but then
Mm-hmm.
you start asking them like rhetorical questions just to see what their answer is. If they don't know that you have a law background, they're gonna tell you, no, this is just how it goes. No, that's not true. No, this isn't that. No,
Nick,
you're wrong.
Nick, you know Nick, that the guy, the lawyer, the attorney guy that
Yeah,
goes on
yeah,
everybody's page.
yeah.
That
Until
guy.
Chaplin got him sweat, or Chaplin sweated his ass down.
I, and you notice that too, and I noticed that you noticed that. You know, if the right question comes up, he just gets the hell out, and he doesn't, hear nothing more from him.
Well, Chaplin pulled up his whole thing and was like, "Dude, you need to stop speeding." And that fool was like, "Oh shit!" Put him on blast.
He needs to stop what speeding?
Yeah, I guess he pulled up his whole record.
Oh wow,
Well, because you got to remember your record's public information,
yeah.
and
Anything you do in the public.
Chaplin has the ability to FOIA request whatever he wants.
Yeah, yeah. I like Chaplin, man. I had a good conversation with him, man. Dude brought me to tears, bro. I ain't
Dude,
gonna lie
he's
to
dope.
y'all.
He is so dope. I
Dude brought me
follow
to
him.
tears, man.
I popped up in one of his lives with Florida Mike and them, and they're all dope.
Mhm. I just love what the people are doing, man. I love what y'all are doing, and I love what we're just thinking. But my thing
Well,
is,
we
it's like
gotta do something.
we got to do something, right? But we can't keep thinking about law, bro. Like we keep getting back on the law, and we know this not law. Like get a DBA, get a DBA, and then hand it to the
Are you
judge and
talking
say,
about the assumed name, doing business as
yes,
Minnesota license or whatever?
absolutely, absolutely.
Only $50.
Because what
I need to
is
do
what
that
is the
shit.
state of Georgia? What is the state of Michigan? What is the state of New York?
They're all doing business as.
They're all doing business as. You ever asked a police officer for his business card? I bet they all have a business card on
They
them.
do, or they because of all these questions that we be asking. Some of them will say, "Oh, I don't have it on me." Well, why do they do that? Obfuscation.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
they don't want you to see that it's a corporation.
But like they'll say, in order for you a officer to be in uniform, he has to have a badge, a uniform, and a business card. He's got to have a business card on him. Why? Because he's doing business. Ask the
Yeah.
next time you get pulled over, ask him, do you have a business card on you? Well, I'll retain your information and I'll get back with you. I mean, it's like you walking through the mall, but this dude pull up on you in the mall. Like, you know how they have the people on them little islands or the little stands in the mall, and they pull
Yeah.
up on you. That's what they
Yep.
doing. Hey, how are you doing today? Hey, can I interest you in this offer? That's what they're doing. But they come at you with a gun. They goons. They're dogs. They're bloodhounds. They come at you with a gun like, well, I have the authority to do this to you. And it's like, hey man, you got the gun. What do you want? Well, under threat, duress, and coercion, let me get this on the record. I'll give you whatever you want, man. I ain't gonna have you throwing me around on the ground like making YouTube out of
I
me.
got a speeding ticket the other day, and I wrote on the ticket, "All rights reserved."
Mm-hmm. And the cop accepted it.
Yeah.
All right, all right. We'll see what happens in court. Let's follow up with that one, bro.
Yeah.
Follow up with that one. Let's see what happens. Let's see if this judge honors their oath. Wait, that judge probably doesn't even have an oath, bro. Just
Most
gonna
of them don't.
right through. Railroad, choo choo,
No,
choo
fuck
choo.
that.
I'm telling you,
I'm,
bro. These people had no
I'm not
oath. What?
allowing it. I'm not allowing it. I was actually watching this YouTube video where this dude was he was just, he was just spewing out all the good stuff, like all the good proper way to say things, and
Hmm?
he had the judge and baffled. He was baffled that this dude knew this because he was a younger dude. And he was like, "Yeah, well, all right. Well, why don't you do me a favor and go ahead and sit down right here for a second, and we'll call you back in a second." And then after they called everybody in the court, they called him back up. And then miraculously, the DA said, "We're going to motion to dismiss because we can't get the police officer to show up in
Mm,
court."
mm.
Miraculously, they were ready to go at him, but he was spewing out some knowledge, and then they were like, "Oh, well, just go ahead and sit here." The DA was even like, "This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This isn't even real. This isn't even real." But then they were like, "Oh," the judge was like, "I'm allowing it. I'm allowing it." And then they're
Of
like, "All right,
course.
do me a favor, sit right here for a second." And then he comes back on, and he's like, "All right, well, the DA, what is the stance of the people?" And the people, the dude that's representing the people's like, "Well, the people are going to go ahead and motion for a dismissal. Apparently, the officer in question couldn't show up today because he had a training that he had to go do." And I was like, "Oh yeah, he just miraculously had a training to go do." And they dismissed the case.
Whoa. Okay, I'm sorry. No, because you said a training, right? Because my jury trial was scheduled for February 13th, right?
Yeah.
And I showed up February 13th, and the prosecutor said to me, right? The prosecutor said to me, "Oh, she says, my police officer." Those are the words she used. And I was paying attention. She said, "My police officer can't show up because he had a scheduled training." Just
So
like you
then,
just.
what you should have did she said that is been like, "All right, objection, honor. If the police officer, if the witness is not going to show up, then I would ask that the court dismisses this case for full settlement and closure due to no witnesses
I
present."
wish. I wish she would have brought it up on the record, but she did not. This was while everybody was piling into the court. And she knows me. She knows me very well. She came up to me before the judge wasn't even in there. "Oh, Mr. England, I should have been like, man, I'm not talking to you. Unless we on the record, I'm not talking to you." But I was like, "Oh no, okay, well, this and that." So the guy didn't show up. And she was so smug that first day. And that was what gave me the courage to file my affidavit. Because I wasn't gonna do it. I wasn't gonna do it because I didn't think I needed to, because I sent back the summons, I did all this stuff, and I wasn't even gonna file the affidavit. But when I saw that day that she was so smug, I said, "All right." And then to get up in front of the judge, and the judge was like, "Well, we need you to watch a case before we go to case. She's looking for recontracting,
Yeah.
right?" And I said, I object. I made sure I said it. I object. Man, who am I going to trial with? And she goes, "I understand." So like the next day I came back with the affidavit, filed it. I haven't heard from him since.
And they might not even contact you. You might get a letter here in like 6 months where they say the charges are dismissed. Because they do that, dude. They will like tell you that they'll call you, and then they don't call you, and then after months later they'll send you just a regular formal letter saying that they dismissed the charges because they didn't want to proceed with the matter.
My thing is, the only way that could happen is there's probably some kind of way that the attorney who brought the charges against you can file a claim themselves against their bond, pay it off, and keep it moving,
Well,
right?
yeah, that's what they have to do if they're going to dismiss the case. They have to pay off the bond for the writ of attachment.
Right. But it's like it might be less impactful for them if they did it rather than if you did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, these are like the business things that are going on behind the scenes while we skipping down the yellow brick road trying to find freedom, right?
Yeah.
Talking about there's nothing that can be alone. Ease on down the road. Meanwhile, they pulling all kind of switches and levers behind the curtain, and we easing on down the road, thinking the nature and cause is going to get us out of this court case. And
So
it's
you,
like
oh no, that's wrong.
out of all of the TikToks, and I'm gonna leave all of them up. I'm not gonna get rid of them. Out of all of the TikToks I done put up, right? You could combine all of them into one motion and file it, or one pleading because they call them all pleadings. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter what you do in these courtrooms. They're going to get you under their jurisdiction. You got three options, sir. Guilty, not guilty, or stand mute. All of those options lead you right back into their jurisdiction. You feel me? Ugh.
Yeah. Like even this picture right here, that's what a writ of attachment is for my state, and that's the one that explains that they put a bond on your stuff. And then it says forth that the defendant is indebted to the plaintiff, or that the defendant is liable in damages. And that's for a district attorney filing a claim against someone, which is what a writ of attachment is, which is what authorizes a warrant, which is what authorizes your arrest. So, like, I've been in this looking it up, and I've been looking it up for my state particularly because sometimes in court you have to go with your state. You can't go with, like, you can use federal code of regulations for certain things, but only for certain things. You could use Supreme Court cases, but only if they substantiate your defense. Because when they bring up their claim and they're trying to defend, because they have the proof of or they have the burden of proof. When they claim something against you, they'll bring up court cases like Supreme Court decisions, Supreme Court rulings, other court cases that were won by the state, stuff like that. So that's the procedure.
Sure.
And that's if you're getting into the whole controversy. But if you're not getting into the
There you
controversy,
go.
then you can just use certain codes, regulations that shut it all down.
So like I'm gonna take what you just said, bro, and to say anything, but I'm just saying I'm gonna start from the dirt, okay? There are words that was used like they and them. Who is they and them that they are doing to you, and this happened and they said this to you, and who is they?
Well,
Like that's the thing I don't understand. When we go into the courtroom, right? And well, the state is going to like to move forward with this motion, and the state is going to do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can we stop, please? Who is the state? And like, you call me crazy for asking that question if you want to, but y'all can sit up here and argue with the state if you want to. I ain't arguing with the state. What Gucci say? I ain't arguing.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna argue with you, especially if you're a piece of paper. I sat up in there in my court case. I asked the judge. Can we? No, I asked the judge. Is there any physical existence of the state? All right, Mr. Anglin. We're just gonna schedule you for a jury trial. They can do this. They can do that. It's gonna happen, and they're gonna do this. And someone said this, and there has been a claim that says that. All these open-ended statements that we're going in there and answering to, and we didn't even know it. But they got goons that got guns and tasers and mace and billy clubs. But like, what are you gonna do?
For real though.
I think what we do is we got to start planning, right? And this is what I've learned recently. You got to start planning, right? Because at the end of the day, like I said, most of the time it starts with that motherfucking police officer. Or if you go into family court, it starts with that CPS person walking up to you. Or it starts with that governmental person or somebody from the government. And I bet you one thing that all of them have on them is a business card. Get their business card and says, okay, can I see your fee schedule? You know what the fee schedule is? The Georgia code, the Michigan code, because they all say what you can't do and they all have pecuniary penalties attached to it. So what do? Right? When they give you a business card, you hand them your fee schedule and said, I'll be happy to do business with you. Here's my fee schedule. Even
Yeah, but
the
if you're a U.S.
CPS
citizen, you
worker,
can't do that.
even the CPS worker, you put them on notice and you get it on the record. What's that?
I said, but as a U.S. citizen, you can't do that.
I don't care who you are, man. Like at that point, if you got a DBA and you're actually set up to do business, I don't care who you are. I mean, to me, you got your piece on the monopoly board. But if you got your business in order, you probably know who you are, and that's the niche. And you know what's going on. You're not like, well, I have the right to do this and I have the right to do that. They're like, that's great, sir, but I'm still gonna try to get that agreement out of you by asking you questions and getting you to self-incriminate, right? I don't care about your rights, sir. All I care about is getting this contract and getting paid so I can pay for my boat or, you know, pay for my children's private school, you know? It ain't got nothing to do about your rights. And I tell you that right now. Because whenever they say, I understand, they looking for an agreement, right? And that's why I was blown away when the judge said to me, I understand. I was blown away.
I was hearing some shit with Patrick Devine saying that you can sign the back of your birth certificate or endorse the back of your birth certificate, where you can pay any court case off like that. Or Jordan Maxwell was saying something where if you want to end a case, you just send a letter to the Secretary of State saying that you'd like to settle your court case out of court. But I don't know. I don't know if that's all. I'm just saying. I was hearing things, and that's what I'm trying to look for is a way to settle out of court. Because if I go to court, or if we all go to court, and we don't settle out of court, then we're going to be subject to whatever your crime is, jail time, if you're convicted or if you're found guilty.
No. See what they'll do if you do not show up, they'll put out a failure to appear because the court case cannot move on without you.
Yeah,
So,
I've had many of them in my
right,
lifetime.
yeah. So they'll put out a failure to appear because they'll drag your ass into court in order to get that court case to move on, okay?
Yeah.
And that's what happens. If you ain't gonna do business with me, all right.
I'm gonna bring you in here to do business.
Right. They're gonna get Tony and they're gonna get Reebok and Rocksteady to come get you. Bebop and Rocksteady gonna come. They're gonna send their goons to come get you. Oh, you gonna do business because you signed that contract, okay? Do you ever wonder why these cops are foaming at the mouth for your driver's license? It's 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, for real though.
I'm having a good time though. I got all my documents signed. I'm ready to start filing documents with the county. I'm trying to execute people. And
Same. I got all my documents. Watch. I'll show you my fucking shit. I just need to get them notarized and ready to go. Watch peep game. I'm just gonna skim past this shit though, cause I don't wanna give out no information. There's that.
the defendant has been sharing his story on social media.
That.
The defendant has been sharing his story on social media.
Damn. Y'all know what that is.
Got your UCC one pumping? Uh-huh.
I'm gonna have to retitle that one.
Nah, leave it on there, bro. It's all good. Man, you have the power, man, to conduct business in any way you see fit.
Now
So
this right here, this is what takes me out of the Trading with the Enemy Act. Because it's a hold harmless and indemnity agreement. So I'm holding
right?
harmless.
Right.
Form 56.
That Form 56 is hard. That Form 56 is hard. I'm still studying it because I'm doing it myself, man. Before I figure it out, I'm trying to figure it out. Mm-hmm. That beneficiary, WA. Is that based off your birth certificate? The blind?
Yeah.
All right. What about your executive office though?
I think I have all that. Oh, look, here's all my billing costs.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, I don't mean to rain though, right? Because even Ampu was talking about it, right? Folks that got their SPC process done, but they still going to court, right?
No, this ain't done. I haven't had it. I haven't had it notarized, signed. See, everything's not notarized and signed yet.
Right.
So it's not done yet. Until I get this signed and notarized, I can't do shit. So I have to go to court.
I understand. My thing is, like, the way I understood it, or understanded it, or overstanced it. I don't know. But to me, it's like, here's the thing: you're securing a name that you're not the name holder of, right?
Yeah.
You're still not the name holder. So you're going through all this stuff to secure it for someone else when they go in and use it. Who's the name holder?
I even wrote one of these down because I was planning on sending this to court,
No, but like Moon, is
but
is there anything in there where you're actually being the name holder?
yeah, all this stuff is all that. It's all straight through and through. You have to read it though,
Yeah.
Do you
because if
mean
you
like a
don't read it,
trademark or copyright?
what was that?
Was he meaning like a trademark or a copyright?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Nah. Nah, because when you show them that Minnesota, it shows them who's the name holder, who's doing business under this name.
That's the next thing I need to get.
And the name could be secured, a secured party or a creditor. But who's doing business under that name? Right? It's like it's the hierarchy, okay? Like
All you do
once
is you go to the Minnesota website and you put on every name, your name, your all caps name in military style, your all caps name in their style, your all caps name with your titles, meaning agent, principal, beneficiary, and trust or
right, it's
trustee.
like my thing is like this. Once you are holding the name, once you hold it, it's like football. Somebody might pass you the ball. Once you have secured and you've got the ball, now you've got to secure it. But until you have the ball, can you secure it?
Nope.
So now, like, you've already got that done. You've secured your name. Now go get your name, bro. It's not your name. It's the name that they created, right? But you are using it because you're the only one that's authorized to use it.
Yeah.
That micro print, authorized representative.
Yeah. That's my next thing to do is that Minnesota thing. And then after that, I want to do the copyright thing like Joe was showing us.
Yep, yep, yep.
Because once you
I'm doing
copyright,
that tomorrow. I'm
once you
copywriting my
copyright,
name tomorrow.
nah, I think I need to do the Minnesota thing first, and then the copyright after, because I gotta get the funds for the copyright.
You got to do you have your estate?
Not yet. Like I gotta get all that shit done. Like once I get this notarized and shit, then I can start doing all that other stuff because then I'll have my estate. Everything will be situated. Oh, and I gotta send in my birth certificate to the SOS.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
mean,
get.
I might do all that stuff, man. But like, I was like, let me hit you with this, Moon. Let me see what you think about this, right? So my dad passed in 2021, right?
Yeah.
Now, bills are still coming to our house in his name, and it's business as usual, right? So that name is still operating, okay? Now, what if I, as his heir, claimed his name, got a Minnesota in his name? Now I'm doing business under my dad's name.
You might want to be careful with that.
I don't know. Would that work?
Uh,
Because
it's
because
kind of
be-
hard to say. Like you'd
because
have to have like full on proof or full on paperwork to say, "Hey, I'm the heir for his
his
name."
son. I mean, what they want? They want my DNA.
But if you're a secured party, then you can just go claim his estate as his heir, and then it should be different. But you have to figure out how to
No,
claim
but you
his
don't have
estate.
to be a secured party to do so, bro. I'm already his
No,
heir.
I get that, but what I'm saying is being a secured party would cover your ass from them trying to harm you.
Harm me in what way?
By coming up with some fucking code that they say you violated.
Right? And we would approach that the same way, right? Now, all I gotta say is, well, like Danny Rand says straw man. What do you mean by straw man?
It's the same thing.
No, it's not straw man. He put in death certificate, is what he said.
Oh.
Now, that's a good point. Now, what does a death certificate mean? Because did I need a death certificate?
That means that they just closed out the account.
Right, but like, did I need a death certificate to get my estate EIN?
I'm not entirely sure. I think that
Well, I didn't. I mean, I didn't because I have an estate EIN, and I didn't need to use it to get an estate EIN for my all caps name. Right, and like, I'm just gonna speak frankly to you guys, man. Like, I'm not sure, if I can ever I can't use my social security number anymore because now that account is closed.
No, yep,
I gotta use my EIN.
You can use it, but only for set-offs.
That's what they say. Only for set-offs.
When your social security number is closed, that's the social security number without dashes.
Correct.
Which is only permissible to be used for set-offs.
And I guarantee you, any job that I get, any loan that I go for, they're gonna be asking me for a social. And I'm like, I don't. And I'll say, I don't have a social, but I have an EIN. Oh, we can't use that. Oh, we can't use that. We have to get. Exactly.
That's not true, because if you were a business, an LLC, and they asked for, what are they going to ask you for? Your EIN.
Some of them will say, well, we can't do that. Like, say, for instance, it's a job. Oh, we don't do corp to corp, but we only do W-4. We need that social.
Well, but no,
because they know that you're not controlling that social.
Because with an LLC, you're
guys have a blessed one. I'm about to go off now.
Because with an LLC, you're
guys have a blessed one. I'm about to go off now. All right. Have a great day.
Good night.
All right. Have a.
So, with your EIN as an LLC, it's just attached to your social. But if you have an EIN and it's not attached to a social because your social security is closed, then you would just have to figure out a way to explain that to them. I don't have a social. It's closed. I can only use it for set-offs of debts.
There you go. Just speak what you know. And they'll be like, well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you should, because you're a bank. But I think once you close out your social security number and you have an EIN, you don't even have to say anything. When they ask for your social security number, you just give them your EIN. How many digits is your EIN? Is it 9 digits? Because if it's 9 digits, then you can just use it as your social. Did you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. How many digits is your EIN? 9 digits?
It's 9 digits.
Well, then when they ask for your social, you just put your EIN number down.
And keep it moving. You ain't got to bring it up or nothing, right?
Yeah, nothing. You just put your EIN number down like it's your social security number. Because it's the same amount of digits as your social security number would be. And so they'll just take it as that's what your social security number is.
Right, but they'll know the deal as soon as they see that 9 that starts it off with.
True.
Is there a record an affidavit of truth that you're the heir to his throne?
Whose throne?
Your dad's, to take over and act as trustee for his account?
I mean, here's the thing, right? Do I have to do that? Is there any other son that's going to come up? Right? These are why wills go through probate, right? Is there anyone else that can say that they can do it?
See, in reality, I agree with you, but we're talking about their game board and your game pieces, and you have to get your game pieces in order to be able to play the game, right? That's my understanding.
Correct. So I would probably have to probate it in some way in order to do so, right? It would have to go through some sort of a probate.
Some way.
So, but once you go through that process, right, and like you said, why not send an affidavit? Like, don't follow their process. You just do it your own way. Look, this is my dad.
And ignorance of the law is no excuse. I'm ready to start flipping the script on motherfuckers for real.
There you go. And it's all about being creative, because what
but
are
you
they
also gotta
doing when
be
they send
careful
you all
with
these
that.
forms?
You gotta be careful with flipping the script. I get using their own words against them, but at the same time, you don't want to be deemed an enemy combatant or belligerent, which technically you already are with Trading with the Enemy Act.
I mean, all I'm trying to do is claim my dad's estate. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not no company. Now, if anyone else can claim it, please serve an affidavit. Like, to me, like, I like what he said because it's creative, right?
Yeah.
This is truth.
And it's all commercial, right? Your
I
estate.
think what the purpose would be, you know, if you ever had to explain yourself to one of the NPCs, would be that you're trying to investigate to make sure your father wasn't defrauded. That way, I have to do an audit on this, and we're going to find out who's been playing games, who's been entering my honeypot and taking from it.
Beautiful. I like that. Now you're not just claiming it because you're his heir. Now you have even a further motive behind it, you know?
Now you have interest in it.
Correct. As an heir to that, it would seem logical that you should be entitled to find out who was dishonoring your dad and he didn't know. Now that we know this, because my whole objective is, it isn't for me and my son to understand this, it's to make sure that my grandchildren and great grandchildren have a comprehension on this scam that is perpetrated against us.
Exactly. That's my
I've been
whole.
listening to so much bullshit for 3 years and going back and forth with all these people, and now I got it narrowed down to like 3 or 4 speakers. Difficult, Truth Hurts, and Real CEO. Because you guys are trying to educate. We're trying to have interaction, not get yelled at and feel like less, which is what a lot of this, it's about vibration. If you can't vibrate right and interact right, what the fuck are you talking for? Nobody wants to hear all the codes and everything. That's for you to learn on your own. What we need is just a basic comprehension to piece this shit together so that we can all be free, all of us.
Yeah, I get what you're saying with that, but on the same stance, there are also people in this type of forum that are still new. So going back to the fundamentals so they can catch up, or explaining them to go look at this code for this particular reason is how you teach.
Absolutely. But when it's rattling off a bunch I used to have ego, so I know what it's about. I grew up playing basketball and I was an anomaly. And you start living on ego. If you can shoot threes and guys are riding your nuts, guess what? You need that ego feed constantly. It's a constant addiction.
I get you, and I think that a lot of people gain arrogance and ego when they start asking for money because they'll tell you that there is no money, but then simultaneously they'll say, oh, but a workman is liable for constant constant concentration of its hire or whatever. They'll say that they deserve compensation, but because they're giving out their time, but at the same time they're like they only give you bits and pieces, and that's what I'm trying to alleviate when I get into this, because I want to teach. I want to be able to teach my kids as well as any one of my people that are like, how'd you do that, or how did you do this? If I get off on my case and someone asks me, I'm like, all right, well, if you want to learn, I'll teach you. But like
I've taken a different approach in how I'm going to ask people. What did you find success in when you tried to apply this creatively?
And that's good, because
rather than begging,
now
gimme,
you're not.
gimme doesn't work. We
Now
need
you're
to
not
learn.
asking, hey, what should I do and what should I do? That's selfish mind state. Instead, you're asking, hey, what did you do to gain understanding?
Share your experience, and maybe you had a pitfall. You know that going this route sucks dicks. Don't do it. You will end up on bullshit. Just like cryptocurrency. If you go chasing green
I like that. That was funny. Well, no, I get what you're saying. But that's my thing is like I don't want to have to deal with that. That's the thing that sucks is because there are smart people here, and there are smart people that got into this information. They went and did it, but they're gonna ask for compensation to teach it. I don't want to do that. I just want to teach it. I'll teach it for free because if it's free knowledge, then it should be taught for free. Now I
I can assure
understand.
you, if I get to the bag and you were in part of that helped me, I might show up at your door with a Corvette one day, discharged. Here you go.
But see, that's the thing though. If there is no money, then there is no bag to chase. So at the end of the day, it's just about learning the processes so that way you can stay in the private and discharge everything.
That's what I mean by the bag. The bag is knowledge. The bag is not Federal Reserve notes, that's for sure. I'll
Yeah.
take a whole bunch of unlimited full faith and credit over promissory notes.
Yeah, exactly. As long as I'm, because think about it, if we can get all whole full faith and credit, then what does that put us in? That puts us in the stance of financially free. Because now, if we have a regular job, that all that money that we make for our compensation is coming straight to us without being taxed. And then we ain't got to worry about putting money away because we get more money at the end of the thing. And then we also will be able to free up our own time to either be able to teach or to be able to do other things to become entrepreneurs or whatever we want to do. Keeping us in the system just keeps us in the debt cycle.
That's one thing I like about being Gen X is that I grew up in an era when we were building bridges and not all these gaps that have been created the last 20, 25 years. So when we see the people that are trying to help others, we gravitate towards that because that's what we want to do. We wanted everybody to win back then. And we thought we would, but we didn't realize the indoctrination was so deeply rooted. My own included. I've only been awake for 8 years.
3 or 4 for me.
I mean, it started with 9/11. We all know if you think the government's got anything to do to help you, then why don't they teach us about health and wealth when we're in school? You got to learn that shit on your own. You got to learn who Dr. Sebi is. You got to learn who Barbara O'Neill is. You got to take your own health into your own accord.
Well, even with this information, you got to learn it on your own because
100%.
The schools are owned by the state, and the state doesn't want you to learn what they own. They don't want you to learn how to get out of what they own. And your all caps name is what they own. The ends lieges is what they own.
They want you to remain a tenant.
What did they deem your mother when your mother signed the birth certificate? They deemed her an informant, and they kept the mom out of it, or they kept the dad out of it for a reason. Why? Because back in the day, the
that would make you a ward of the state that way.
The father dealt with all his heirs or all his children before the age of 18. So when they made the mother sign the birth certificate, that's why they deem her the informant, because she was working outside of her husband or whatever, cooperating with the state.
Being a snitch. How do you make my mom a snitch? Fuck us.
That's the sad thing about it, though, is everybody started doing it full without any questioning, and then now it just became second knowledge. Oh, you just signed a birth certificate.
Well, at the same time, like folks get real scared when it's time to deliver a baby and they run to the hospital.
Yeah.
Folks get real scared if they got a sore throat and they run to the doctor.
Yeah.
I haven't been to the doctor in 15 years because I took my health into my own hands.
2009 for me.
Well,
I never liked medicine. It always affected me like it just felt like 10 times what it was supposed to. So I've never was a sickly kid, and I think basketball has a lot to do with that.
I learned with my own kids because I had a lot of professionals telling me my kids were sick or they had some kind of mental illness or whatever. And I'm not the type of person to just take one person's word for it. I don't care if they're a professional in their trade or whatnot. You can always seek a second opinion, and I'm all about knowledge, so I'll seek a second opinion because your first opinion isn't always the main thing. But yeah, my oldest daughter was deemed with a learning disability when she was in first grade. And then when she went to second grade, they tried to tell us that she was ADD and ADHD. Like, so wait, hold up. First you tell us she's got a learning disability. Now you're trying to tell us she's ADD and ADHD at the same time. Like, what's going to be next year? And then they didn't know what to say. And then I was like, nah, it's cool. We'll seek a second opinion. And her mom didn't like it, but that's just who I am. I don't trust nobody's word unless I know that their word is bond. This is where that shit came from. Your word is bond.
They want you on that petroleum-based hamster wheel. They need a repeat customer for life, and the earlier they can get you, the better.
Well, like someone said in the comments, this is all business, and business is good because people consent. They go in and they proceed in these controversies. They go in and they do these things, and at the end of the day, just like Honey Drop said right before she started talking and dropping knowledge, she said that everybody was worried about certain things. You wouldn't have to do that if you just listened to what she said and did what she said. Understood and learned and listened and went and researched and did your own due diligence on what she was speaking about. Because at the end of the day, like you said, it's up to you to learn that stuff on your own time.
That's why I want to give a shout out to Mr. Difficult, because there was a book that I've been looking for about a year and a half, and I ain't have $500 to go buy it. And then it got down to $300, and that's Cracking the Code. That drive that you share, I don't think people understand what's in that.
Yeah, because the book's in there.
It's in there. As soon as I saw it, I was just going in there and I'm like, oh, he's got American jurisprudence. I can't afford that, but I can sure read these PDFs. And then I started going down Cracking the Code, and I was like, this motherfucker got the shit for me. Oh my goodness.
I try to keep it stacked up, man, because like I even went to my law library for the courthouse that I'm at, and it sucks, So like, in order for us to get the information we need, we got to share it.
Yeah, because like I'm trying to go to my law library, and the only law library that I can find is in Boulder, where I live. I live in Colorado, so it's either Boulder, Colorado, in the college, which they'll probably tell me I'm not a student, so I can't go there, or it's over here in the Supreme Court. And if you don't have business to do in the Supreme Court, they're gonna tell you can't be there.
Oh God.
I live on Oahu, so we're limited here.
My state is crazy. My state is straight openly trying to hide this stuff. Like they don't allow you to do certain things. In certain counties, they don't allow you to do walk-ins to the county recorder, certain things like that. Like they're like blatantly hiding it. And then when you read their codes and statutes, they're even blatantly hiding it in that shit too.
It's crazy.
That's why the concept of operating in the private makes you exempt from having to worry about all that crap. That executive position, you start telling the government what it needs to do for you as opposed to asking it permission for shit.
The problem is that we don't have a concise step-by-step process to get yourself into the private. and everybody has theories and situations or their own experiences, but most of everybody is like what you said, arrogant, or they want to freaking charge you money in order for them to give you, or for you to get their time. Like Mr. Difficult is dope because he gives his time and he doesn't ask for compensation. He doesn't have to do these lives, but he wants to, like he said, we need to share it. We need to share the information within ourselves, especially within this community. Because if we don't share it, it's gonna get taken away from us. But see, I also believe that because public and private don't mix, we need to find a better forum to share it in.
Yeah.
I agree.
Because these lives and stuff, all it's doing is documenting where they can go and look at it, and then take that process out, or change a code a particular way, and then it makes it harder for you to become a private person.
Right.
And I don't think Telegram is safe. Just saying. I use it, but I just don't think it's safe. But
It's definitely safer than TikTok.
I'm not going to say that it's wrong. I'm just going to say I still don't think it's that safe, as safe.
Right.
Well, as an electrician that built the FBI building down here in Kalealoa, I can tell you that 5,000 miles of fiber optic cable is not a jump station for you guys to get over to Asia, which is what they were trying to tell us when we were building that. You got 5,000 miles, that's 2.5 million feet of fiber optic cable. There's something big going on there.
Well, yeah, I live in Colorado where NORAD is, so and I've known people who personally worked in it for renovations inside of it and certain type of projects that they did inside of it, construction projects and stuff. So, like, I get it. They're all, and NORAD is where they keep specific things. Colorado Springs, there's a couple of Homeland Security offices. There's a couple other offices where they monitor the internet. There's a lot.
See, I don't know if you guys are old enough to know, but like back in 2009, 10, and 11, I'm a voyeur of the internet and love to gather information and intelligence. And getting versed in things, I happened along Silk Road. That was when Bitcoin would, one day it'd be $16, then the next day it'd be $200, then it'd be $28, and then it'd be $140. So you never could get money. You never could do the exchange. You never felt comfortable. I didn't back then.
Yeah.
And that was the last time I think that you could actually get on stuff before app stores. So now I think that anything you download from any centralized place, which is why I liked cryptocurrency in the first place, was decentralized, cut out middlemen. No more of this bullshit, straight transactions. You can't screw me over after. That was the beauty of crypto. And it goes hand in hand with this. If I could figure out a way to be able to get business credit, this is the goal for 2024. Get my business EIN, do all that, get my trust set, be able to have credit extended to me, build that credit for 6 months to a year, and then learn how to leverage that credit by buying gold, buying cryptocurrency, understanding that 2026 is going to be the next bear market. So that's going to be the next time to buy crypto for people. So you guys know, because they're going to get rid of these Federal Reserve notes. It's coming. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Those are going. At some point, how long this movie plays out, I don't know. But
so do you want to trade fiction for another fiction?
Yeah, let's run it.
You know what I mean?
Well, essentially, that's all we're doing.
Well, I think what they're going to do is they're going to create these. I think that they're going to take and make like XRP, the industrialized coin. So they're going to take all of the quadrillions of dollars that are in institutionalized places, and that's going to go over to crypto. And it's going to take a 10-year transfer. And the transfer's already started. When these big brokerage houses are telling people that they should have 2% in their portfolio, that's just because they're trying to ease the old people into crypto and let them think that it's not a scam. And it's not, unless you're going after big bucks. Same thing with this. This isn't a scam. Understanding your freedom and your positions and operating with the system that they gave us.
I don't
They
think
took
they're
away
gonna
all the
be on
lawful
crypto
money.
though.
Cocksuckers, March 7th, 1933. You're going to take away all the lawful money for me to pay debts. How am I going to pay? Oh, well, we created this credit system, and you just have to learn how we operate. Thanks for playing. Bye-bye.
I don't think they'll go to crypto though, because if they go to crypto, they would have to change the law or the definition of what money is in law books. And the definition of money is gold and silver or something of substance. And digital currency isn't substance. It has no substance.
There you go.
But it's in the quantum.
Yeah, but
That's
there's no
the only
substance to it.
It's the only reason I can't get behind this crypto stuff is because it's made up. It's fiction. It's not real. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
and
It's faker. It's faker than Federal Reserve notes.
even
This
in the
is
law
you can
books,
pick that up.
they designed it to where real money is defined as something of substance, as like gold or silver. So if we do go to a different money, it'll probably go back to gold or silver, or something backed by gold or silver.
But see, this isn't Web 3.0 is not going to be about money. It's going to be about currency. And that's the difference. And you guys know the difference between the two. Money and currency are different things.
Yeah.
It's a flow of energy. That's how they're going to look at it. That's how they're going to do it. That's how they're going to wipe out the trillions of dollars of debt that can't be paid because people don't understand how to discharge debt properly. So our debt just keeps going up, up, and up.
Correct.
If they could wrap their head around that every time we give up a Ben Franklin to pay a cable bill or a phone bill, that we're just screwing ourselves. We're screwing our country. We're helping out the corporation, though, the all-cap United States.
Yeah.
We're helping them the fuck out for sure. And I'm just to a point where I know that I'm smart enough. I've been reading enough. I don't have it all collated in the proper steps yet, but I know that this year is the year because I'm to that point where I can only absorb so much more before I have to pull triggers and start acting on what I know.
And that's why I was showing Mr. Difficult all my paperwork that I got situated.
Yeah. See, and that's what I want. I want my stack of paperwork. That means that I'm doing my due diligence. Instead of just sitting here trying to pontificate and organize this information and get it all going, I know I need to send my birth certificate off and get it not authenticated, but I need to have them sign it. Whatever the process is that they want to do and call it, I just know I need you guys to put your seal on it and send it back to me.
Yeah, that's all you're looking for is the seal.
Right.
So
Send me my shit back so that I can start this packet, because I see the winners that I see in this that are actually making moves and stuff. They have packets from court filings, from county clerk filings.
Yeah.
And I know I got to get a fee schedule. And I loved reading that and cracking the code when the cop pulled the guy over and he's like, I don't want to do business with you, but you know, if you're going to insist and you're going to make this
if you
make
want
me
to
feel fearful and you're putting your hand on your service revolver, I'm going to comply, but it's my obligation to tell you that you need to be aware of the usage fee for my copyright and trademark name. And once I grasped that, I'm like, oh my God, would I just love to get pulled over, because I was military police and I saw these guys firsthand and I didn't like what I saw, and it changed me. I had no more respect for law enforcement because there is none. There's a bunch of police officers out here enforcing codes, statutes, and policies. And I don't play those fucking games because I'm a patriot.
Yeah, I feel that. And even patriots get fucked over with some of these policy officers.
Right. As a 10-year veteran, you hate to see that what you represented is not, in reality, is not what you thought.
Yeah.
It's disheartening and disappointing because I tried to operate in honor and always have my whole life.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I haven't fucked people over, not intentionally, but sometimes shit happens, and you know, if you can go back and correct those things, you do. which I tried to
Royally,
and have.
right? You might have fucked about $10 here and there or something.
Right.
You know what I mean? But you didn't.
But then you take them out for $100 dinner, and everything should be square now.
But you didn't like.
You know what I'm saying?
You didn't like rape and pillage their whole entire nation. You know what I mean?
Right.
No injury was caused. For educational purposes only, guys.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to use the R word. Well, you gotta be sensitive, man. You gotta be sensitive.
Well, I definitely appreciate what you do, Mr. Difficult. And I followed you, Moonchild, because
thank you.
I like people that understand and want to try to explain or engage, because not all of us know. I don't know, not yet, but I'm gonna get there. I promise you that.
And I just want to get one thing straight: is I don't know nothing, and that's an intelligent man understands and knows that he knows nothing. So the way that I see it is that I'm going to get on this site since I've found these people like Mr. Difficult and all these other people that I follow that talk about the same thing that I'm interested in, and I'm going to see if they're going to allow me on their live so I can discuss things. Now, there's been a couple people where I pissed off them because I didn't have a complete understanding of some things, and they just like, oh yeah, no, we don't want to talk to you, and they kick you off. And that's fine. I'm not tripping. I mean, if that's what they want to be like, then that's what they want to be like. I'm just trying to engage because I need to gain understanding or overstanding or understanding or whatever they want to call it. My thing is that if I don't engage, I'm not gonna find the answer that I need, because engaging will give someone will give me their experience, or someone will actually reach out and be like, hey, check this out.
Exactly. And that should be what the community should be all about. We all reach out to help each other. Get everybody to the basic starting line of the game. Here's the game. You got to do these 15 things prior to being able to put your game piece on the board.
Yeah.
Let's run it as a squad. And that's the thing. See, America gets us so divided. No teamwork.
Yeah, you have to have, exactly. And that's my problem. It's because teamwork makes the dream work. But you got all these people who are starting to gain this knowledge, and so then now they want to be arrogant and charge money. Now, I get it. They're going to, hey, your time is priceless, and I get that. But at the same time, if you're going to teach, then teach.
Right. If you're finding remedy, why are you wanting my Federal Reserve notes?
Exactly. Well, how are you going to say there is no money, but then you're going to be like, but I need compensation?
Right. I come mow your grass. I come wire your house.
See, that's the thing.
I ain't trying to knock nobody. I'm not trying to knock nobody, because I do understand the substantiation on they're giving you their time. But
100%. You're not dogging people, brother.
To say, oh, there is no money. You guys need to understand that there is no money. But for $9.99, I'll help you out. Like, that's not help. That's just how I see it. Because even there's another guy that I follow on YouTube, Brandon Joe Williams, and he says to not bother him. But at least he's open with it. Don't bother me. And if you do bother me and you want me to help you out for a ridiculous amount of money or amount of pricing, I'll help you out. So then, therefore, meaning you were given notice on what you're going to be looking for if you're asking for him to help you out.
See, the charging for me isn't a disqualifier.
It's not a disqualifier. I'll just go watch your shit and see what you know.
Right. That's what I like about Real CEO. He's got a little package for $400. He pushes it, but he doesn't pimp it. It's like Calvin with crypto. He just tells you what he's doing, and these are the results from what he did, and he's got all this shit, and you follow it, and you can win. It's having that basic understanding. But I think that by the end of this year, there's going to be a mad charge on people understanding who the hell they are.
I agree.
LeBron
My
finding
thing
out that
is,
everybody knows who Diddy is now.
well,
Nobody
yeah,
throw
but
a
that's
party
just
like
because
a
of it.
Diddy party.
But
What?
that you gotta also understand that's in the public, so it was meant. It's smoke and mirrors. Anything in the
Oh
public is
yeah.
smoke and mirrors. So if it's in the public, it's smoke and mirrors, or it's something to distract you. Look here instead of there.
Yep. Every time.
Every time a public official or a public fucking famous person, prominent person gets prosecuted or persecuted or thrown in the fucking blender, it's because they're gonna pass a law that they don't want you to notice. They always do it every time. Every time there's a big, when Johnny Depp and fucking Amber Heard were going through their court case, what was going on at that same time? A bunch of shit. But it was that was the talk of the town because they wanted you to look here and not there. You got to look at those dates. What dates were it when Johnny Depp's court cases was live on air? And then you go substantiate that, like, all right, now what laws were passed on this date?
Yep.
And then you'll find out what they were trying to smokescreen you from. And the reason why is because if the people aren't paying attention, they can't rebut it or refuse for it to be passed. There can't be peaceful protests like, no, that bill sucks. Because they're too hip and and stuck on the famous person in court.
Shit, if we wouldn't have had COVID and all that forced time to get online, I don't know that I would have went down and invested the time in all the rabbit holes that I did. I mean, I'm very grateful that I did because I'm wide awake.
Well, but COVID was just a precursor to show you that the government doesn't have our best interests at heart.
No. Everything's to get you to vibrate low. When you understand how this world is constructed, and then you get into spirituality and you get into this sovereignty,
How
and
do
you
you vibrate low,
understand the
though?
banking, then the Bible comes along. And
How
if
do
you
you
were an
vibrate low, though?
atheist, if you were an atheist before you got into this movement, by the time you're done, you'll understand exactly who God is.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreed.
You will understand that Jesus Christ is a construct for religion and that Jesus of Nazareth was actually a real man that was enlightened from all these other disciplines. He went around and gathered all of this intelligence. And guess what? I hate to give a spoiler alert, but he wasn't white. He wasn't Caesar Borgia. He wasn't a big white sky daddy. And that's the other thing that I get offended by is when people call Jesus God, because Jesus isn't God. God's within. The carbon copper people are the people of this land, and we're going to find out April 8th if anything that I've researched, there's going to be a resurgence of DNA in certain people, and the less melanin you got, I think the less attributes you're going to get.
I try to stay away from the religion topic because people tend to get upset.
Yeah, I'm to a point in my life that I only speak my truth. I'm the Jesus that comes and tips over the tables of silver. Fuck you. That's how it is for me, because I've already been lied to. I've already done the indoctrination system. I mastered it, I thought, and then I found out that just because you do everything they say and get your bachelor's degree and all this dumb shit and get a house and get married and all that, that's not the path. That's not the path to find out who you are.
Nope.
You got to dig deep. You got to do shadow work to find out who you are. That's why freedom isn't for everyone. It's a sad state of affairs, but it's a true statement. Freedom is not for everyone.
It's also even stated too, though, let no man deceive you by means of philosophy, mathematics, or any other thing.
Right.
So don't let what you find or learn deceive you. Always have discernment.
See, being an electrician, I learned about electricity and have been a huge fan of Tesla for over 30 years. So Tesla isn't new to my radar. I already knew when I first became an electrician from the old school electricians that Thomas Edison was a fraud. He was part of the Rockefeller, all that bullshit. Yeah. Everything that rearranged our country. But with Tesla, and understanding the torus field of our inertial plane that we live on, you understand that electricity flows south to north, and it creates this field that goes on the outside and comes back up to the north. That's how a toroidal field works.
Yeah.
And when the toroidal field is going south, that's you wanting, needing. As that energy starts to come back around and starts coming into your reality, back to 3D, it's going into that positive mode of manifestation. And the more you keep thinking about something, the more it manifests. That's why I know getting rid of my cable and doing these lives every day for the last year and a half, going in and listening to people and saying, oh yeah, this guy's full of shit. He's just here to get his ego stroked. Let me go to the next guy. And then you find your crew of the people that have the best intent in their heart. They have that vibration that not everybody can have, unfortunately. Because there's a lot of smart people that have a lot of information, but their delivery is not that good. And like one that they would say that I would be making that comment towards would be Anpu. And I have nothing but respect for that dude because he keeps it real. He is coming from his perspective and his experience.
Yeah, and he was serving time, and
Right. He got fucked by the system, and now he knows. And so if you try to challenge him, you better have your big boy pants on. Don't get upset if he degrades you because you came in half-assed, and he's not coming half-assed.
Well, but you also got to understand it's his mind state. He was a fighter. He had to fight to get out.
Yeah.
So don't come in with no bullshit if you ain't prepared to fight, because that's how he sees it. And he also comes from his background. His background was a drug dealer, so he had to go on that aspect. They were coming at him from the get-go at the neck.
Yeah.
So if he didn't learn what he learned, he would have never been pulled out of jail the way he did it.
And that's why you got to have respect for that.
Oh yeah. No, my thing is I get upset because nobody lets him speak.
Ooh.
And Pooh.
When he goes in other people's lives, because he like travels around, he's like a nomad.
Well, he said himself that he likes to go in people's lives just to make sure that nobody's giving misinformation. But then when he jumps in and starts talking, everybody wants to start cutting him off, and nobody wants to let him speak. So then he just goes back to mute, and then he'll just sit there and listen.
It's almost like people don't have the ability to articulate back to someone without defending their position, not take into account what they're saying, as opposed to a defense mechanism is what it seems like to me.
Well, most of the time people operate on emotion, so that's why they're gonna get upset. And Ampu is just keeping it real because he went through some bullshit, and nobody went through the same bullshit he went through. So that's why he said, even when with Mr. Difficult, his live went cut off last night while him and Honey Drop were talking, and it was right as Ampu started talking, like, look, she gave you the gems. That's 20 years of worth of work. Now y'all got jumped up to spot 19. Now you guys got to do the rest, and then their life cut off. So there are some circumstances where it's just pure technicality, but then there are some circumstances where he jumps in lives and nobody wants to let him talk. And me, I want to know, what did you do, Ampu? I want to know, because I wouldn't mind having these type of conversations with him, because then he can give me insight on what I want to know. But
I like Lee Daniel also. She shows her homework in her process. She's not saying go do this. This is what I'm doing. And I'm trying it. I don't know if it's gonna fucking work or not, but I'm gonna try.
I follow her too. There's this dude, Chaplain View, and then Florida Mike, and then this dude named Sean. They're cool. They know what's up. They know.
Oh yeah, that Chaplain guy his name's Tony also, I think.
Yeah, Tony View.
Yeah, but one thing that I found in these, and I'm not gonna say all, but man, a majority of the Tonys be on this shit because we're trying to find the truth. It's got to be something with St. Anthony. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel that. My name starts with an A too, so.
Joe Lustica is another one that has good information.
Yeah, I follow him. That's who got me into Brandon Joe.
So we have this community of all-stars. If we could all get on the same page and hold class, once we create the first structure of the army, then somebody could open a trust and create a business, and we could all operate together as a team. Somehow,
Mr. Difficult was talking about starting a convention and just going from state to state, so that way we can all get together and have a conversation.
Yep.
Because that's
down the line, but that's definitely a goal of mine.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, that's gonna be how we get together and talk to like-minded people.
No, absolutely.
The only thing that sucks is if it's like only like if some people might have to travel.
I live in Hawaii. I know I'd have to travel.
See, and I'm in Colorado, so if it's not anywhere near me, I'm gonna have to travel. But for this type of information, I'm willing to travel.
Right.
Because I don't want to be subject to statutes and codes.
I want to hand anybody that is interested in what I'm doing my passport. Then I want them to say, "Have a good day, sir."
Exactly. Or who the fuck are you?
Right. Unless you're gonna put me under duress and coerce me into giving you identification, then that's when the spiel hits and you make them aware. Copyrights, trademarks.
I was hearing this one dude. He was saying that all he got taken to jail, and all he didn't tell them not a single word, except for one thing, and that was every time they sent someone to talk to him, he would just tell them, "I honor your oath." And then the next thing you know, they let his ass out. Because if you don't tell them nothing, they can't incriminate you. And if they can't incriminate you, and you keep telling them you honor their oath, now they're put on notice that you know what their oath is. They're put on notice. Putting the public officials on notice is the most powerful thing you can do. But they are going to test us. That's what we need to understand. And if we don't understand it, they're going to test us, and we're going to fail, and then we're going to be part of the sovereign citizen videos.
Right. They're trying to live that life.
Yeah, you don't want to be on YouTube as a sovereign citizen fail.
I don't even want to interact with none of these actors, none of these state actors. The bad thing is they don't even understand what they're doing. So if you argue with these NPCs, you're not operating from an executor position. Executives talk to executives. They don't talk to underlings. And that's the mindset we have to get.
Well, but obviously we're all in that same mindset because we're all trying to find the other executors to talk to. See what I'm saying? An executive.
But I'm saying when we're dealing with the corporations.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Hey,
you don't want to go talk to the teller at the back. Yeah, sir.
Sorry guys, I'm about to pass out. It's like 6 o'clock here. It's like 6:30.
All right, brother. We'll have a great night, and thanks again for all you guys do. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'll be back on. I'll probably get back on tomorrow or something, man, because this is getting good. I just like the frank, intimate conversations that we're having. You know what I mean?
Right. Get a little bit get something a little different that isn't just that, because it is all one big puzzle we have to put together. The health, the wealth, the freedom, all of it. It all goes together. How are you gonna operate and discharge debt if you ain't alive? Got to get that health in order. It's number one.
Right.
All right, man. You guys have a great night, and thanks for letting me be on the live. I appreciate you.
You as well, sir. Thank you, Mr. Difficult. I'll see you again.
Yes, sir. Love y'all, man. Y'all be good.
Much love. God bless.